You are listening to Love's Redemption, a romantic Christian women's fiction written by Andrea and narrated by Mike Monster AI. What did it say about Izzy Tanner that she had been happier with her sister living on the hurtful side of a bad marriage? They had always been complete opposites, but at least before Vivi moved to Walden Beach, they had seen each other more often and talked on a regular basis. Things had been more equal between them. Well, not equal. Vivi had always been everything pure and lovely, and Izzy just wasn't. And never would be. Now everything revolved around Vivi's future husband, Beau Manning. Which was as it should be. Vivi was a saint. She'd earned the right to be happy. And Beau made her happy. Despite the disheartening gap that continued to grow between her and her sister, she loved Vivi more than anyone else and wanted nothing more than for her to finally have what she deserved. Izzy made her way through the throng of women making over Vivian as she readied for the wedding, in search of her liquid courage. She zeroed in on the pink plastic cup with seashells glued to it. She'd picked the gaudiest one she could find. Wouldn't do for someone else to mistake her cup for their own. A long sip from the plastic straw made everything right again. The cherry coke soothed her tightened throat and the bourbon sent a calming warmth through her limbs. The closer it got to time for them to head to the sanctuary, the more her stomach churned. She could blow any minute now. A beach wedding would have made more sense. For one thing, the reception would be held there. The groom-to-be had a nice home with an ocean view. He'd hired a DJ and had a makeshift dance floor set up. He'd even prepared some of the food himself. Plus, Vivi loved the beach. But no, Izzy was forced to darken the doorsteps of a church, something she had successfully avoided for over 20 years. If the whole building didn't implode the minute she walked in, it would be a miracle. "Doesn't your sister look lovely?" Her mom put an arm around Izzy's shoulders and squeezed. "Just goes to show, it's never too late to find love." Izzy looked at the bride, hoping her mom didn't smell the whiskey on her breath. Someone like Jackie Tanner would never understand why anyone might need a little something to help them through a difficult time. The woman had never lacked confidence. "She's beautiful. I helped pick out the dress. What do you think?" The white material of the simple gown flowed with every movement. One side was strapless while the other had a row of ruched fabric roses lining the wide strip over her shoulder. The skirt stopped just at the ankle, making it perfect for the dancing to come later. And it suited Vivian more than any other she'd tried on. "You picked it out?" Izzy looked at her mother, hesitating to answer. Maybe she had been wrong about the dress being the right one for Vivi. "Yeah. You don't like it?" "No, it's perfect. It just doesn't look like something you would choose." Oh. She got it now. She was being measured and judged. Again. Normally, it didn't bother her. Her sharp tongue could deliver a cutting remark that would put the judgmental person in their place. But this was her mom. Exceptions were made when it came to family, so she kept her mouth closed this time. Her back stiffened when her mother's gaze traveled down the length of the dress she wore. "Did you pick this one out too?" Izzy's dress was made in the exact style of Vivian's, except hers was coral and the hem stopped just above the knee. When she'd helped pick out the dresses, Izzy had put her own sense of style aside and focused on what she thought her sister would want instead. It was Vivian's day, after all. Yes. Brace yourself, she thought. I love it. You should wear stuff like this more often. And this color looks good on you. Izzy didn't need a translator to know what her mom really meant. Even with one bare shoulder and a shortened hemline, this dress was conservative compared to what she usually wore. Her mom's remark was meant as a hint as to how she should dress. Vivi's new roommate, Felicity Sutton, held up 5 fingers and had somehow forced her mousy voice to rise above the drone. 5 minutes, y'all. As much as Izzy didn't like the woman, she was glad for the interruption. Careful not to breathe out, she kissed her mother's cheek. "I'll see you out there in the sanctuary." Just saying the words caused the twisting sensation to return in her gut. She lifted the plastic straw up to her lips and took in another long draw. "You can do this. The ceremony will be over in minutes." Pretend you're somewhere else. The mental pep talk didn't help. It might do better to pretend she was someone else. She didn't belong here. Vivian's daughter, Amy, was the last to leave the Sunday school room they were using as a dressing room. Pregnancy had already given her a belly, causing her to lean slightly as she gave her mom a hug. "Mama, I'm so proud of you for doing this. I know y'all will be happy together. Beau is a good guy." "Yeah, one of the few left on the planet," she thought. "I know. It'll be great." Vivi patted Amy on the cheek. "Could you do me a favor? Make sure your papa knows it's time. I'll be heading to the vestibule right behind you." Vivian looked about 2 minutes from falling apart. Izzy took her by the hands, hoping to offer her reassurance. "Are you nervous?" "Yes. I know this is right. I know God means for me to be with Beau. But after..." She didn't need to finish that statement. Her first marriage had been a disaster. Cold feet were to be expected. Izzy rubbed her thumbs across the backs of Vivi's hands. "He is no Craig. You couldn't ask for better than Beau. But if you decided to back out, I made sure my Mustang didn't get blocked in. I can have you out of here in no time at all." Vivi smiled and shook her head. Izzy was only half joking, and they both knew it. But she also knew Vivi wouldn't take her up on the offer. Once she made it up in her mind that God told her to do something, no one could convince her to veer from that path. Despite the fact that Izzy didn't trust God with her own future, she admired Vivian's faith. A knock sounded on the door just before their dad stuck his head through. "There's my 2 girls. Are you ready for this?" "No." Vivian met their father across the room and gave him a hug. He put his arm around her and smiled at Izzy. At 70 years old, Holden Tanner still looked good in his uniform. He had served in the army for 20 years before becoming a mail carrier. He and their mother had moved to Colorado after he retired 5 years ago, making it easier for Izzy to ignore their disappointment in how her life had turned out. They were headed for the door when Vivian pivoted to look at her, panic coloring her features. "The flowers. And do you have the ring?" Izzy hurried across the room to retrieve the bouquets. It was a wonder that Vivian hadn't picked someone else to be her maid of honor. Any one of her friends would have been better suited for the job. She checked to make sure Beau's ring was still tied to her bouquet. She could just picture the thing slipping from her fingers and rolling out of sight beneath one of the pews when it came time to hand it over. "Don't screw this up, Izzy." Her gaze caught on her gaudy cup of courage. It was tempting to take one more swig, but if she did, it might become obvious that she'd been drinking. Her limbs were already beginning to feel like rubber. She handed Vivian her bouquet and then followed the 2 of them into the vestibule. Felicity peeked out at them as soon as they arrived. She motioned for Izzy to come forward and then opened the door wider. "This is happening too quickly. I'm not ready." It became harder to take in a decent breath as panic set in. She could hear her own heartbeat. "Why does it have to be in a church? Are you okay?" She looked at Vivian, and the concern she saw there set everything right again. She could do this for her sister. A nod of her head was all she could give due to the tightening of her throat. Izzy took a couple of steps into the sanctuary. She scanned the front of the church trying to find a focal point. Anything besides the preacher. "Whatever you do, don't look at him." Beau looked past her, no doubt trying to catch his first glimpse of Vivian in her wedding dress. Then her eyes locked with the groomsmen. Of all the people Vivian had become involved with here in Walden Beach, Izzy felt most comfortable around Beau's son, Gabe. Even though he claimed to be a Christian, with his tattoos and motorcycle, he seemed like her kind of people. He and his girlfriend had just announced that they were expecting their second child together, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry to march down the aisle. Izzy breathed a sigh of relief. She had made it to the front of the church without stumbling or throwing up. The vows were said, and she handed off the ring without dropping it. If she could just make it back out of the sanctuary, she'd be home free. Her nerves were as frayed as her favorite pair of Levi's, minus the comfort. but she had gotten through the worst of it. Now to the reception. Izzy unscrewed the lid of her cup and dumped the watered-down contents at the edge of the parking lot. No drinking and driving for her. She'd get a refill once she got to the beach. But not too much. She wouldn't lose control in front of her family. The warmth of the mid-September sun had heated the interior of her car to a toasty level. For now, it felt like a wonderful embrace, chasing away the chill of being in church. However, the sun was on its way down, and she'd soon be hunting for something warmer to wear. Shouldn't be a problem since Beau's place was right down the beach from where she and the rest of her family were staying. She relaxed back in her seat and pulled her phone from the small purse she'd bought to match the dress. No missed calls. Only one text message from Cade. Tonight? He had gotten way too casual about asking for what he wanted. It was time to end things between them. She shook her head and deleted the text. There wasn't really anything to end. If she ignored him enough, he'd go away. That's the way it worked with guys like him. Her thumb hovered over Holden's name for only a few seconds before she convinced herself that it was okay to call. After all, he managed her restaurant. She had every right to call him for an update. Hello? Hey, Holden. Izzy, I thought you'd be at a wedding right about now. What's up? Her family were the only ones who called her Izzy. Everyone else in Bethel Ridge knew her as Blaze, but Holden refused to call her that. When he'd first come to work for her 3 years ago, he called her Elizabeth. It was only after meeting Vivian that he shortened it to her childhood nickname. The wedding's over now. I'm about to head to the reception. How did things go today? Same as always. There was a long pause before he spoke again. You know I'd call if something came up, right? Her shoulders slumped. I know. I just wanted to hear your voice, she thought, but only said, thought I'd check in. Everything's fine. I'll see you when you get back. Good night, Izzy. Good night. After ending the call, she let her hand drop down to her lap. Thinking about, talking to, Holden Armstrong was her one guilty pleasure. He was too wholesome for her, and there'd never be more than a working relationship with him. But it didn't hurt to occasionally imagine what could be. The parking lot had almost emptied out in the little bit of time it had taken to make that call. She should already be at the reception. But there'd have to be a stop at the store on the way. She was almost out of cherry Coke.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Holden tried to concentrate on the words, tried to give them meaning every time he said the rote prayer, but sometimes they were just words. Sometimes his mind wandered, pondering how he got to this point. Alcohol had taken his grandfather's life when Holden was only 15 years old. He'd sworn the stuff would never touch his lips. Yet, when life had knocked him flat, when he'd felt like he had nothing left to live for, the first thing he'd done was reach for the bottle. Beyond stupid. He'd only had one relapse since he sobered up 3 years ago, and he was still kicking himself for that too. You can't change the past. He'd heard it before and knew it to be true. You had to ask for forgiveness and move on. But knowing a thing wasn't the same as doing it. A bump against his arm pulled Holden from his musings. He watched as Mac stood from the seat beside him and quietly made his way to the front of the room. Mac Ferguson was a regular for breakfast at the restaurant and had felt like a kindred spirit from the first time they met 3 months ago. Holden had been a little surprised when he'd shown up at a meeting last week. If he shared his story tonight, it would be Holden's first time hearing it. The shell-shocked look on Mac's face was easy to recognize. The first time was always the hardest. Holden leaned forward in his seat. He mentally encouraged his friend. Come on, buddy, you can do this. I know it's hard, but if you can get past those first few words. My name is Mac Ferguson, and I'm an alcoholic. It's been 2 years, 3 months, and 2 days since the last time I had anything to drink, but that's only because I spent 2 of those years in prison. He stopped speaking and looked around the room as if hoping someone else would tell him what to say next. His hands gripped the edges of the podium like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Last week was my first meeting since I got out. He paused again, ran a hand over his brown hair, and looked down at the podium for a few seconds before starting again. I thought I was okay, that after being sober for over 2 years I had this thing licked. But the temptation just keeps growing, and, he shook his head. I don't ever want to go back to that place again. No one said anything. Some nodded their heads and smiled, not because of his situation, but because everyone there could relate to it. Holden half expected Mac to end his speech right there. It wasn't uncommon for a person's story to come out in spurts over the course of several meetings, but he started talking again, strength and conviction growing with each word coming out of his mouth. It's not just about me not wanting to go back to prison. You see, the last time I got drunk, I got behind the wheel of a car. I caused an accident. A little girl was hurt, could have been killed because of me. It was a stupid move on my part, and I can't let it happen again. Holden's back hit the back of his chair like someone had shoved him. When Mac said he'd spent 2 years in prison, Holden had suspected a DUI charge as the reason. But when he said the part about the little girl, he swallowed hard as his stomach rolled. He had begun thinking of Mac as a friend, but how could he be friends with him knowing he had put someone's child in danger? Not after. He braced himself against the onslaught of memories and the raw emotions that came with them. Mac's story had nothing to do with what happened. This has nothing to do with you. Lord, it's been almost 4 years now. Why does it still hurt like it happened yesterday? Holden didn't look at Mac as he made his way back to his seat. He couldn't. Not until he got everything under control. But he could feel the man's eyes on him. Could Mac sense his judgment? Lord knows he had no right to judge, but how could anyone justify getting behind the wheel of a vehicle while drinking? He'd at least had that much sense during the year he'd wasted in a bottle. As soon as the meeting ended, Mac stood and quickly made his way to the back and out the door. A blanket of guilt settled over Holden. He knew how hard it was to stand up for the first time. Instead of offering support, he'd poured out judgment, and as fast as Mac had jetted out of the building, he'd obviously felt it. Holden stayed in his seat until he saw Elijah coming toward him. Sadness and, no doubt, disappointment shone in his dark brown eyes. Everyone had heard Holden's story before, but Elijah was probably the only one who knew how he still fought the bitterness from taking control. He made a motion for Holden to join him in the aisle. He and his wife, Sheba, had been running the restaurant for years before Izzy Tanner bought it, turned the back room into a bar, and renamed it Blaze's Bar and Barbecue. When Elijah had suggested that Holden come work there almost 3 years ago, he'd had reservations about working in a bar. Elijah had assured him that he wouldn't have to deal with the bar at all since he would manage the morning shift and keep up with the bookkeeping. Elijah slapped him on the back as they headed for the exit. I think I have time for a cup of coffee before I have to pick Sheba up from the ladies' meeting at church. Why don't you join me? Holden only nodded. He knew the drill. They would talk. His friend and mentor would tell him again about how he should give his bitterness over to God. Holden would agree with him because he knew there was truth behind his words. And he would put forth his best effort to take that advice. Who knew, maybe this talk would be the one to finally sink in.
Izzy absent-mindedly swirled the thin straw around in her bourbon and cherry coke as she looked out at the few couples still swaying on the dance floor. This nightclub was more on the swanky side with flashing lights and a DJ. She'd tried to bring class to her own business, but all she seemed to attract were the roughnecks, and they had destroyed the place on more than one occasion. Her own bar was closed on Sundays, partly because her business would be slow anyway, and the other part was to pacify Sheba, Elijah, and Holden. If they had their way, she'd shut down the bar altogether and turn it into a shrine. Not really. They were all Christians, but they were not fanatical. Sometimes it felt like everyone around her was on fire for Jesus, as Sheba would say. Everyone she cared about anyway. How she managed to get through last week without being preached at by someone in her family, she didn't know. Once she had gotten past the wedding ceremony, Izzy had actually enjoyed herself. Miracle of miracles. She took a small sip of her drink. Maybe that's what was wrong with her. The week of the wedding had been a blur of activity. She'd spent this week catching up at work, followed by a quiet weekend. You're not lonely, you're just bored, she thought. This empty feeling happened every time there was a lull in activity. That's why she liked to keep busy. And it had been 2 weeks since her last date. Izzy let her gaze roam around the room. The bar would be closing soon, so pickings were slim. She should have come earlier. Her body stiffened as a hand slid around her waist. She glanced over her shoulder to see who had invaded her space. Cade. She had been ignoring his calls and texts for a week now. Did the man not have brains enough to get a clue? His hand slid around to her stomach as he leaned in with his chest pressed against her back and spoke close to her ear. Hey, baby. Why didn't you let me know you were going to be here tonight? I would have come sooner. His breath smelled sour and he swayed a little as he held on to her. He had obviously been at it for a while now, probably hopping from one bar to the next, looking for someone to spend the night with. She glanced to the side without looking directly at him. Did I invite you to put your hands on me? Cade laughed and rubbed his hand from her stomach to her side, then back again. In this dress, you sorta did. The contents of her stomach curdled. She'd heard words similar to this the first time someone had put his hands on her uninvited. You were asking for it. Just look at what you're wearing. She squeezed her eyes, closed with the memory. True, there wasn't much to the sequined halter dress she had on tonight. It hung low in the front and even lower in the back. And that was all she wore, unless you counted the matching silver heels. Still, what she chose to wear didn't equal consent, then or now. Izzy pried his hand from her waist and shoved it away along with the memory. She didn't need this in her life right now. Stop touching me. Oh come on, Blaze, don't be that way. You act like you don't know me. Just because we've hung out a few times, doesn't mean we know each other. And it doesn't mean you can put your hands on me uninvited. I've tried. You've been ignoring my texts and phone calls. How can I get to know you better if you won't talk to me? He pushed her hair away from her neck, then wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Come on. Let's go somewhere quiet so we can talk. He held his hands up as in surrender. Just talk. Yeah, right. He hadn't been texting and calling for the sake of conversation or even friendship, but at least she knew what she was getting with Cade. She let out a breath and her body relaxed a little. Maybe she was lonely. And he was familiar, comfortable. Safe. Izzy carried her drink over to the blanket spread out on the floor. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting uneven squares of light all around her. If she turned on the overhead light, someone might think the bar was open for business, and she couldn't deal with that right now. Just lifting the glass to her lips zapped what little energy she had left, but oddly the bourbon didn't relax her nerves like she'd hoped. She never wanted to see Cade again. She hadn't slept much since the last time they were together. 4 days with no rest. Every time she closed her eyes, memories from the distant past assaulted her peace of mind. Cade had stirred this nightmare. He reminded her of someone she once knew. Someone she needed to forget. And she definitely regretted taking him back to her place. Now she couldn't even step foot into her own bedroom. A new bed set had been ordered. She had plans to rearrange the furniture too. Maybe then things could get back to normal. Well, normal for her anyway. Her eyes squeezed shut. Why do men have to be such scumbags? She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. She knew not all men were like that, but at least in her world the good ones were few. Elijah treated her like his beloved child. He and Sheba had been so good to her. Elijah would never hurt her, and he wouldn't put up with anyone else doing it either. Then there was her own father. They weren't that close and didn't see each other often, but he had never done anything to hurt her. Not really. Who else? There were a few others, like Beau and his son, that she would guess to be good guys, but she had no actual proof. That was it. What about Holden? She couldn't explain it, but Holden made her feel safe. For one thing, he had never come on to her. He'd had plenty of chances. And she didn't think it had anything to do with lack of attraction. It was as if he lived by some kind of ethical code that he refused to break. She'd trust him with her life, and if she had a daughter, she'd trust Holden with her as well. Izzy turned her head, listening for a sound coming from another part of the building. Her already stretched nerves tightened and her insides quaked. She eased to a standing position and tiptoed to the bar. According to the clock behind the counter, it was 4 in the morning. She let go of the breath she'd been holding. That explained the noise she heard. Holden came in at this time every morning. She was never sure why he came in so far in advance of the crew. Just thinking about him being there had her body weighing down as if her limbs were filled with lead, like it knew it was okay to rest in his presence. She pictured the couch in his office. Even if he made noise that kept her awake, at least she could relax with him there. She grabbed her blanket from the floor and headed that way.
Holden looked out toward the eastern horizon as he unlocked the door of the restaurant. This late in September only a hint of light could be seen there. Early morning had always been his favorite time of day. In a flash, the image of Dahlia popped into his thoughts, sitting out on the patio beside him quietly talking as they sipped coffee and watched the sun come up. These simple memories of the life they'd shared were always both warm and suffocating at the same time. He closed his eyes, trying to take in every nuance of her features. But the lines of her body were fuzzy, her face a blur. They had been married for 11 years and had dated for 4 before that. He shouldn't have to look at a photo to remember. Her features should be emblazoned clearly in his mind. You have work to do and this isn't a good way to start the day. If he allowed it, the guilt would turn to pity, and pity would spiral down into the deep hole of depression. Holden stepped into the pitch-dark room and locked the door behind him. He took sure steps toward his office. No need to feel his way around, not as long as Sheba ran the kitchen. No one would even think of placing something where it didn't belong. He flipped the switch just inside the office door, illuminating the one part of the building that was mostly his domain. The first time he'd seen the sparsely furnished room it had reminded him of the coach's office at his old high school. The only thing missing was the locker room aroma and the stack of worn equipment in the corner. In his former life, he'd worked his way up the corporate ladder to a lavish corner office with a high-rise view of the city of Charlotte. This office didn't even have a view of the woods flanking this side of the building. Instead of a desk made of mahogany, this Army-Navy surplus store find was dented metal painted the drab olive color used by the military. An old couch sat along the back wall. Holden pulled his Bible from the tote bag he carried along with his study guide and notebook. Almost every morning started out the same. 30 minutes of study and prayer, then he would get things started in the kitchen just before the staff showed up. He liked to read through the main verses and then the reference verses before reading the commentary to find the path of his own thoughts first. Today's focus was on Romans 1 verses 19 to 20. From what he took away from the verses, there was no excuse for anyone to deny God's existence. According to Psalm 19 verse 1, the heavens and earth displayed his handiwork. He remembered the discovery of an indigenous tribe in a remote area in South America. It was thought that they'd never had contact with civilization. According to these verses, even they should have been able to acknowledge a greater being, even if they had no knowledge of Christ. All thoughts fled with a shuffling sound echoing through the kitchen. It was too early for any of the staff to show up. Holden swiveled toward the open door, but it was impossible to see with the light coming from overhead making the room next door appear darker. The outline of a body coming toward him registered just a half-second before he recognized Izzy. Her platinum hair stood up at odd angles and she wore pajamas with a large floral print that covered from wrist to ankle. A pair of blue socks covered her feet. Based on how she normally dressed, he was surprised she owned anything like this. She had a wadded-up blanket trapped beneath her arm. Holden. Her raspy voice sounded tired, and somehow conveyed fear. Izzy, are you all right? Yeah. Don't let anybody mess with me, okay? Without waiting for an answer, Izzy shuffled past him, fanned the blanket out across the couch and then crawled in, pulling the covers up to her chin. Her breathing seemed to even out in sleep almost immediately. A multitude of questions flitted through his mind. Seeing her here like this was beyond strange. Was she drunk, or maybe sleepwalking? Sleepwalking would indicate that she had been asleep somewhere else in the building, but the most logical place to fall asleep was right where she had just landed. Why wasn't she sleeping in her own bed? And what had she meant by "don't let anybody mess with me"? He returned his attention back to his Bible to reread the verses he'd just read, but the wonderment from moments ago was gone. His focus kept returning to Izzy. Pray for her. Hadn't he been praying for her? If anyone needed it, Izzy Tanner did. God knew all about her lifestyle, and he was the only one who could fix her. Holden had prayed for her, but right now it felt like God was asking him for something more. It probably wasn't a good idea for him to allow her to take up too much space in his own head. They say kids and drunks were the most honest people on the planet. Every time Izzy got drunk and he was around, the professionalism between them flew out the window. This is my child. Pray for her. Goosebumps ran down his arms. Thinking of Izzy as God's child put a different spin on things. Elijah and Sheba had taken her on as their own, treating her like family before Holden ever came on the scene. They probably thought of Izzy in this way, but he certainly hadn't. Is that what God asked of him? He stared at the back of her head. This is someone's child. His own daughter could have grown up to be just like Izzy. Would he have loved her any less if she had? No. He didn't even have to think that through. As long as Izzy still had breath in her body, she still had a chance to turn to God. This time when he prayed for her, it was without judgment. Like he would want someone to pray for her if she belonged to him. When the time came for him to get the kitchen going, he flipped off the light and eased the office door shut behind him. He began preheating the ovens and got the coffee going. As the staff filed in and the workday began, he became aware of just how much noise went on in the kitchen. It couldn't be helped, though. Other than giving the order for the staff to stay out of his office, he let them go on about their business. The morning progressed in the usual fashion. He'd peeked in on Izzy once and she hadn't stirred. Late in the morning he returned from his final walk around the dining room to find Sheba standing in the kitchen, wooden spoon in hand. She walked around with it all the time but never used it for anything other than to point at something. Elijah called it the Queen's scepter. Holden's mom had used one on his behind on more than one occasion, and he wondered if Sheba had ever used one in the same way. With one hand on her hip, Sheba used the other to point her spoon at Holden. Just the man I wanted to see. I was told nobody's allowed in the office. What you hidin' in there, Holden? She came and stood beside him, the top of her head barely reaching his shoulder. He glanced around the kitchen. Everyone was either cleaning or preparing food for the next shift, but he had no doubt they were all tuned in to the conversation. It didn't matter. Sooner or later Izzy was going to have to come out, in all her pajama-clad, no makeup glory. He leaned slightly closer to Sheba. Izzy came in early this morning wearing pajamas and went to sleep on the couch. She told me not to let anyone mess with her. Sheba pursed her lips and shook her head. Lord, please help that child. Indeed. It was almost time for him to leave. He thought about asking Sheba if she would wake her, but remembering Izzy's request not to let anybody mess with her, it didn't seem right for anyone else to go in there. I'm going to wake her and let her know it's time for me to go. I'll let you know if she plans to keep sleeping. Be careful in there. You're probably going to scare the daylights out of her. Be prepared in case she comes out fightin'. He hesitated. Maybe it would be better if Sheba did it. Surely she hadn't been talking about Sheba when she said the thing about someone messing with her. Sheba pointed at the office door with her spoon. Go on now. I'll be right here if you need me. Holden eased the door open. The room was as dark as the inside of a cave, but he could barely make out Izzy's form stretched out on the couch. Izzy. No answer. He walked to the desk and fumbled around until he found the switch for the lamp. Izzy was wrapped up in the blanket like a burrito with only her stark blonde hair peeking out. He leaned over, placed his hand on her shoulder and gently shook her. Izzy, it's almost time for me to leave. No. Please don't touch me. Please. Her whimper sounded like that of a little girl. Chill bumps ran up his arms and he jerked his hand away. He raised his voice. Izzy, it's me, Holden. You need to wake up. She fought her way out of the covers and in an instant was standing beside the couch breathing like she had just run a race. She stared at him for a few seconds and then sat back down on the couch and grabbed her head. Holden, I thought you were someone else. Who? Izzy always seemed so self-assured. Who had made her feel like this? Whoever it was, Holden didn't want to be associated with them. My shift is about to end. I didn't know if you wanted to continue sleeping. I'm sure Sheba would look out for you if you do. Her eyes widened as she looked up at him. I slept through the whole shift. He nodded. Is there anything I can get you before I go? Something to eat maybe? Izzy looked down and ran her hand across her stomach. I'll eat when I get home. Could you bring my car around to this side? I can't go through the restaurant looking like this. Where is it? Out back, near the bar entrance. I think I left my keys on the bar. At least I hope I did. I'll be right back. He'd never known Izzy to drink and drive. Hopefully she would never start. Holden stepped out the back door with his keys in hand. He needed a moment to take in the fresh air and uninterrupted time to speak to God. Dear Lord, I don't know what's going on with Izzy, but you do. I've never seen her this vulnerable. Please use whatever's going on to bring her closer to you. And Lord, please keep her safe. If need be, use me to help her. Above all, your will be done.
Izzy stopped just inside the bar and took in the party going on within. People laughing, dancing, having a good time, exactly what she needed. It had been 2 weeks since she'd been anywhere besides work and home. 2 weeks of avoiding Cade, ignoring his texts, and receiving notifications of his attempted calls being blocked. She had driven an hour to reach the north side of Charlotte just so she wouldn't run into him tonight. The bar was celebrating Columbus Day of all things. Izzy had never considered celebrating the holiday in her own bar, but maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Sometimes people just needed an excuse to let loose and have a good time. The bartender sported a Christopher Columbus costume, complete with the funny-looking hat. I doubt Ansley would go for that, she thought. Ansley Mitchell had to be the best thing to happen to Blazes since the bar opened 8 years ago. Before she began tending bar, the back room of Izzy's restaurant had been wrecked by rowdy patrons on more than one occasion. Though part of the credit for keeping the peace probably went to Ansley's boyfriend, Neil. In exchange for free beer, he hung out there every night to keep an eye on things. A fair exchange as far as Izzy was concerned. Let me tell you about tonight's specials. The bartender winked at her as he leaned closer to be heard over the drone of the crowd. The Pinta is basically a strawberry margarita. The Nina is a gin and tonic with a slice of blood orange. And the Santa Maria is a Spanish sangria. What's your fancy? Ugh. Gin was not her favorite and the only fruit she wanted to taste in her drink was cherry. The citrusy drinks made her stomach burn. I'll just take a bourbon and cherry coke, heavy on the bourbon please, and make it a double. She always made this request when someone else made her drink. Most bars like this one watered down their alcohol. Coming right up. She slid her credit card across the counter as he handed her a tall glass. Start me up a tab, please. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Tanner. Call me Blaze. Blaze, I like that. He handed the card back and nodded toward the drink in front of her. Let me know when you're ready for another one. Using her straw as a stirrer, Izzy pushed the 2 cherries to the bottom of the glass. Her mouth watered just thinking about taking that first sip. A long draw through the straw burned the back of her throat. The drinks here weren't as watered down as expected. Better go easy. Her objective tonight was to have fun, not to get drunk.
Your phone is ringing. Holden's head came off his pillow with a jerk as the thought registered. His heart sprinting, he almost dropped his cell phone as he swiped to answer. Hello. This is Race Ingram, bartender at Pete's Bar in Charlotte. Did he just say his name is Race? Holden pulled the phone back just enough to see Izzy's name on the display. He sat up on the side of his bed, trying to focus. I have an Elizabeth Tanner here. Izzy could be heard hollering in the background. I told you my name is Blaze. The bartender started speaking again, telling what Holden had already figured out for himself. She's pretty intoxicated, and she asked me to call you to come get her. He knew all about Pete's bar. Back when he'd first started drinking and still cared about his friends and colleagues finding out, he used to hang out there. It was seedier than the bars any of his acquaintances at the time would have frequented. It'll take me about an hour to get there. Is that okay? We close in 45 minutes, but I'll still be here. Just knock on the door when you get here. Do you need the address? No, I know where it is. Thanks for calling me. I'll be there as soon as I can. Holden glanced at the clock as he grabbed his jeans and thermal Henley from the floor beside the bed. 1:18, he would need someone to go with him to drive Izzy's car back, otherwise it would mean another trip through Charlotte tomorrow. Elijah would go in a heartbeat, but he was no spring chicken and Holden hated to wake him. Taver. That's who he'd call. No one could fault the man for his enthusiasm for the cause. He'd handed out cards with his name and number to everyone at last week's AA meeting, letting them know that if trouble arose, they could call him. His commitment to the program was about to be tested. Hello. His voice sounded as groggy as Holden's had a few minutes ago. Taver, this is Holden Armstrong. A friend of mine needs to be picked up from a bar on the other side of Charlotte. I'm going to get her, but I wondered if you'd ride with me to bring her car back. Sure thing. You have my address. I'll be ready when you get here. He sounded almost excited now. Holden had slipped on his coat and walked out to his silver Yukon by the time the call ended. He pulled up in front of Taver's apartment less than 5 minutes later, and the man came sprinting out before he could put it in park. Taver did most of the talking as they rode through Charlotte and Holden let him. Other than their prior alcohol abuse, they had almost nothing in common. Only a few cars dotted the parking lot of the closed bar by the time they got there. He pulled in beside Izzy's Mustang, and they both got out. The driver's side door was unlocked, and Izzy's keys were under the mat, just as he predicted. One of these days her car would go missing. He blew out a breath as he tossed the keys to Taver. Go ahead and take it back to your place. I'll make arrangements to pick it up later. Taver whistled as he ran his fingers across the car's white paint. Nice car. Yeah, too bad it's a convertible, huh? I don't mind it. Holden chuckled as he reached for his wallet and pulled out a 20, offering it to Taver. I'm sure there's enough gas to get you back to Bethel Ridge, but just in case. He held a hand up. Nah, man, that ain't necessary. Do you know how many times someone came to my rescue before I came to my senses and gave it up? This one's on me. Thanks, man. As soon as Taver started the Mustang and eased out of the parking lot, Holden headed for the front door of the bar. A man wearing a funny-looking costume stood on the other side of the glass waiting to let him in. You must be Holden. At his nod, the man held the door for him to walk through. Izzy stood in the middle of the room, her eyes closed as she swayed to the music still piping through the speakers. She turned and looked at him when the door clicked shut behind him. Holden. She walked over to him in her bare feet and wrapped her arms around his neck. Did you come to take me home? She wobbled, and he automatically wrapped his arm around her waist to steady her. A jolt ran up his arm at the touch of his hand on her bare back. She wore these backless halter tops all summer, but he'd have thought she'd opt for something warmer in October. Izzy, where's your coat? She leaned her face closer to his. Call me Blaze. Blaze sounded like a stripper name. He would not call her Blaze. We need to get out of here so they can close up. Where are your things? Did you bring a coat or purse? How about shoes? Nope. Everything you see is everything you get. She giggled and then kissed him, her lips making a loud smacking sound. Holden grabbed her by the arms and held her away from him. Are you sure you weren't wearing shoes when you came in here? Nope. The bartender held up a pair of spiked heels. I believe these are hers, but I didn't see a coat or purse when she came in. I just need one of y'all to sign out on her tab before you leave. How much does she owe? Holden raised his eyebrows at the paltry amount the guy named. Is that all? Some guy kept her supplied in drinks all night. I'm sure he hoped for something in return, but your girl refused him. You better hold on to her, she's a good one. There was so much wrong with what he had said, but Holden didn't try to correct him. Izzy held onto his arm as he made his way to the bar to sign her receipt. Did you hear that, Holden? I'm a good girl. Hey, make sure you add a big tip for my friend. She picked up a glass from the bar with about a half a cup of amber liquid in the bottom of it and drank it down. Great. He had no problem with adding a generous tip. The guy deserved it for having to put up with this. He slipped his jacket off and tried to put it around Izzy's shoulders, but she shrugged it off and let it slide to the floor. Fine. She probably had enough alcohol in her to keep her warm until they got to the truck anyway. After putting his jacket back on, he grabbed her heels and led her out the door. Holden, I like you. He sighed. I know you do. Don't you like me too? Yeah. Better when you're sober, he thought. He tried the passenger door of his Yukon and found it locked. As he dug around in his pants pocket for the keys, Izzy snuggled into his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist between his coat and shirt. She was no doubt feeling the cold now. Suddenly her mouth was on his, giving more than the childish peck from earlier. In a moment of weakness, Holden gave in to the kiss for a few glorious moments. He drew her closer, taking in the taste of bourbon mixed with a hint of cherry coke. It was then that he came to his senses and pulled away from her. You're testing my faith. Well, you're in good company. Because mine left me a long time ago. 27 years ago, to be exact. She would have been around 12 years old back then. She had referenced this time in her life before, probably more often than she realized. Any other time, he would try to puzzle it out, but not tonight. Not with her too drunk to remember, and not after that kiss. Izzy jerked at the sound of the beep from his key fob as he unlocked the door. She didn't look at him or say anything else as he helped her in and strapped the seatbelt around her. Holden stopped at the back of the vehicle to say a little prayer. It was always the cherry coke that did it. Like a nudge from God telling him to stop. He didn't want to go down this road. Not again.
Why've you been moping around here all week like somebody died or something? The tightness around Sheba's dark eyes and mouth as she stood there staring straight at her was a clear indication to Izzy that she had no intention of letting the question go unanswered. Izzy broke eye contact as she gathered up the bacon strips she had just sliced and laid them into the plastic container on the counter. The meat had come straight from Elijah's smokehouse, and the smoky scent permeated the air around them. From the corner of her eyes, she could see that Sheba still stood there looking at her, one hand fisting her ever-present wooden spoon propped on her hip. Might as well give her something. Otherwise, she won't leave you alone. Did Holden tell you he had to come get me from a bar in Charlotte the other night? Now you know he didn't. That man don't go around telling other people's business. One of the things I like about him. But it does explain things. You always get that guilty feeling when that happens. I do not feel guilty. Ashamed for the way she had thrown herself at him, maybe, but there was no reason to feel guilty. Okay. Sheba looked steadily into Izzy's face without expression, as if she fully accepted her lack of guilty feelings. Yeah, right. I shouldn't have called him, that's all. I could have gotten a ride with someone else. In fact, there was a guy at the bar who bought most of my drinks. He'd wanted to take me home. Said he lived nearby. I could have spent the night at his place and would have been fine to drive home the next morning. Izzy couldn't say why she said stuff like this to Sheba. Maybe she hoped it goaded her into leaving the subject of guilt alone. So why didn't you? This was the equivalent of Sheba calling her bluff, and they both knew it. She couldn't admit it was because of fear. Fear that the nightmares and the anxiety would return. Fear that what Sheba thought of her lifestyle was true. Izzy huffed and shook her head. Who was she kidding? After living like she did, and then coming on to someone like Holden, that alone made her a bad person. To her shame, he always acted like nothing happened, like he hadn't kissed her back. No doubt, he thought her too drunk to remember. But she remembered. Every detail. Izzy glanced at Sheba again as she fitted the lid over the container. Stubborn woman. I don't feel guilty. I don't. You already said that. I just won't call Holden again. It makes things too awkward. So who are you gonna call next time? Why couldn't she just leave it alone? I don't know. I'll figure something out even if I have to sleep it off in my car, but you have my word. I won't get behind the wheel drunk, but I won't call Holden either. Sheba tapped Izzy lightly on the arm with her spoon. You call me. I don't care what time of day or night, me or Elijah will come get you. You hear? Izzy nodded even though she knew she never would. I don't know why you care so much. Her face heated. She had thought it many times, but had never meant for the words to pass through her lips. Her hands gripped the container in front of her, ready to place it in the refrigerator when Sheba's hand on her forearm halted her steps. The look of compassion showing in her ebony eyes unnerved Izzy. It was the same look she got from her parents and from her sister. But they were family. They would love her regardless. Probably. Sheba hadn't known her that long. They had nothing in common outside this restaurant. What had she done to win this woman's care for her well-being? Nothing. Blaze, I know you don't like hearing this, but God put you into my life for a reason. She tapped her fingers against her chest. He filled my heart with a love and concern for you. And to let you down would be to let my Lord down. Now you know I don't want to be doing that. She patted Izzy's arm. So if you ever find yourself in some kind of way where I can help, don't you hesitate to call me.
Only an hour after opening on Saturday, and the restaurant was packed. Holden grabbed 2 full carafes of coffee and headed out into the dining room. He went around topping off customers' coffee cups, greeting the ones he knew by name, and introducing himself to the ones he didn't. Courteousness went a long way in this business. He insisted on it from his own staff and tried to promote the idea to the evening workers too. Though, admittedly, the seedier crowd that showed up here on Friday and Saturday nights made it a little harder to be nice. He blamed the bar. Customers poured in during the last hour of business, only ordering enough to hold their place at a table as they waited for the bar to open. Tips were poor or non-existent and the staff had to stay later than usual to clean up. Holden had talked to Izzy about all of this, and it had fallen on deaf ears. She accused him of wanting to shut down the bar because of his own problems with alcohol. She had a point, but it was a small one. From a manager's point of view, the bar was costing her money. That was the point she needed to be concerned with, but she refused to see reason. The thing that really had him baffled was her need to go to a bar on the other side of Charlotte when she owned one right here. She had been avoiding him since last weekend too. If she was that ashamed of her lifestyle, why didn't she give it up? You know it isn't easy, he thought. Yeah, he knew. The only thing he could do was give it to God and be ready to go get her every time she called. Because not picking her up when she needed it was not an option. As he moved on to the next table, his thoughts slammed shut and his steps faltered. Mac Ferguson sat there with 2 other guys he recognized from AA. They hadn't seen each other in almost a month, not since that AA meeting when Mac stood up for the first time. Mac glanced up at Holden, his smile turning to a look of uncertainty. Holden smiled and hurried his steps, hoping to dispel that look. Can I interest anyone in a refill? He held up one half-empty carafe and then the other. I have regular and decaf here. All 3 pushed their cups toward him. He greeted each one by name as he poured the hot liquid. Octavius, what's up? We're headed to that big meeting in Rock Hill. Why don't you go with us? Wish I could, but I've got work to do. I'll be at the regular meeting on Monday night, though. He moved on to the next cup. Mac, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I've been helping out on second shift at the mill. Doesn't leave much time for socializing. That explained why he hadn't seen him. Holden relaxed a little as he moved on to the next cup. Staying straight, Lonnie? You know it. Lonnie brought the steaming cup right up to his mouth and took a drink like it wasn't hot at all. Have you been practicing for the Highland Games? It'll be here before you know it. That's in November, right? Lonnie nodded. The 12th. I'll be ready. Holden enjoyed the games, but he wasn't as serious about it as Lonnie. He doubted anyone else was either. The man had a practice yard behind his house and was known to hold private competitions. Highland Games? What's that? Octavius' dark eyes swung from Lonnie up to Holden. Every year Bethel Ridge holds a Scottish-Irish festival in honor of the first settlers in this area. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. An exaggerated smirk sounded from Octavius' mouth. A bunch of white men dressed in skirts and throwing rocks at each other. Is that the festival you're talking about? Lonnie laughed good-naturedly, but his face turned almost as red as his hair. Hey now, it's only a skirt if you wear something under it. His eyebrows wiggled up and down. Actually, most of us wear biker shorts underneath. Holden sure did, but Lonnie was known to go without when he had the scrimmages at his place. You should try it out anyway. It takes more strength to hurl one of those rocks than you'd think. You'd probably be good at it. Octavius laughed. Me in a kilt? I don't think so. Lonnie slapped his hand down on the table. If Samuel L. Jackson wears a kilt, you shouldn't have any qualms about wearing one either. Samuel L. Jackson? In a kilt? A waitress came along with their food, allowing Holden to back away from their table. After wishing them a good day, he moved on to the next customers. It still bothered him that Mac's drunk driving had caused harm, but this was something they each needed to work out on their own. Holden knew he had a problem. He knew he needed to forgive the guy who took away his family. The guy had only been a teenager at the time. It was an accident. Forgiving was the right thing to do. He'd heard every argument, had mulled them over in his head time after time, but it hadn't changed his heart. Lord, all I can do is give it to you. Help me to forgive. Grant me a little of your mercy.
Izzy, baby. Her whole body shuddered. Bile rose up into her throat as she jerked around to face Cade. Stop calling me that. His dark brows bunched together. Well, that's your name. What do you want me to call you? Calm down, Izzy, she told herself. You're in a public place. The man was like a cockroach, unwanted and hard to get rid of. She couldn't even grab a bite to eat without running into him. How did he always find her? Was he tracking her somehow? Cade took a step closer, trapping her against the bar with his hand on her waist. She grabbed his wrist and shoved it away. Stop touching me. He took a step back, his whole face flushed with anger. What is wrong with you? Heat flooded her chest and moved up the sides of her face. She could see how her actions would come off as odd, but she couldn't help it. Her breathing slowed as she tried to calm herself. We are not friends. We aren't anything to each other. I think I've made myself perfectly clear that I don't want anything else to do with you, so just leave me alone. He stepped back into her space and placed his hand on the side of her face. Oh, Izzy, don't be like that. The lady asked you to leave her alone. I suggest you do just that unless you'd like to take a trip to the county jail for harassment. Izzy glanced at the man sitting on the bar stool next to hers. She had been the only one sitting at the bar eating until he sat down beside her. They hadn't spoken to one another. She had found his high-dollar suit intimidating. No telling what he had thought of her. With the spectacle she and Cade were putting on, the man probably felt justified in whatever judgment he assumed. Cade sneered at the man as he questioned what business he had with what went on between him and Izzy, his colorful language probably adding to the image of them being trash. Would the man be surprised to find out that she was a business owner? She doubted he'd be the least bit impressed at this point. Pearson Vanderfeld, attorney. Cade straightened, giving Izzy some much-needed space. He stood there staring at the man for a moment before his gaze settled back on her. You don't want anything else to do with me, fine. You don't have to tell me twice. I'm out of here. Imbecile. She waited until Cade walked out the door of the restaurant before turning to the man beside her. Thanks. He smiled, the overbearing look from before disappeared. He was very attractive, with his dark hair slicked back, his beard and mustache trimmed close to his face. She glanced at his left hand resting on the bar. No ring or tan line. If there had been, her interest would have fizzled immediately. She had a hard rule against dating married men. Izzy guessed him to be younger than her by at least a couple of years, not that it mattered. I'm sorry you had to witness that, but I appreciate you stepping in. Maybe he'll leave me alone now. His smile widened, revealing straight, even teeth. I hope he got the picture, but I can see why he'd be reluctant to let you go. She recognized the look of appreciation he gave her. He was flirting, and Izzy soaked it up. It had been a while since she had attracted a sophisticated man. It would be nice to date someone with style for a change, someone who knew how to treat her with respect. She smiled over the rim of her glass before taking a drink, keeping eye contact the whole time. So, if you don't mind me asking, what is your name? Because I know better than to call you Izzy. Elizabeth. This wasn't the type of man you introduced yourself to as Blaze. She held out her hand. Elizabeth Tanner. Nice to meet you, Pearson. He took her hand and didn't let go. Call me Pierce.
Happy birthday, Dahlia. Holden pulled the faded silk flowers from the headstone's flower vase and pushed the new arrangement firmly in place. The russet and gold-colored chrysanthemums reflected the world around him. Fall had been Dahlia's favorite time of year. He rearranged some of the stems to fill in a thin spot. It used to be the flowers didn't have time to fade before being replaced. Logically, it made sense that his visits would lessen over time, but it felt like a sad excuse in this moment. He pulled weeds that had crept over the edge of Dahlia's stone and then used a brush to sweep away the dirt. He swiped his hand across the smooth marble. Cold to the touch. Images of the day she died flashed in rapid succession through his mind and he pushed them away. This wasn't the time to think about that day. Right or wrong, Holden had learned to control his thoughts when he came here. Otherwise despair would overcome him, driving his urge to drink. He sat back on the ground and let his arms rest against his knees as he searched his mind for just the right memory. It took a moment, but he settled on one particular birthday memory. Do you remember the year we found out you were pregnant with Kristen? It was a couple of days before you turned 29. Or was it 30? No, it was definitely 29. He remembered she had said that if they didn't have a baby by the time she turned 30, they would sell everything they owned and travel the world like a couple of gypsies. He knew she hadn't meant it. Wow, that was 11 years ago. He shook his head. Where had the time gone? You were so excited. You decided it would be our little secret until we visited our parents that Christmas. A quiet chuckle released from his throat at the memory. I never thought you'd hold out that long. Thought for sure you would spill the news when they called that night to wish you a happy birthday. He had made reservations at that fancy restaurant in Charlotte. What was the name of it? Holden couldn't remember, but it didn't matter. The important part was remembering the look on her face. As if she overflowed with happiness. He had felt it too. They'd had a good life together, which made his current situation seem like a horror show in comparison. That wasn't exactly true. His life was okay now. But just okay. Nothing more. Lord, that isn't right. According to your word, you want us to live life more abundantly. Help me to have that again. Help me to even want it. His fingertips traced over each letter of his wife's name. You once told me that if God would grant you a child, you wouldn't ask him for anything else. He cleared his throat, trying to rein in his emotions, but his voice broke when he uttered his next words. He did, and she never left your side. She's right there with you, isn't she? And I'm here. Alone. Holden looked at the headstone right next to Dahlia's. She had been laid to rest beside that very child she had longed for, the one whom she had doted on, the one whose ending date was the same. In some ways it still didn't seem real. He closed his eyes and let out a long, slow breath. Happy birthday in heaven, sweetheart. Give Kristen a hug from me. I love you both. He picked up the brush and discarded flowers as he stood. He said one last prayer before heading to his truck. Maybe it would be a good idea if he went to a meeting tonight. Shiloh had their meeting on Thursday nights. It wasn't that far from Bethel Ridge, just the next town over. A lot of people hit both meetings every week. He didn't usually, but it might not hurt to be around people who fought the exact same demon as him. Today would have been my wife's 40th birthday if a drunk driver hadn't taken her life and the life of my daughter. Holden kept his gaze moving as he looked out at the sober faces in the room, trying not to land on anyone who may have been guilty of drinking and driving. He knew several in the room who had. One in particular that he couldn't quit thinking about. A little girl had been hurt because of Mac Ferguson. One not unlike his own. God, why couldn't Dahlia and Kristen have only been injured in that accident? Why did they have to die? He had been asking that question for almost 4 years now and was no closer to knowing the answer. The first thing I did after finding out what happened was hit the bottle. It was as if I had been asked to choose sides, to choose between my family and the evil that took them away from me. I chose the wrong side. He looked down at the podium in front of him, tired of trying to hide the judgment he felt for everyone in the room including himself. Just like so many others, he had put that bottle to his lips the first time because he had wanted to forget, for only a little while, a little relief. But every time he sobered up, the grief was still just as fresh as the day he lost them. Drinking didn't help. Alcohol would never make the problems of this world disappear. Others stood up here and talked about how their drinking had ruined their lives. His had already been ruined by alcohol before he started drinking. Sure, he'd lost his big-time corporate position and all the friends he'd had before that time in his life, but honestly, it didn't feel like that big of a loss, all things considered. And I'm still fighting against that choice. That's why I'm here. That's why I need these meetings. That's why we all need each other's support. Everyone clapped as Holden took his seat. His voice had gained strength with those last few sentences, but he wasn't feeling it. At this point in his recovery, he should be motivating people who were just beginning to fight. People like Mac. Lord, why am I not there? I'm stuck. Why can't I move forward? I need help, Lord. I can't do this on my own. This prayer had been his mantra for a while now, but it never seemed to get past the ceiling above him. He trusted God, knew he could fix this. So why wasn't he?
Not again. Izzy viewed the destruction around her. Scattered Halloween decorations, tables overturned, splintered bits of chairs everywhere, and broken glass swimming in pools of booze. Her bartender, Ansley, sported a shell-shocked look as she pressed an ice pack to the side of her face. Part of that look could be because her bouncer/boyfriend had been taken away in the back seat of a police cruiser. I don't understand how things turned so bad, so fast. Everything was fine when I left. Izzy started to push her fingers through her hair, but the ton of hairspray she'd used halted her progress. Dressed like Sandy in the final scene of the musical, Grease, probably looked ridiculous right now, but she couldn't care less. She had been pleased with how the night had gone. Up until now. Halloween was a big moneymaker for every bar, with plenty of competition to attract customers away from hers. There had been a good crowd here tonight, with profits enough to make up for the last time this happened. But this changed everything. At around 1 o'clock, the crowd had thinned out to the regulars. Things had quietened down enough for her to head home. She had just pulled into her drive when the call came in, and she hightailed it back here. What a disaster. Ma'am, here's a report of the incident for your records. Izzy stared at the officer. Did he think that flimsy piece of paper was going to help somehow? She'd filed a claim the first time this had happened but was told that too many of these, and she'd be looking for another agency to go along with a skyrocketing premium. She took the report and thanked the officer. It wasn't his fault. Best to stay on the good side of the local police anyway. She folded the paper in half, running her fingernails across the fold several times. Within a few moments, only she and Ansley remained. Ansley tossed the ice pack in the sink behind the bar and turned to Izzy. Well, I need to go bail Neil out. Izzy had been the one to bail him out the last time things had gotten out of control. But tonight, he started it. someone had grabbed Ansley up and kissed her. Instead of escorting the man out the door, Neil had beat him to a pulp while the rest of the crowd chose sides and fought it out. His actions had sent one of her customers out of here in an ambulance. She wasn't bailing him out this time. Okay. I'll let you know when the bar reopens. Ansley snatched her purse from beneath the bar and made fast tracks out of the building with a tight lip and her head held high. Izzy wondered if she'd ever see her again, but it might be a moot point if she couldn't find the funds to fix this mess. She walked over to one of the few chairs left and sat down. She propped her elbows on her knees and covered her face with her hands. It would be so nice not to have to figure this out on her own. Holden would come up with a solution in a minute if this happened in the restaurant, but he refused to help with anything concerning the bar. Pierce came to mind, but she couldn't call him. For one thing, she had never involved a boyfriend in her business. The support would be nice, but she'd never give control up to any man. And they had only been dating for a couple of weeks. She wasn't even sure she should be calling him her boyfriend. They had met a few times for lunch, but hadn't even been on an official date yet. Besides, he couldn't come even if she asked. He missed the party tonight so he could take his kids trick-or-treating, since his ex-wife couldn't be bothered to do it. He and the kids were probably in bed asleep by now. He said he would have invited her to go with them, but it was too soon for him to introduce them to her. And Izzy didn't think she was ready anyway. She wasn't sure how she felt about getting serious with someone who had a ready-made family and an ex-wife to stir up trouble. Thinking about Pierce is not going to solve your problems. Focus. She had already looked at cutting corners in the restaurant to save money, but short of offering a subpar menu, that part of the business was already as tight as it could go. And as Holden pointed out, she would lose the customers she had if the food standards were lowered. There was one idea she had been knocking around. The only reason she hadn't implemented it before was because just the mention of opening on Sundays had caused an uproar. But she was the boss. It would take her a few days to work out the details and to get the bar back in working order. She would make the announcement then, and if anyone didn't like it, they could quit.
Holden had expected Izzy to call a meeting. Every time the bar was destroyed, she called him and Sheba in to brainstorm ways to increase revenue. It never led to anything. There were no viable cuts to be made in the restaurant part of the business, and he had given up on trying to talk her into closing the bar a long time ago. It being Monday, Blazes was closed. They sat at a table out in the dining room with Izzy on one side and him and Sheba across from her. Elijah sat on the end next to his wife. Technically, he wasn't a restaurant employee. The smokehouse business belonged to him. He rented the space from Izzy and was free to sell his smoked meat outside of what he sold to her, as long as he didn't use the same recipe. It didn't matter that he wasn't on the payroll. He and Sheba seemed to be a packaged deal. Every other time a meeting was called like this, Izzy always looked defeated. Not today. He told himself he was being irrational, but Holden dreaded hearing what she had to say. He had an eerie feeling he wouldn't like it. That now familiar nudge to pray for her settled over him, so he said a quick one just before she began speaking. I've made a decision. I know none of you will approve, but keep in mind, this is my business. That didn't bode well. Whatever decision had been made, she hadn't consulted anyone now sitting at the table. But Holden had been suspicious all week. Izzy had been coming in earlier than usual and pulling aside several of his employees for a private conversation. No one said what they were about, and he hadn't asked, but things had felt a little off all week. When customers leave the bar here on Fridays and Saturdays, most of them head straight to the all-night diner down the street. That's money that could be going into our pockets, money we need in order to stay in business. Sheba was already shaking her head. I already told you, I'm not working on Sundays. She pointed to the wall that connected the bar to the restaurant. If you want to hold on to more of your money, close down that devil's den you got going on back there so decent folks will want to dine here. Elijah didn't speak, he only reached for Sheba's hand. That was all the communication he needed to calm his wife. Izzy pursed her lips and folded her arms across her chest. Don't worry. I'm not going to ask either of you to work on Sunday. You've already made it clear how you feel about the subject. Somehow that didn't put Holden's mind at ease. Just to start us off, we'll be opening at 3 on Saturday mornings instead of 6. That way when people leave the bar, they can come straight here for breakfast. I've talked to my bar staff and the morning crew. Some of them are happy to come in a little early since it will give them more daylight hours at home. She made it sound like she was doing everyone a favor. For Holden, that would mean coming in at least 30 minutes ahead of time to have things ready for customers, and that would be pushing it. Yet every protest that came to mind stuck in his throat. Holden, I've talked to Waylon and he's agreed to manage the extra hours. I'll need your help rearranging everyone's schedule so I'm not stuck paying time and a half. Waylon was the morning cook. He managed things when Holden took time off. This would mean someone else would have to cook during his absence. Which meant Holden would have to rearrange the rest of his staff to accommodate. It also meant that at times they would be short-staffed. Her extra 3 hours had knocked the whole schedule off kilter. He wanted to protest but he couldn't. From a business point of view, he supposed it made sense. Holden leaned forward and rested his forearms on the table. We can do this. When did you want to start? Sheba's head jerked around toward him and a sound of protest left her lips. She obviously thought he would fight Izzy on this. Izzy let out a slow breath and her shoulders dropped. This coming Saturday. I'll start working on the schedule today. Thanks, Holden. She smiled and unfolded her arms, letting them rest on the table. For the next phase, I'll have to hire more staff before we can open on Sundays. She held up one hand. I know y'all don't agree with people coming in on Sundays, but not everyone thinks that way. I see churchgoers eating out all the time before and after church. That's not the point, Blaze. Sheba pointed across the table and Holden wondered if she missed the feel of a spoon in her hand. Sunday's supposed to be a day of rest. How are your employees supposed to rest and have time to worship if they're in here workin'? Izzy refolded her arms across her chest. What about the ones who consider Saturday to be the Sabbath? Obviously she'd given this a lot of thought. When Sheba didn't answer, Izzy went on with her speech. Look, I'm not going to force anyone to work on the weekend. That's why I'm asking ahead of time. She ripped a page from the notepad in front of her and handed it across the table to Holden. Here's a list of people willing to come in early on Saturdays. We'll start there. It didn't take long to scan the short list. This wouldn't be enough to cover the job and some of these were not his most reliable. He suspected half the list were ones who probably planned to go straight from the bar to their morning shift. This is not going to be good. How long is it going to take Izzy to realize that?
This is going to work. It has to. So many unexpected things had cropped up in opposition to Izzy's plan to open earlier on Saturdays that she began to wonder if some divine force was working against her. But Holden had helped her work it all out. Hopefully he would be just as accommodating when it came time to open on Sundays. She hadn't factored in that the kitchen help would need to get things going before customers showed up. She also hadn't known that Holden had already asked Waylon to manage the last part of the morning shift the same Saturday her plan would go into effect. Something about a local festival Holden would be participating in that day, but he had fixed it by agreeing to come in at 2 a.m. Guilt twinged her conscience for a quick minute until she realized he had volunteered. Not to mention the fact that Ansley had not called or come by for the last week while the bar had been closed. Izzy had been totally prepared to tend bar tonight when the girl came dragging in 10 minutes before opening. She didn't look happy, but at least she had showed up. Izzy hadn't asked about Neil and Ansley hadn't volunteered the information, but rumor had it he might serve time over what happened. To show how much she believed in her plan, and maybe a little to assuage her guilt, Izzy decided to stay until the bar closed and help out in the dining room that morning. But, oh boy, she was feeling every one of her 39 years. Why did I wear these 4-inch, spiked heels tonight of all nights? No matter, a day at the spa would set everything right. They needed a good turnout, not only to assure everyone this was the right move for her business, but also to make up for the destruction of her bar. She had hit yard sales and an auction to find enough mismatched furniture to fill out the room, but it was a temporary fix at best. The stuff her business could afford right now wasn't in the best of shape. At a couple of minutes to 3, Izzy opened the door leading from the bar to the restaurant that had only been used by staff before now. She peeked in to find that the lights were on. One of the waitstaff smiled at her and gave a thumbs up. Izzy turned back to the bar crowd. The bar is closed for the night. We'd love it if you joined us for breakfast in the dining room, though. Otherwise, it's good night until tomorrow. Technically that would be tonight, not tomorrow, but it was easier saying it this way. About a third of the small crowd headed out the door toward the parking lot. The ones left would be enough for a start. And more would come in from the front as the morning progressed. It might take a while for word of the new hours to get around, but it would. Business would only increase from here. Izzy was sure of it. It might even increase bar customers, once people realized they could go from the bar straight to breakfast. She headed to the kitchen to grab a notepad so she could help take orders. The sight of Holden standing there in a kilt stopped her short of entering. She'd never seen anyone wearing one before, and if asked, she would have said they were girly. Wrong. So wrong. Izzy took a slow, unsteady breath in and blew it out through pursed lips. He had on hiking shoes with a pair of black knee socks stretched tight over bulging calf muscles. The plaid in his kilt was made up of dark gray and olive with a thin line of red woven through. And he had topped it off with a black t-shirt with the restaurant's logo. She pinched her lips together and swallowed the moisture collecting in her mouth. Her gaze locked with his and Holden smiled at her. Izzy's knees felt like rubber, and it had nothing to do with the hours she'd spent walking around on spiked heels. What are you wearing? It's a kilt. Duh. I mean, why are you wearing a kilt? His laughter came out shaky and unsure. You probably think I look ridiculous wearing it to work, but the Highland Games are later today. I hope to draw some interest for the event, maybe get more people to show up. Not ridiculous. Definitely not ridiculous. She never would have thought a man wearing a kilt could look so hot. And she could easily picture him as an ancient warrior like in the movie Braveheart. I just came for, He's blushing. She stood there staring at Holden like a love-struck teenager, and he was blushing. Izzy tore her gaze away to look past him into the kitchen. Her thoughts finally cleared enough for her to remember why she came in here. I need a notepad so I can take orders. Holden reached past her to the counter and grabbed a pad to hand to her. The spicy amber scent of his cologne enveloped her, causing her stomach to tighten. If he knew the thoughts running through her head right now, Saint Holden wouldn't come near her. Except, he came around when she was drunk. She remembered the feel of his lips on hers, his hands on her waist. Those moments of bliss just before he came to his senses and pulled away from her. What would he do if she tried it sober? He's too good for you, she thought, and you never go after the good guys, remember? Thanks, Holden. Pushing the wayward thoughts from her head, Izzy took the notepad and pen and headed back toward the dining room. The two waitresses who'd agreed to work this morning were already at the drink station preparing orders. Good. She could see if anyone was ready to order their food. Faster service would increase the chances of return customers. Kendra turned to look at Izzy as she held a glass under the stream of soda coming from the dispenser. The scowl on the girl's face could curdle milk. Maybe mornings weren't her thing, but she had volunteered for this. Still in high school, Kendra mostly worked weekends. She jumped at the opportunity for extra hours. The girl better get her act together. Liven up, ladies. We want to keep the customers happy. Izzy didn't have time to deal with teenage angst. If Kendra's attitude didn't change, she'd pull her aside for a little talk later. She stepped up to the first table and lifted her order pad, her pen poised to write. Y'all ready to order? Yeah, I'll have Blaze's bonus breakfast. Grits or hash browns? Grits. How do you want your eggs? Scrambled. Izzy wrote it all down and took the man's menu. She looked expectantly at the lady sitting across from him. The woman wavered in her seat as she stared at the menu. While she waited for a decision, Izzy looked around the dining room to see how things were going. Kendra stood next to one of the tables at the back, notepad in hand to take down the customer's order. She still didn't look happy. As soon as everyone's order was taken, Izzy was going to have a talk with her. Just then a man's hand snaked out from the booth and wrapped around Kendra's hip. She jerked away and stomped past Izzy, either on her way to the kitchen or out the door. There was no telling after what just happened. "Do y'all serve liver mush?" Izzy jerked around to look at the inebriated woman in front of her. "Yes. I want a liver mush and egg sandwich. On toast or a bun?" The woman stared at her with a wrinkled brow. "Come on," she thought. "This is not a hard question. I need to fix what just happened. Toast. Do you want mayo?" She nodded, and Izzy took her menu and told them it would be right out. On her way to the back of the dining room, she handed the ticket to Dana, the other waitress on duty, and asked her to turn it in. Izzy stepped up to the table where the man with the wandering hand sat. She propped a hand on her hip. "Eddie, I should have known it was you." The man with the red, bulbous nose smiled up at her. "Blaze. How about you and me skipping breakfast and head on to my place?" He laughed like he'd just told a colossal joke. Izzy smiled but didn't respond to his suggestion. "I think you might have upset my waitress. What have I told you about those grabby hands of yours?" I didn't mean anything by it. Eddie, that girl's just a kid. She's still in high school." The guy sitting at the table started teasing him and making lewd remarks that were best ignored. "How was I supposed to know? What are you doing letting a kid work in a place like this anyway?" The question stung. She was about to remind him that this wasn't the bar when Holden's deep voice rang out from behind her. "The fact that she's a kid is an issue, but it isn't the only one. I will not allow any of our employees to be sexually harassed. If it happens again, I'll have the police here to escort you to your new home at the county jail." She jerked her head around to look at Holden. A vein pulsed in his neck below a jaw that looked as if it had been chiseled from granite. And if looks could kill, Eddie would be wearing a toe tag before the sun came up. "You ain't got to tell me twice. I'm out of here." Eddie slid from the booth, giving Holden a menacing look as he passed by. The other guys at the table, along with the ones at the table next to them who had been listening, got up and headed for the front. Holden followed in their wake, kilt swaying and shoulders squared as if headed into battle. "No, wait, don't go." Izzy's protests fell on deaf ears. She hurried after them but stopped protesting when she realized they had gained the attention of every patron in the restaurant. She nearly collided with Holden's broad back when he stopped at the kitchen's entrance and watched until the front door closed behind the last one leaving. Izzy followed him through the kitchen toward the office. She had a bone to pick with him, and he wasn't going to like it. Kendra looked up from where she buttered toast. The accusing look on her face gave Izzy pause, but she brushed it off. The girl didn't have the experience to deal with someone like Eddie. If she had, none of this would have happened. She slammed the office door and Holden whipped around to look at her, the menacing glare still in place. "It'll take more than a look to scare me. How dare you threaten one of my customers like that?" "How could I not? He's lucky I didn't skip the threat and have charges brought against him." "Holden, that is not how you treat a customer. I'd think you'd know that by now. Stuff like that happens all the time. A more mature waitress would have known how to handle it." He took a step closer, which brought him right up to her. The tender look in his blue eyes confused her. "Is that what you think, Izzy? You think it's the woman's place to handle it? That the man can't be faulted in a situation like this? Is that what you believe?" Her gaze dropped down to the restaurant's logo on his shirt. He had made it personal, but it was her business at stake here. "That's not the point. I can't afford to have you running my customers off. I had already handled the situation before you came barreling through. You do realize that I own the place, right? This is my restaurant. Fire me then." All the air seemed to leave her lungs with his challenge. He took a couple of steps away and then turned back toward her. I will not tolerate any woman being treated that way under my watch. If that doesn't work for you, then send me out the door. I won't compromise on this, Izzy. She couldn't even swallow, her mouth was so dry. Is that what you want? It seemed to take forever for him to answer. No, not really. He rubbed a hand around the back of his neck and looked down at the floor. How can you not see this? That last part seemed to be more to himself than to her. She wanted to feel relieved over his no, but the not really wouldn't allow it. She could replace him as an employee, but the thought left her feeling empty. There would never be anything between them, but somehow having him here, his wholesomeness, something about him gave her hope. Something she couldn't even explain to herself. What if? She looked up when Holden started talking again. He shook his head as if he had changed his mind, then his face lit up. What if it had happened to your niece? Would you feel the same way if that guy had grabbed Amy that way? Would you think it was okay then? It felt as if a rock had landed in her stomach and was trying to make its way back up. Why did he have to ask it like that? She shook her head, unable to answer the question. Not because she didn't know the answer, she would never want someone forcing their unwanted attention on her niece like that, but because it was incriminating. And it brought to mind things better left alone. Look, I'm not making excuses for him, but Eddie had obviously been drinking. He had just come from the bar. That kind of behavior is going to happen when people have been drinking. But there are better ways to handle it. Just let me take care of it from now on. And no more teenagers working the early shift. I only want experienced waitresses out there when the bar first closes. At least until they get enough food in them to soak up the booze. He sat down in the swivel chair at the desk, looking defeated. She waited a few minutes for him to say something, hoping he would agree, but nothing came of it. Finally, she opened the office door and walked out, hating herself for caring what Holden Armstrong thought about her.
Holden mindlessly twisted his torso, stretching the muscles in one arm and then the other in preparation for the next event. How could Izzy think it's okay for a man to put his hands on a woman uninvited, and a teenager at that? What is wrong with her? 6 hours later and he still couldn't push this morning's encounter from his mind. The look on Kandra's face when she'd told him what happened had been enough to make him want to pummel the man. All he could think was, what if it had been Kristen? He had almost asked Izzy that question, but it wouldn't have meant anything to her. So he had replaced her with someone dear to Izzy, her niece. The thought hadn't seemed to bother her. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the metal ring of the 56-pound weight and lifted it from the ground. He usually did better in the lighter, 28-pound weight hammer throw competition, but he always gave this one his best effort. It was all for the fun of it anyway. Right. Fun hadn't factored in for him so far. Izzy had said she wasn't making excuses for the idiot, but that's exactly what she'd done. Worse, she had laid the blame on Kandra for her age and lack of experience. He almost walked out on the job at that very moment. It wasn't the first time he'd had to fight the urge, but every time he prayed about it, he felt the conviction that God wanted him to stay. Holden let the weight swing back and forth a couple of times before he began spinning. He didn't keep count of how many turns he made. When the time felt right, he let go. The steel ball arced across the field, landed with a thud, and then bounced a couple of times. So distracted by his inner turmoil, Holden had no concept of how well he'd done until the crowd started cheering. As the officials measured his distance, Lonnie came over and slapped him on the back. Well, somebody's been practicing. Good throw. Holden couldn't help but note the lack of enthusiasm on Lonnie's face as he looked out across the field with his brows drawn. This was the one event where Lonnie Prater ruled. He had held Bethel Ridge's record for longest throw for the past 7 years. I've done nothing other than beefing up my normal workout over the last couple of weeks. I haven't thrown a weight since the end of summer at your place. Octavius stepped up to the other side of Lonnie. What's the matter, you worried he's going to beat your record? If you'd have let me enter, I would have blown your score out of the water. He looked at Holden. He told me a novice shouldn't enter this one, that I needed to work up to it. Then I find out that he's just worried about his little record. He probably had a point. It was true that a person could get hurt and never having seen it done before may have been a hindrance, but Octavius was in good shape. He obviously worked out. There was no excuse for not encouraging him to try, even if he hadn't learned the proper technique yet. The buzzing sound of the official's megaphone coming on got everyone's attention. 39 feet, 5 inches thrown by Holden Armstrong. Folks, he just broke the record for this event by 10 inches. Cheers went up. Octavius could barely speak for laughing, but he congratulated Holden and told Lonnie it served him right. The determined look never left Lonnie's face. Yeah, well, I've got 2 more throws coming my way, so don't expect it to stick. Holden had 2 more throws too, but he doubted he'd ever do better than that distance. It wasn't practice that had given him the strength to throw that far, it had taken pure anger. Anger that had now drained away. He and Octavius stepped to the side of the field while Lonnie took his next turn. Holden pointed to the other man's kilt made of black denim. I thought you said no to wearing a kilt. Hey, I make this look good. And if old Sam Jackson can rock one, I knew I could do it better. Holden smiled as they sat down to watch Lonnie's throw. Huh. This was the first light moment he'd felt since arriving here. The day had turned out beautiful, sun shining and temperatures in the 60s. He was surrounded by friends, participating in a sport he enjoyed. Yet, he had let what happened at the restaurant that morning color his attitude. Sure, it had helped him get a record-breaking score, but he hadn't even been able to enjoy it. Just because God meant for him to stay at his job, didn't mean he wanted Holden to be miserable. He needed to let things like that go as soon as it happened, or he'd end up going right back to the bottle. Did you hear about Mac having a setback? Holden looked at Octavius and shook his head. Some of his old friends showed up, pressuring him into drinking, pressure he didn't need. Mac went on a 2-week bender. He's straight now, but he hasn't started back to meetings yet. Is Lonnie his sponsor? No, that would be Elijah Burris. Elijah hadn't mentioned Mac since their talk after he confessed to injuring the little girl while drinking and driving. Elijah had been after Holden to become a sponsor for the last year at least. Until he could look more objectively at people like Mac, he didn't feel qualified for the position. Lonnie's throw was a foot shy of Holden's new record and his next one wasn't much better. He could tell it bothered Lonnie, but he handled it graciously, and after the games were finished, he bought Holden supper. Even better than scoring big on the field, being able to let go of what happened that morning and have a good time with friends was the true blessing of the day.
The nightmares were back. Izzy hadn't had a decent night's sleep since her argument with Holden. And worry hounded her waking hours, which didn't help. What if he quit? She didn't want to lose him. No, the restaurant couldn't afford to lose him. Except, her nightmares hadn't been about Holden. They were more in line with what happened between Eddie and Kendra. She had been wrong to blame the girl. Guilt had brought on these nightmares. Nothing more. It didn't matter. She had glorious plans for this weekend. Plans that would set everything right. Pierce's ex-wife had the kids for the next couple of weeks. They were finally going to have a real date. She was taking Saturday off and would be spending it with him. In preparation, Izzy had treated herself to a full spa experience. The massage and facial had her skin glowing. Her nails now sported a fresh French manicure. The last thing on her list of pampering was to get her hair cut and colored. Then she was going shopping for new outfits. Turning her head from side to side, she looked at her reflection in the mirror that covered the entire wall. Her hair had inched shorter and shorter in an attempt to get rid of the damage caused by the peroxide, but she had kept using it because it was easier for her to do touch-ups at home. But dating a man like Pierce, she needed a more sophisticated style. Izzy looked at her hairdresser's reflection. I think we need to go a little darker, more blonde than bleached. And I'd like to let it grow out some. Frankie's eyes lit up as she ran her fingers through Izzy's hair. After I color it, I'll give it a trim to get rid of most of the damage on the ends, and then I have this conditioner that is out of this world fabulous. You're going to love it when I'm done. She'd been trying to get Izzy to go darker for years and was always going on about highlights and lowlights. It had all sounded like a way to get more money to her, but today Izzy didn't care. She could cut back somewhere else in her budget. Besides, she looked at this as an investment of sorts. No telling how things could end up with Pierce. He could be the one to go the distance. It would be nice to have someone she could experience life with. Someone she could depend on. What about the kids? She wouldn't even make a good mama to a pet turtle, let alone humans. Well, if it came to that, she wouldn't be their mother. They already had one of those, and even though Izzy had never met the woman, she couldn't be too good of a person if she couldn't even get custody of her own kids. Pierce said she would be visiting with her family for a couple of weeks. That's the only reason he agreed to let her travel out of state with them. He would see them to the airport in Charlotte, and his ex-father-in-law was picking them up from the airport in Florida. Who knows, if she ended up being a part of their lives, it might be an improvement. She leaned back in the chair and allowed her muscles to relax. There was no need getting worked up over something that might never be an issue. Why was she even contemplating marriage in the first place? Sure, the thought had occurred to her before in some vague sort of way, but she'd never come close to walking down the aisle. This day and age, most people were living together instead of tying the knot. It made more sense to her. It gave you an easy way out if things went wrong. But with 3 kids to think about, she had a feeling Pierce wouldn't go for that. This is his idea of a date? An art exhibit wasn't what she'd had in mind when Pierce said he was taking her somewhere sophisticated. He introduced her around to his colleagues from work. And their girlfriends, all who looked like they were barely out of high school. Weren't any of these men married? No doubt, they were all divorcees like Pierce. Birds of a feather and all that. On that note, Izzy imagined herself as a cardinal among crows. She was the only one in the whole building wearing red. If black was the dress code, Pierce should have said something. No matter, she didn't mind being the odd one out, and the smile on his face said he didn't mind either. Izzy looked at the latest painting they were inspecting as weird comments floated back and forth among the men about brush strokes and the feeling the color choices invoked. It looked like something a toddler could have painted to her. And judging by the price, she was clearly in the wrong business. Pierce stepped back from among the men to where she stood and put his hand on her waist. "What do you think?" She smiled at him. "It's beautiful. Are you planning to add to your collection?" "I don't have much of a collection. Maybe after the kids are grown." He laughed. "My life and billfold are wrapped around them for now. I just came out tonight because I hardly ever get to do things that I know the kids wouldn't enjoy. Plus, it's good to mingle with people from work outside of the job. You know?" Izzy nodded, trying to keep her smile intact even as she felt the muscles around her face tighten. This was their first date. She'd hoped he would be as excited about it as she had been. Excited enough to make it about them instead of about work. "Are you having a good time?" She nodded again. Another lie, but she consoled herself that they were going out to eat after this and then back to his place. She wouldn't let this one stop along the way to what was sure to be a great weekend ruin her good time. A man walked over with a tray full of fluted glasses of champagne. Pierce grabbed 2 glasses and handed one to her before rejoining his colleagues. She thought maybe after a couple of these, this art stuff might become more appealing. "That red dress is a bold choice. I love it. You remind me of Julia Roberts' character in Pretty Woman. Of course, I wasn't even born when it came out, but I did see it once on Netflix." The look of disdain on the girl's face assured Izzy that she had not meant it as a compliment. "Thank you." Izzy let her bored gaze drop down to the hem of the girl's black dress and then back up again. "The little black dress is so cliché, don't you think? I like the one you're wearing, by the way. Did you sneak it from your mama's closet?" The girl's mouth gaped open. That's right, she thought. I had the mean girl act down to a science when you were still just a gleam in your daddy's eye. You little snot. Izzy didn't wait for her reply. She took a sip of her champagne and walked on to the next painting. She made her way on around the room, not really seeing the artwork in front of her. I'm so tired of everything. Feeling like I don't belong. Tired of feeling lonely in a room filled with people. Of not having someone to depend on. Someone I can love who loves me back. She tried to retract that last thought. An independent woman who lived by her own rules shouldn't need anyone. But the feeling remained. The guy with the tray of drinks came back around, and she traded her empty glass for a full one. Izzy stepped inside the door of a smaller room connected to the main exhibit. This one had works made of cloth and other fibers. She'd never seen anything like it before. Now this is interesting. Her steps slowed as she studied the intricate detail of each piece. Fabric woven, stitched, even torn so the rough edges became part of the design, drawing the eye. For the first time tonight, she was viewing art that she felt not just anyone could create. One piece of quilted art stopped her. The ragged edges of black and red evoked emotion in her like none of the other pieces had. In the right-hand corner were bits of vibrant blues and greens. It gave her the impression that something terrible, something angry had taken over and drained the life out of what once was. The only thing holding the remains of that life back was the bound, right-hand corner of the quilt. Her face went slack, the fake smile forgotten. Deep-seated sadness settled into her very core as she studied the piece. Her gaze finally fell to the small label beside the quilt. Innocence stolen. Her eyes burned with unshed tears. Izzy turned the fluted glass up and downed its contents. She walked on around the perimeter of the room, careful not to look at any more of the displays as she got her emotions under control. There you are. Pierce stepped closer, running his hand around her waist and pulling her to his side. What are you doing in here alone? Are you ready to get out of here? She smiled up at him. Only if you are. Izzy had suspected that Pierce was rich. Now she knew it to be true. If the silver Porsche he drove tonight hadn't given it away, the mansion they just pulled up to sure did. Before she could take in all the details, they were pulling into a smaller third garage door off to the side of the normal two-car one. She waited for him to come around and open her car door. Izzy took his hand and stepped out. He kissed her and then grabbed her overnight bag from the back. After taking her hand again, Pierce led her through the side door that led out into the larger garage. The sedan he drove back and forth to work was parked there, the space beside it empty. She supposed that space used to belong to his wife and briefly wondered what she drove. Probably nothing like Izzy's Mustang convertible. Pierce punched a code into the panel next to the door and then opened it, motioning for her to enter first. There was just enough lighting overhead for her to make out the kitchen. The door closed behind her and Pierce leaned into her from behind, kissing her on the neck. I'll give you a tour in the morning, but I promise we won't be spending any time in here. Izzy told her body to relax. She tried capturing the mood to go along with his actions, but she wasn't feeling it yet. This is what you've wanted since y'all met. Isn't it? He grabbed her hand and led her through the dimly lit house. She didn't even try to take in her surroundings. He was right. She could see it all tomorrow. It wasn't until they started up the stairs that part of the decor registered enough for her to take notice. Enough to completely halt her steps. Track lighting highlighted family pictures marching up at an angle in line with the stair rail. The display captured the same faces at different ages, making it hard to tell how old they were now. Pierce hadn't talked much about his family. How old are your kids? He sighed as he pointed from over her shoulder. That's Gracie, she's 10. And Ian, who is 7. Then Jacob, the baby, is 5. Izzy stared at the woman in a family portrait that included Pierce and the kids. She looked like the average soccer mom, happy in her domestic life, nothing like the deranged person Pierce had described. I keep pictures of the ex up for the sake of the kids. He turned her to face him, placing a kiss on her lips. Do you really want to stand here looking at pictures, or are you ready to head upstairs with me? She had been so ready for this weekend. Time alone with him is what she had longed for since they first met. But now. Her shoulders dropped with a heavy sigh. It had been a bad week. Add that to the way she'd felt at the art gallery and it had her off-kilter. Like things weren't right when there was nothing wrong. It would pass. She just needed to take control of the situation. So despite the ominous feeling in the pit of her stomach, Izzy followed him up the stairs.
What are you doing here on a Monday morning? You do know this is your day off, right? White fogged Elijah's breath as he smiled and slapped Holden on the back. A cold front had come through overnight, leaving behind a frosty glaze over the grass that would burn away as soon as the sun was all the way up. Since we've been a little short-handed lately, I've fallen behind on my paperwork. Yeah, I know all about it. I bet you do, he thought. Holden hadn't said a word to Elijah about how Izzy's plan of opening earlier on Saturdays had wreaked havoc on scheduling for the whole week, but would bet Sheba had burned his ears up talking about it. I figured you'd be taking the day off with Sheba. I've gotten extra orders for smoked turkey with Thanksgiving coming up, but I'll be done before the queen rises from her sleep. Well, I'll let you get to it then. I have some things I need to do around the house after I'm done here. See you at the meeting tonight. Holden unlocked the back door of the restaurant and made his way to the office. The first thing he did after turning on his computer was type up an ad for more help. He wouldn't run it until after Thanksgiving, but at least it'd be ready. The biggest problem with hiring more people was the extra hours on Saturday mornings had yet to bring in enough income to warrant the cost. The phone rang in the middle of Holden comparing Saturday's numbers with the weekend before. Blindly, he reached for the phone, mumbling a hello. Crap. The restaurant was closed. He shouldn't have answered it. Too late now. No one said anything. Just as he was about to hang up, Izzy's garbled voice came over the line. Holden? Can you give me Sheba's number? I lost my phone. Great. She must have just woken from an all-nighter and probably didn't even know where she was. He wasn't about to let her interrupt Sheba's sleep because of it. Is there something I can help you with? If not for the sound of people talking in the background, he would have thought she had hung up. It sounded like someone just spoke over an intercom. Izzy? Yes. What's going on? Do you need me to come and get you? Holden rubbed his forehead and squinted, his eyes closed, praying she would say no. Maybe she just needed to talk to Sheba, but his gut said otherwise. A deep sigh sounded from the other end. I need somebody. She sure did. As Sheba would say, she needed a strong dose of Jesus. Where are you? Piedmont Hospital. They won't let me leave unless someone can drive me. I don't even have my car. It's still at the house. He stood up, sending his office chair careening across the room behind him. His mind raced through several scenarios in a matter of seconds. What happened and how did you get there? An ambulance brought me. There was another long pause. If you're coming to get me, I'll tell you what happened when you get here. Are you? Questions crowded his thoughts, making it hard to concentrate. Am I what? Are you coming to get me? Or I guess I can wait until. I guess I can call a cab, except I don't have any money with me. All my stuff is, her voice broke. Holden, I don't know what to do. Can you come and get me or not? It's okay, Izzy. I'm coming. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'll be waiting in the emergency room waiting area. Holden grabbed his keys and coat, not even bothering to put it on as he rushed out the door. He told Elijah about Izzy's call and then tore off in the direction of the hospital. Holden pulled into the circle in front of the emergency room door, jumped out and made fast steps in through the automatic door. The room was crowded, but his gaze shot straight to where Izzy stood talking to a police officer. She wore a hospital gown and a pair of their slip-free socks. She was using one of the hospital's thermal blankets to cover her backside and probably to knock off the chill. But more disconcerting than her lack of clothing were the bruises coloring her skin, which included a black eye and a busted lip held together with a couple of stitches in the corner. And that was only the part he could see. The officer handed her what appeared to be an overnight bag and walked away. She shuffled stiffly toward him while looking down at the floor in front of her. Holden took the bag and placed his hand protectively on her back, a mix of emotions clogging his throat, anger vying for top position. He had a pretty good idea what had happened to her, and he'd like to have the guy in front of him right now. He held the door open and helped her into the SUV, then placed her bag in the back seat. After starting the truck, he cranked the heat up on high and handed her his coat. She placed it over her front and slid her arms inside. "I'm sorry you had to come get me. If I'd had my bag earlier, I could have called a cab." "What happened?" "I don't want to talk about it right now. Can we swing by the restaurant before you take me home?" "I already know what you think, so don't say it." "I'll tell you what happened, but I need something to calm me down first." "Please." "Did your boyfriend do this to you?" He understood her need, but his anger wouldn't let him past finding out the answer to this one question. "No, it wasn't Pierce." She sighed heavily. "Are you going to take me by the restaurant or not?" He felt only slightly better at hearing it wasn't her boyfriend who'd done it, but he wouldn't question her for now. And he would take her by her restaurant even though he knew she really meant the bar. She needed help with her alcohol problem, but she'd need to come to the decision on her own. Izzy leaned her seat back and dozed as he made the trip back to Bethel Ridge, and Holden spent the time praying. He asked God to help her get through this ordeal, but more than that, he prayed for the healing of her soul. A half an hour later, they pulled up in front of the bar. He opened the passenger door and offered a hand to Izzy. Hers shook as she placed it into his. He had been so alarmed about the cuts and bruises, he hadn't noticed the tremor of her limbs. He wondered how long it had been since she had a drink. He unlocked the door to the bar and she headed straight for the liquor bottles on the other side of the counter, picking up speed as she went. He half expected her to just turn up one of the bottles, but she poured a glass. She walked around to sit on one of the bar stools as she took sips from the drink. Izzy shook her head as she stared out the window. "I've been such a fool." Was she talking to him or to herself? It didn't matter. She was obviously ready to get what happened off her chest, and he was more than willing to listen. Holden sat down beside her at the bar, giving his full attention. She gave a self-depreciating laugh. "He has a wife." "I should have guessed it. I mean, I looked for a ring and everything, but when I saw her picture, I knew something wasn't right. I should have left then." Holden's mind scrambled for the meaning behind her words. "You've lost me. Are you talking about Pierce?" She looked his way, but her gaze didn't settle. "I know what you think, that I'll just sleep with anyone who asks, but that isn't true. I have a hard, fast rule against dating married men." He said they were divorced. I didn't really have a reason not to believe him. I mean, we spent the weekend at his house by ourselves. And then last night. She stood and started pacing the empty space in front of the bar. She didn't need to fill in the blanks. He got it now. The idiot had convinced Izzy he wasn't married. His wife must have been gone for the weekend. She came home earlier than he expected and caught them together. And the woman must have taken all her anger out on Izzy. Why is it everyone wants to blame the other woman more so than the scumbag cheating husband, huh? She stopped long enough to look at Holden and then went back to pacing. "You think this is the first time I've been the other woman?" "No, I learned my lesson years ago. The last time I stayed at the beach with Grandma Addie, one of her preacher friends broke me in real good. He couldn't keep his hands off me. And he talked about how much he loved his wife and kids the whole time we were together. I swore then that it would never happen again." A sick feeling rose from Holden's stomach and chills pebbled his skin. "Wait a minute. You told me you were a kid the last time you stayed with your grandma, like 12 years old, if memory serves me right." And it did. She mentioned it a lot, probably more than she realized. He knew something had happened when she was that age, something that made her dislike going to the beach, but he never guessed what. "How did you end up with one of her friends? How old was he? Does it matter?" Izzy had said he was old enough to be married, and she had been a kid. He was married, and she was a kid. Lord, no. His stomach rolled while his mind tried to catch up. She took another sip of her drink and shrugged one shoulder. "I don't know, maybe late 30s or early 40s. He said his kids were about my age. What does it matter now?" She stared into her drink, her face expressionless except for the turned-down corners of her lips. He stood and walked over to stand in front of her. "Izzy, look at me." Her gaze never traveled higher than his chest, but he wouldn't force her to look him in the eye. "You were molested, weren't you? That wouldn't make you the other woman." It isn't the same thing. Her head shook back and forth as she backed away. He didn't molest me. He didn't. A broken sob tore from her lips, sounding as if it had traveled from her very core. She suddenly hurled the half-empty glass toward the bar, hitting the shelf of liquor bottles. The sound of the breaking glass and trickle of liquid hitting the floor was no competition for the anguished brokenness coming from Izzy. He raped me. She sat on the floor, wrapping her arms around her bent legs. I was raped. The first time she said it, her words were a roar echoing throughout the room. This time they came out as a whimper. Holden ran a hand through his hair as he stared down at her. Lord, what do I do? He wanted to hold her, to let her know that he cared and would be there to help in any way he could, but he had a feeling he shouldn't touch her. Not after what she had just told him. He felt the presence of another person in the room and looked up to find Sheba standing there. She must have recognized his lack of knowing what to do. You go on and leave her to me. I've got this. He only nodded and passed by her. At the door, he turned back for another look. Sheba had sat down in front of Izzy, her arms around the broken woman, whispering to her. I could have done that. He could have held her but would have been helpless in knowing what to say. What could you say when a woman tells you that she was raped? And at the tender age of 12 years old at that?
Izzy hadn't realized Sheba was in the room, until she wrapped her arms around her. She hadn't felt comforted like this since she was a child. At one time, she imagined a hug from God feeling this way, but that was before finding out that he didn't care about her at all. You go on ahead, my sweet girl. You cry that first little bit out. Most people don't realize it, but God gave you those tears. They bring comfort and a way to release that bad stuff that's been building up inside of you. Let it all out, honey. Izzy hadn't even realized tears were streaming down her face. She didn't cry. Ever. She couldn't even remember the last time. But now it seemed she was making up for lost time because the tears kept coming. I've been waiting on this day for a long time. Praying it would come. I knew something like this must have happened. Something you had bottled up inside, needing to come out. Tellin' what happened, that's the first step to healing. Izzy pulled back to look at Sheba, the vision in one eye gone now, due to swelling. Wait a minute. You knew? How could you know when I've never told anyone? I didn't know exactly what happened, but I knew something had. I recognized that same hurt in you that I've felt before because of what my daddy did to me. Sheba had told her about her father molesting her when she was a child. Izzy never liked hearing about it. It brought her own memories too close to the surface, and now she wondered if Sheba had told her for this very purpose. If you knew something had happened to me, why didn't you say anything? She placed a soft, weathered hand to the side of Izzy's face. Because everybody's journey to healing is different. You had to come to it on your own time. It wouldn't have done you any good for me to try and force you along. This doesn't feel like healing to me. More tears flooded Izzy's face, her shoulders shook against the force of trying to hold them in. Sheba brushed the hair away from Izzy's face with feather-light touches. Sugar, this is only the beginning. You're going to find yourself repeating this story even when you want to hold it back. And you're going to get angry. Oh, you've had your share of bitterness, but nothing like what's to come. And then, hopefully, you'll learn to forgive. That's when the real healing comes. Forgive? Something like a laugh escaped through Izzy's busted lips, though there was nothing funny about this. Have you forgiven your daddy for putting his hands on you? That was harsh. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Sheba had offered her comfort and she just threw it back at her. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Sheba pursed her lips for a moment, her ebony eyes steadily gazing at Izzy, as if she could see her very soul. Eventually, yes I did. Mind you, it was no easy thing to do. It might have helped that he was long buried by the time I got around to it. I honestly don't know how it'd be if I had to face him again, but as it is, I've made peace with my past. I know it don't seem like it right now, but you can do the same. Izzy closed her eyes tight and shook her head. She didn't want to even think about forgiving that man. He didn't deserve to be forgiven. Honestly, she hoped he was dead and burning in hell right about now. He should have to pay the ultimate price for what he did to her. You can judge me all you want, but I won't ever forgive that man for what he took from me. Ain't no judgment here. Maybe I put the cart before the horse talking about forgiveness. Let's just take this one step at a time. When I got to where you are now, I tried to get through it on my own. I think it would have gone a lot easier with some help. There's this lady I know who counsels people like us. She can help guide you. Izzy held up one hand. I'm not seeing a psychiatrist. I'm not crazy. Just broken. Her body felt weighted down with the thought. She had been hiding this for so long, why'd she have to break now, and in front of Holden, of all people? I'm not talking about a psychiatrist, though there's nothing wrong with seeing one of those either. Mrs. Erickson is a counselor. She volunteers at the homeless shelter, but she has an office at Pine Hill Church. You can meet with her there. At a church? Izzy shook her head. If this is some ploy to get me to go to church, you're wasting your time. Sheba pulled back and looked at her. Now Blaze, you know me better than that. I would never use something like this to try and trick you into going to church. Have I ever pressured you before? Huh? What is wrong with you? She's just trying to help. Izzy took Sheba's hand. I'm sorry. I know you wouldn't do anything like that. She didn't even know how to finish. There was no way to explain how she felt. Sheba rubbed soothing circles on the back of Izzy's hand. Everything's mixed up right now. Anger, hurt, regrets, they're all tangled up in a ball right now, leaving you feeling confused. Someone like Mrs. Erickson can help you sort that all out. That's all I'm saying. And it's not like you'll be seeing her in the sanctuary when church services are going on. She has an office in the building off to the side. But she's a Christian, right? I wouldn't be sending you to someone with an ungodly agenda, but you don't have to worry about her preaching to you. She has a policy of not bringing up Christ during your meetings unless you do. Sheba placed a hand on each side of Izzy's face. Just think about it. Okay? She nodded as tears flowed down her face. She had no intention of meeting the woman but could appreciate the love behind the suggestion.
Holden stared at the computer screen without actually seeing it. He couldn't concentrate. Not after what happened with Izzy. Every time he tried to focus on the business accounts, he found himself automatically returning to prayer. Ever since he had felt God telling him to pray for her, that she was his child, Holden had done just that. Now, he knew his prayers for her before had not been in earnest. God, I want to fix this. I want to take that hurt away from her. Lord, she seems so broken. And I feel helpless. What can I say, what can I do to help her get through this? He heard God saying, pray for her, in his head. Lord, He couldn't fix Izzy, only God could do that. Sure, he could use people to reach out to her if she'd let them, but ultimately her ability to get through this depended on God. Dear Father in heaven, I offer myself up to your service. If there is anything I can do to help, show me what to do and give me the words you want me to say. Let me be an instrument for your will. Holden turned at the sound of the office door opening. Izzy stuck her head through, and he noticed for the first time that she had changed her hair color from the stark, almost white she'd always worn to a warmer blonde. And her left eye was now swollen shut. Red splotches colored her face, an indication of her recent tears. Can I borrow the keys to your truck so I can grab my bag? I'd like to at least put on a pair of pants before you take me home. If you're taking me home. Of course, I will. Just let me know when you're ready. He stood and dug his keys out of his pocket. Did they have to cut you out of your clothes when you got to the hospital? Her face hardened as she looked down at the floor. I wasn't wearing anything when the fight started. I wasn't exactly coherent enough to dress myself before they picked me up. The police got my things from Pierce and brought them to me. They had just handed them to me when you got there, so I didn't have time to change. Oh. You dunce. Why'd you ask something like that? He thought. I'll go get your case for you and you can change in here. He headed toward the door but stopped in front of her when she spoke. Taking care of my issues wasn't supposed to be part of your day off. I don't want you going through any more trouble on my account. I can just pull out a pair of pants from my bag and slip them on in the parking lot. Then we can go. Izzy. As soon as he said her name, her whole face scrunched up. He lightly touched her on the chin, hoping she would look at him. Her brown eyes flashed up at him for only a second or two before she looked away. I wish you would call me Blaze like everyone else. She's upset because I called her Izzy? He thought. It didn't make sense. He knew for a fact that's what her family called her. And he had already said he'd never call her Blaze. The name didn't sit right with him. You want me to go back to calling you Elizabeth? She folded her arms across her chest. Never mind. He made a mental note to call her Elizabeth from now on. He slid past her. I'll be back with your bag in a minute. Lord, it feels like I messed that one up, but I don't know what I did wrong. I'm in over my head here. He returned with her bag to find her sitting in his office chair with her head leaned back and her eyes closed, no doubt exhausted. She opened her eyes when he set the bag down on the desk in front of her. He backed out and shut the door. It wasn't long before she stepped out still wearing the hospital gown with a pair of black stretchy pants like he'd seen women wearing at the gym. If she worked out, she hadn't mentioned it to him. Without a word, Holden took her bag and they walked out to his truck. After buckling herself in, she covered up with his coat and then leaned her head back and closed her eyes. I bet you think I'm crazy, getting all upset over something that happened years ago, considering what happened just last night. He glanced her way and then waited until he pulled out onto the road before answering, trying to work out in his head what to say so he didn't mess up again. No, I can see how a thing like that would eat away at you. It was probably best that it came out. Right. She huffed with a slight shake of her head even while her eyes remained closed. You sound like Sheba. I guess next you'll be telling me I need to forgive that lowdown. There was a long pause before she spoke again. I wouldn't want to offend your Christian sensibilities, but I can't even think of a word to call him clean enough to suit you. I think I can fill in the blanks. He searched around for what to say next. How could he talk to her about forgiveness when he had a hard time with it himself? That drunk driver hadn't intended to kill Holden's family. The man who raped Izzy did it on purpose. How was she supposed to forgive that?
She should have stayed home. That's what she'd meant to do, but when Izzy had called her dad to say she wasn't coming to Colorado for Thanksgiving, he insisted on knowing why. She'd been honest with him, to a point. And why not? Her family already thought the worst of her, and they were right in thinking so. She told him she'd been in a fight and her face was busted up, but at least she had spared him the knowledge of with whom and why, not that he'd asked. He had convinced her to come, promised he would talk to the others, and no one would mention it. And they hadn't. But there'd been plenty of covert glances, and her mother had teared up when she'd first seen Izzy's face. That wasn't the reason for her regret. It started when she found out about the menu. It was no secret that no one in her family could cook. They usually ordered a turkey already cooked, made a salad, opened a few cans of vegetables, and heated up some pre-made rolls, and voila, Thanksgiving is served. It had worked for the past 10 years, so why change things? Before that, Thanksgiving had been at Grandma's. Izzy had avoided that scene like the plague. Her grandma would go all out with everything cooked from scratch. How those skills weren't passed down to the daughter and granddaughters, she'd never know. Now her sister, Vivian, was married to a gourmet cook, and Beau had taken it upon himself to teach them. He'd found Grandma's box of recipes and was trying to recreate her Thanksgiving menu. Izzy, how's that pie coming along? I'm about done with the crust. She looked up at Beau and then back down at the bowl in front of her. Lost in thought, she'd mashed one side of the bowl of sweet potatoes into a flattened mush, while the other side of the bowl remained untouched. She looked at all the ingredients Vivi had set out around the bowl that Izzy had yet to add. Without answering Beau, she spun the bowl around and began forcing her fork through the remaining potatoes. Mama never would let anyone help out in the kitchen. I wish she had. Maybe I would have taken up the skill and passed it down to my girls. Beau, I'm so grateful for you doing this for us. Izzy glanced up long enough to catch the smile on her mother's face before focusing back on the task in front of her. No problem, Jackie, I'm glad to do it. Miss Addie was a good cook. I just hope I do her memory justice. Your mama was always cooking up something to take over to someone in need. I remember when. Izzy closed her eyes tight and slowly inhaled. The sensation of needles prickling her skin was something new. It happened every time they mentioned her grandma, which was all they seemed to want to talk about today. Couldn't they think of something else? She jumped and sucked in a breath when someone rubbed their hand down her arm. Concern shone in Vivi's green eyes. Here, let me help you. Keep mixing, and I'll add the ingredients. She picked up a measuring spoon and opened one of the spices. I'm sorry for falling behind. I don't know what's wrong with me. You're all right. I actually like helping out in the kitchen now. Izzy turned away to keep from having to witness another syrupy sweet smile aimed at Beau. She was happy for them, but that kind of relationship would never be hers, and the thought hurt worse today than it had before for some reason. Izzy, don't you have any memories of your grandma you'd like to share? She didn't look at her mom, only shook her head as she vigorously stirred the pie filling. Her jaw ached from clamping her teeth together. Oh, come on, I know you must have some good memories of her. You used to spend every summer there when you were a kid. Izzy tossed the spoon across the counter with a clang that resounded in the now quiet room. Pie filling dotted the granite top. Finally, she looked up at her mother. I remember telling her that her preacher friend raped me. And her calling me a liar and saying she wouldn't have me besmirching his good name. The color drained from Jackie Tanner's face as she placed both hands over her mouth and stared at Izzy. Izzy took a couple of steps back, sucking in labored breaths through her gaping mouth. What did you just do? The prickling sensation increased as her skin heated. She could only imagine what her family thought of her now. She had never meant to tell her family what happened. It was bad enough that Holden knew. The only person she was glad to have told was Sheba, probably the only one with an inkling of understanding as to how she felt. Her gaze shifted to Beau, who had taken a step as if to come around the counter towards her, but he stopped in his tracks when she looked at him. Beau was the touchy-feely type who wanted to fix everything, but he couldn't fix this. And even though he was a good guy, she didn't want him touching her right now. Vivian rubbed circles on her back. Oh, Izzy. Her dad appeared in the doorway, coming from the den. He looked at everyone else first and then at Izzy. What's going on? Izzy ran from the room. She didn't think about where she was going or what she should or shouldn't have said in answer to her father's question. She just ran. The heavy drapes in the spare room where she had slept were still closed against the blinding snow outside. She sat down on the side of the bed and wept, her body rocking back and forth as she covered her face with her hands. Sheba told her this would happen, and Izzy hadn't believed her. She'd said that the tears shed that day in the bar were just the first of many. Said that Izzy would find herself unexpectedly repeating the story, adding a little more each time. That she would become angry and more bitter than she'd ever felt before. Lord, I had hoped she was wrong. Please let this be it. I don't want to go through anything else because of him. I just want this to go away. Who are you talking to, she thought. Izzy hadn't talked to God since she was a child. No use in starting again. He didn't care then, and he wouldn't now either. She lowered her trembling hands and stared at the door. Everything was eerily quiet, as if she were the only one in the house. No one had followed her. No one had checked on her. They probably don't believe you. Her parents used this room as an office as well as a spare room. Izzy stretched to reach for her makeup case and slid it across the desk. Makeup was pointless with her face busted and bruised like it was, but she'd found a better use for the case. She pulled out a mini bottle of bourbon, twisted the top, and downed its contents. Heat shot through her and her body relaxed. She pulled the comforter back and climbed in. Whether she had fallen asleep or if the alcohol had only numbed her senses enough to keep her from thinking, she didn't know, but the tapping on her door brought her fully awake. Izzy ignored it, hoping whoever it was would go away. She didn't move when the door creaked open behind her. Izzy, dinner's ready. Don't you want to join us? I'm not hungry, Mom. Y'all go on and eat without me. Are you sure? I'm tired. I just need some sleep. There was a long pause. Light from the hallway reflected on the wall. How was she supposed to sleep with the door open? She was about to get up and close it when her mother spoke, her voice quiet as if afraid someone besides Izzy would hear. You know, your grandma grew up in a different time when you didn't talk about things. Is that supposed to make everything all right? Not wanting to add to the list of reasons she regretted coming here, Izzy didn't let even one word leave her mouth. I wish you had told me back when it happened. Izzy turned enough to look up at the ceiling. What would you have done? I don't know. She sounded so pitiful, Izzy almost felt sorry for her. Almost. She turned back toward the wall and stared at the golden reflection coming from the doorway until it narrowed down to nothing. Another knock sounded. Izzy blinked a few times as her eyes came into focus. The room was darker than before. Without a doubt, this time she had fallen asleep. The knocking returned and then the door opened. She squinted her eyes when the desk lamp came on. Who is it this time? Hopefully not Mom again. Dad either, for that matter. She didn't know what to say to either of them. When Izzy flipped the covers back and sat up, Vivi held up 2 dessert plates. She sat down beside Izzy and handed over one of the plates. It felt heavier than it should thanks to the alcohol still in her system. Both of them turned their heads at the same time to look at the empty liquor bottles on the desk. A shot of alarm ran through Izzy before she told herself she didn't care. Vivian didn't say anything, only picked up her fork and took a bite of pie. Izzy looked down at the large wedge of sweet potato pie with whipped cream. Knowing Beau, the topping was homemade too, and probably the best she'd ever had, but she didn't have an appetite. Sorry for ruining Thanksgiving. Sorry for not coming in here before now. She took a small bite of her pie and swallowed without tasting it. Why didn't you? Because it took me this long to realize I'm 45 years old. A grown woman should be able to speak to her sister if she wants to. Izzy turned to look at her for the first time, her brows raised in question. Vivi shrugged one shoulder. Dad. He forbade anyone from saying anything to you about what you told us in the kitchen. She took a deep breath. About you being raped. Hearing that word hurt, but Izzy was glad she wasn't skirting around it. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since you told us. I feel so bad for what you've been through, for what you're going through now. Was it? Izzy looked over at her when she stopped talking. Vivian stared down at what was left of her pie. Was it that evangelist who stayed with Grandma that last summer we spent there? She looked over at Izzy. You don't have to answer. The Great Reverend Chandler Burkett, from Louisville, Kentucky. Grandma was so proud to have him staying at her house, and I went and had to ruin it for her. That explains why you resented her so much. Vivi took her by the hand. Izzy, I feel so bad. He gave me the creeps, so me with my selfishness went and stayed somewhere else while he was there. I should have taken you with me, then maybe it wouldn't have happened. Izzy took Vivi by the hand. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't yours either. I don't know. Maybe I was too attentive when he spoke. Maybe I shouldn't have come downstairs in my gown like an idiot. You were not an idiot. You were innocent like any child that age should be. That was something Izzy had yet to come to terms with. In her mind, she had been an adult when it happened. She was starting to realize that in truth, she had been a child forced into adulthood with that one hateful act. They stayed up late talking. It made Izzy regret her outburst even more and the fact that she'd missed out on spending time with her family. She had only planned to spend the one full day there, since she needed to get back to the restaurant. A crowd would surely show up tomorrow, too tired to cook after hours of Black Friday shopping. Early the next morning, her dad drove her to the airport. He hardly said a word. That dreaded awkward kind of silence filled the car to capacity. Izzy stared out the window at the snow and the mountains that seemed to have pushed their way up from the flatland surrounding them. She was ready to get back to warmer temperatures with the air not so thin, but she dreaded seeing Holden again. Would it be awful like it was now with her family, or would they both pretend nothing happened? She jerked at the sound of her father slamming his palms against the steering wheel. Why didn't you tell me, back when it happened, when I could have done something about it? His eyes were glassy, and she could clearly see the anguish he felt. She'd never seen him cry, and she didn't want to know. There was nothing you could have done. I could have hunted him down and, he gulped a breath in, and when he spoke again, his voice sounded calmer. The most important thing is we could have gotten you some help. He glanced her way. You probably still need to talk this over with someone, and we can still seek a lawyer's advice. He should have to pay for what he did. Everything he'd said had her head spinning. Was he suggesting a shrink? Unbelievable coming from him. A friend suggested a counselor she knows who deals with people who have been through the same type of thing. I haven't made up my mind what to do yet. And I don't know about legal action either. I don't think I'm ready to face what that would involve. Not right now, anyway. You go see that counselor so you can get strong enough to fight this. If you need money, you just let me know. Izzy unsnapped her seatbelt as he pulled up to the airport drop-off. She felt a tug on her arm and looked over at her dad. He pulled her in for an extra long hug and a lump formed in her throat. I love you, baby girl. He hadn't called her that in years. Don't cry. Not again. At least not until you get out of his sight. But the tears came anyway.
Holden shifted the industrial-size pen around under the stream of water until all the suds were rinsed away and then handed it over to Elijah for him to dry. His back ached from the work they had done today. He couldn't imagine what it had done to the older man next to him. But aches and fatigue were nothing compared to the satisfaction of knowing how much the Thanksgiving meal had meant to so many at the homeless shelter. Normally, he'd spend the holiday back in Greenville, Tennessee, with his family, but they decided to travel to South Dakota for a mission trip their church had set up. Dahlia's parents had invited him to spend it with them. He usually saw them whenever he made the trip back home, but spending the whole day with just him and his in-laws would be too painful without her there. Every conversation would be about Dahlia and Kristen, and he could only stand so much of it before spiraling into depression. Sure, he had thought about them today, but another female occupied most of his thoughts for the last several days. You know, you'd feel much better if you just spit out what's eaten at you. Holden turned to look at Elijah. The man had this uncanny ability to read him like a book. He swallowed hard and went back to scrubbing the pot in front of him. Did Sheba tell you about Izzy? Now you know the queen don't go around tellin' people's business. He chuckled and then sobered, glancing at Holden from the corner of his eyes while continuing to dry the pan. But being her husband has its privileges. She did give me the cliff notes, just enough to pray with her, mind you. Enough to know about Izzy being raped when she was a child? Elijah nodded his head once, then turned to place the pan on the rack behind them. You say you have to forgive to heal. How is she supposed to forgive that? I see God has shined some perspective down on your own situation. What happened to Blaze seems harsher than your own reality, which has brought about other comparisons. That it? Something like that. I think what you're really wanting to know is how can you keep holding on to your bitterness toward that young man whose malice was unintentional when compared to what happened to Blaze. Holden shook his head and chuffed out a laugh. How do you do that? Are you a mind reader or something? Elijah tapped a couple of fingers against his temple. Any discernment I might have come straight from the Lord. You plannin' on scrubbing the shine right off that steel pan? If that's the case, we'll be here a while. Holden squeezed the handle to start the flow of water and began rinsing. I think it's time for a certain conversation to happen. You've never asked me why I went to prison. Holden looked over at Elijah. He'd known the man had served time years before they even met, but they'd never discussed it. Elijah had never volunteered the information, and Holden wasn't the type to pry into another man's business. Whatever he'd done to deserve time, it was behind him now. He'd obviously changed his ways because Holden didn't know any man better than Elijah Burris. He realized Elijah still waited for him to say something. He had a feeling he didn't want to know but asked anyway. So why did you? Officially? Felony DUI. The turkey and dressing he'd eaten earlier threatened to make a reappearance. He placed his palms against the edge of the sink and leaned there for a minute. No wonder Elijah hadn't volunteered the information. Holden plunged his hand into the tepid water and felt around beneath the suds to make sure he hadn't missed anything. He came up with a large serving spoon and began scrubbing. So what happened? Elijah took the spoon from him, rinsed and dried it, and placed it on the rack with the others. Why don't we take a break and eat that pie Sheba saved for us? He poured coffee into a styrofoam cup and handed it to Holden, then took one for himself. They sat at the corner of one of the metal work tables. Holden slid one of the servings of pumpkin pie closer and took a bite. It wasn't his favorite, but it would do. He purposely concentrated on the specks of spice in the filling as Elijah took up his tale. Me and Sheba, we were what you'd call functioning alcoholics. You know, a drink to get going every morning, sneaking a nip here and there throughout the workday, coming home in the afternoon and really letting loose. I worked in the mill back then and Sheba cooked at the restaurant. We never missed a day's work. Makes you feel like you're invincible, like you got the thing whipped. Elijah stopped only long enough to take a sip of coffee. One night I got asked to work a double shift. Most of what we earned went towards the drink, so of course I jumped at the chance for some extra money. Problem was I only brought enough drink with me to last through the one shift. By the time I got off from work, I was powerful thirsty. Holden didn't interrupt. Every alcoholic had a story to tell. Elijah had been a big part of his recovery from the beginning. Why hadn't he heard any of this before? If I'd just waited till I got home, but God knew what would happen and he already had a plan. What? Holden looked up at him. He'd expected God would enter the conversation at some point, but he hadn't expected it to come up here. You probably already guessed I stopped at the first store I found that was open. In fact, I made a detour home just so I'd find that store. Sat in the parking lot and downed enough to take the edge off. Felt fine when I pulled away from there, then that liquor hit bottom. Elijah took a big bite of his pie, watching Holden the whole time like he was waiting for him to say something. But he couldn't. He knew what was coming and it was all he could do to breathe with his stomach clenched so tight. Flashes of the night he lost his wife and daughter streamed through his mind. He'd been at home when it happened. Dahlia had taken Kristen shopping to prepare for the coming school year. His little girl had been so excited to be entering first grade. Holden had first found out about the wreck from a neighbor. Dahlia's car had been hit as she was turning into their subdivision. By the time he got there, the paramedics had already covered the car in white sheets. Elijah spoke again, jarring Holden from the haunting memory. I don't even remember the accident. Wish I could forget, he thought. First thing I remember was waking up in the hospital, glad to be alive. Shame to say, I didn't spare a thought for the other fellow. Even when they told me he had broke a leg and was gonna need surgery, I only thought about what it meant for me. I knew I'd probably be facing time in prison. You know what made me think of him? Holden shook his head. He couldn't even look at Elijah right now. Lord, is that how that boy feels about killing my family? No remorse, only sorry for himself? When that man told me that he forgave me and would be praying for me. Yes, sir, he came up to me right outside the courthouse to tell me that. Afterwards, I couldn't think of anyone but him. Elijah used his fork to point at Holden. See, God used this situation to get to me. I got saved in prison. Quit drinking in prison. Led my sweet wife to the Lord in prison, and she quit drinking too, all while I was in prison. He'd made his point. Holden got it, or at least he was on his way to getting there. And now look. Elijah motioned around him. Here we are doing God's work, reaching out to help others. That's why we're here, why all of us were put here on this earth. But most of us is too stubborn to get it on our own. So God gives a little nudge here and there. Elijah leaned back and folded his hands on his crossed legs. Them 2 years in prison, just a blink in time. Look at all the years I wasted beforehand. Look at what I've done since. See, that's another flaw in our nature. Sometimes we get mired down in that tragedy that happened and it takes a little bit for us to see. And some never figure it out. They just stay there and wallow in it. He pointed at Holden. You need to decide which way you're gonna go. The door to the kitchen swung open and Sheba walked through cradling 2 large baking sheets. This is the last of it. The tables are being washed down now, and somebody is taking care of the trash. So after these are taken care of, we can go. Elijah stood and took the 2 pans from his wife. Holden gathered up the trash from their break and threw it away and then headed to the sink. He tried to clear his mind as he did the dishes. He needed to wait until he could be alone with his thoughts, but they wouldn't stop coming. Is that what I've been doing, wallowing in my sorrows? Later, as he sat out on his deck looking out over the lake, Holden took out each part of Elijah's story for examination. He could see why God used tragedy such as prison to get the attention of someone living the life Elijah had described, but he and Dahlia had been living wholesome, Christian lives. Did God really need to bring this tragedy in Holden's life? Jake, his yellow lab, dropped a stick in his lap. He rubbed the dog's head. What did I do to deserve this, huh? The dog barked and then nudged the stick with his nose, impatient for him to throw it. You don't care about my problems, do you, boy? Your only concern is this stick. Holden slung the stick out across the yard and watched Jake leap from the deck to go after it. Heat ran up the side of his neck at the realization that he was no different than the dog, so caught up in his own misery that he couldn't see what losing his family had cost anyone else. Just like Elijah before he was offered forgiveness by the very one he'd hurt. A young man with his whole life ahead of him now sat in prison because of one stupid lapse in judgment. What would it mean in his life if Holden offered him the same forgiveness that had been offered to Elijah?
Izzy's cell phone lit up, illuminating the darkened room. It had to be after midnight. Who would be calling this late? Her heart rate spiked when she saw Vivian's name on the display, but she relaxed when she saw the time. She'd come home early, hung comforters over the windows to block out all light, then climbed into bed too exhausted for words. She had woken from sleep thinking it was the middle of the night, but according to the phone, it was only a little after 9. Hello. Izzy, how are you doing? Vivi's voice sounded soft, like someone trying to coax a wounded animal into accepting help. I'm tired. No use hiding it when her voice gave it away. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's understandable. You're going through an emotional crisis right now. That'll wear you out quicker than physical labor. When I was dealing with all that mess surrounding Craig's death, it was all I could do to crawl out of bed some mornings. Vivian's first husband had been a scumbag worthy of death, as far as Izzy was concerned. But she knew what his passing had done to her sister. For a while, she'd worried that the ill effects of what happened would do permanent damage. Vivi was fine now, and hopefully someday Izzy would be too. Izzy, are you still there? Yeah, I'm here. I haven't been able to get your situation off my mind. Please don't get mad. Had anyone ever heard those words without feeling the least bit of alarm? Doubtful. What is it? I looked him up online. For one weird moment, Izzy knew exactly who Vivian referred to, while at the same time denying to herself that she even had a clue. Realization won out. Did you contact him? No. Izzy, he's dead. Using her shoulder to hold the phone to her ear, she covered her face with her hands. Shouldn't she feel relieved? She'd often thought he deserved it. Instead, despair weighed her down, anchoring her to the bed beneath her. This doesn't make sense. I should be happy that I'll never have to face him again. Are you mad? She pulled the covers up closer to her chin. No, not mad. I don't know how I feel right now, but I'm not mad at you. Do you want me to send you the link? Her first thought was no but said. Yeah, you can send it to me. It's late, so I probably won't look at it until tomorrow. That should hold Vivi off until she could think up an excuse, because she had no intention of looking at it. Okay, I won't keep you. I want you to know that I love you, and I'm praying for you. Coming from anyone else, it wouldn't mean a thing, just something people say when they don't know what else to say. Bless your heart. Then the head shake and maybe a tisk. Well, I'll be praying for you. Izzy hated fake people. But her sister wasn't like that. Her words were heartfelt. No doubt she would go to God on Izzy's behalf before she closed her eyes in sleep tonight. She was probably saying one right now. Lord knows, I need it. Thanks. I love you too. They said their goodnights, then Izzy curled up on her side and pulled the covers up to her chin. Her eyes flew open when the signal came through alerting her of a message. It had to be Vivian's. She would look at it in the morning, if at all. I can't believe he's dead. Why did she even care? What her dad had said about legal action against the man came to mind. There would be no opportunity for confrontation now. She still wasn't sure it would be something she'd want to pursue, but it didn't matter. Was she disappointed? Right now, she only felt numb. Izzy groped around on the nightstand until she found her phone. A couple of clicks brought up the article about his tragic death. He had been driving a van full of teenagers to a rally and was hit head-on. There were injuries, but his was the only death. New thoughts crowded in. How many other kids had he raped or molested besides her? Was his death punishment or a mercy to future victims? What he had done to Izzy had changed her whole life. It affected her still, and probably would for the rest of her life. She hoped she was his only victim, but considering that he had sought to involve himself with children, it seemed unlikely that he had limited himself to one. She did a Google search and then obsessively read every article she could find on the man. It didn't make her feel any better, but she couldn't stop until every word of it had been consumed. He had made quite a name for himself as an evangelist, with not one connection to scandal. How could that be? Had he repented of what he did to her and walked the straight and narrow after that? Was he in heaven now? Lord, that doesn't seem fair. But when had God ever been fair to her? When had he ever been there when she needed him? When is the last time you asked? Izzy sat straight up. She felt a presence in the room and goosebumps raced down her arms. She fumbled around in the dark until she found the lamp switch. The light revealed nothing but what should be there. You know the answer to that. I begged you to stop it from happening, but you didn't. Come unto me. I will give you rest. She recognized the words from Grandma Addie's favorite hymn and remembered her saying they came straight from the Bible. Izzy laid back in the bed and sung the few lines she remembered. You're acting like a crazy woman. Singing, talking out loud to someone who isn't there. You need to lay off the booze. Except, she hadn't had anything to drink since before she went to bed at around 6 p.m. Maybe that's the problem. You just need a drink. Feeling like a zombie, it was all Izzy could do to keep at the menial task of rolling napkins around silverware. Sheba sat across the small work table from her helping. Normally the job would go to someone else. She knew why Sheba offered to help. Izzy could easily read the worry in her every glance. Izzy looked around the kitchen to make sure no one listened before speaking. Does God ever talk to you? Of course. Wouldn't be much of a relationship if he didn't. Sometimes it's that still, small voice of conviction in my heart, and sometimes it's through a verse from his word. Sheba stared at her. Why? Has he been talking to you? That still small voice had come in loud and clear to Izzy. She hadn't been able to get it or her grandma's hymn out of her head. Last night one of the hymns my grandma used to sing came to mind. It felt like she didn't know how to finish. Like God was trying to comfort her? It had scared her worse than anything had in a long while. She now regretted turning to alcohol last night. What would have happened if she hadn't? Did it feel like the words of the song were meant for you? Izzy nodded. I believe God can talk to you through song. He's God, he can do whatever he wants. Sheba looked up at her through her lashes as she rolled another napkin. He ever talked to you before now? She took a deep breath. I got saved when I was 10 years old. I suppose he spoke to me then, but that was a long time ago. I burned that bridge after what happened. Sheba leaned forward and lowered her voice. You might have turned your back on God, but he didn't forget about you. Izzy slapped her hand down on the table. Then why did he let it happen? Great. She had captured the attention of those working in the kitchen around them. She covered her eyes with her hand. Child, look at me. Sheba wrapped her hand around Izzy's. God didn't cause this. According to the Bible, sin entered into this world through one man. That man was Adam. And it's been ravaging this world ever since. You say you became a child of God's when you were a child. Well, he takes care of his own. He's been trying to help you since that bad thing happened, been trying to heal you. But you've been running. It's time to run back to him. You hear me? Izzy squeezed her hand and pushed a whisper through a throat choked with tears. Yes, I believed as a child. So what? What about the things I've done since then? Trust me, God wants no part of me now. Even as she said it, she knew it wasn't true. He wouldn't leave her alone. The pull to make things right kept growing stronger. And then last night. He had tried to send comfort when she didn't deserve it, wasn't even sure she wanted it. You just give that to God. Talk to the Lord. Tell him what you've done. Ask for forgiveness. Then you leave that right there at his feet and walk away clean. Is it that simple? It had felt simple enough as a child, but she wasn't a kid anymore. It didn't matter. Either way, she had to do something. She couldn't keep breaking down in front of her friends, her employees, her family. She needed help. That woman you told me about, do you have her number? Mrs. Erickson? Izzy nodded. Sheba slipped a business card from her back pocket and handed it to her. Here you go. If she was disappointed that Izzy hadn't invited God back into her life right there in the restaurant's kitchen, it didn't show. And she had no doubt that was exactly what Sheba had been hoping for.
Holden tugged his license from the slot in his wallet and slipped it into his pocket, then slid the wallet along with his keys beneath his seat. He got out and locked the door of the SUV. Luckily, he could use his entry keypad to get back in. With a deep, fortifying breath, he trudged toward the hulking prison. Sunlight gleamed against razor wire, dancing in spirals along the top of the dual chain-length fences surrounding the property. A sight more chilling than the December air. What would it be like to be brought here against his will, locked inside until deemed worthy of re-entering society? The line of people waiting to get inside the prison was sadly shorter than he expected. Who would visit him in a place like this? His family? They would have to find a place to stay the night nearby in order to be here in time. It wasn't like anyone could just come knocking on the door any time they wanted. Would his in-laws? Doubtful. Friends? The closest one he had was Elijah, and he wouldn't be allowed because of his former incarceration. How many were here to see their enemies? Carson Ames may not be his enemy exactly, but the young man had ruined Holden's life. The line moved along until it was his turn. License. The officer behind the desk didn't even look up as he held out his beefy hand for the identification card. Holden had never felt more like a number. Who are you here to see? Carson Ames. The man tapped on the keyboard while Holden practically held his breath. If his name wasn't on the list of people Carson had submitted, this would be a wasted trip. But he already knew it was there. When he had sent his paperwork in requesting to have his name added, he found out that it had been listed there all along. Why? A different officer instructed him to place his shoes on a conveyor belt so they could be inspected, and then he ran a metal detector wand over Holden's body. After no beep sounded, he was allowed to put his shoes back on. Step over there. The officer pointed to the group of people waiting to be escorted in. You can pick up your license on your way out. Holden joined the others, and it wasn't long before an officer opened a gate and waved everyone through. The crowd tapered as they entered a narrow passageway between a brick wall and a fence with razor wire looped at the top. A locked gate waited just ahead. A chill ran through his core at the sound of the gate locking behind him. After only a few seconds, the gate in front of them opened, but for those few moments, he got a glimpse of what it must be like for the ones within the prison. Trapped. No control over whether you stayed or went. Freedom of choice stripped away. They were led by yet another officer down a longer passageway that led out into a courtyard. When they all arrived, the man turned toward the crowd. When you enter, find a table and sit in the seats on the right side. The prisoners will come in from the left. You can hug them when they arrive and as you are leaving, but during your visit, please keep your hands on the table in plain view. If you violate the rules, your visit will end immediately. No problem. He hoped to leave here on a good note but couldn't imagine wanting to hug the man he came to see. And he surely wouldn't be trying to slip him anything beneath the table. Holden entered with the rest, found an empty table, and sat down. An officer guarded each side of the room as well as one standing on an elevated square in the center. Prisoners in orange suits entered one at a time. Their gazes roaming the room, smiles lighting their faces as they spotted the ones they longed to be with and headed their way. The once subdued group of visitors were now boisterously greeting their loved ones. The room gradually filled, and Carson still hadn't shown. If he chose not to see him, at least Holden would know he had put forth an effort. But will that be enough? After a long lull of those entering the room, Carson finally made an appearance. At least Holden thought it was him. The average-looking teenager from the courtroom had been replaced by a tough-appearing man. His dark hair was shorn close to the scalp. His brow creased as their gazes locked and stayed that way as he approached Holden's table. God, I don't know if I can do this. If you love me, keep my commandments. Those words from a verse in John had been on repeat in his mind for months now. Their meaning had been clear from the beginning. God had commanded him to forgive the man who had put an end to his family, and he hadn't done it. Wasn't sure he could do it even now as the man walked toward him, but he would take Elijah's suggestion and keep saying the words until they held meaning in his heart. Holden stood and offered his hand. Carson seemed to hesitate before shaking it in a firm grip. They sat down across from each other. Carson folded his hands together on the table, leaned back and lifted his chin in that universal tough guy way. Holden gritted his teeth as they stared at one another. Carson jerked his chin up. So, what did you come here for? Why did you put my name on the list? What made you think I'd ever show up here? That was not what he had planned to say, but the questions had plagued him ever since he found out. I figured you'd have something to get off your chest. Might as well give you the opportunity. I came to tell you. Holden cleared his throat trying to rid himself of the boulder that had taken up residence in his chest. The guy didn't look sorry. 4 years in prison, and he didn't look reformed. Just say it already. Carson unfolded his hands, drawing Holden's attention. 2 amateur tattoos dotted the skin on his left hand next to his thumb. 2 tiny crosses. Were they some type of penance? Or bragging rights? Holden stared at the tattoos, unable to speak. He'd heard of gang members tattooing teardrops on their faces, one for each murder they committed. If he found out the crosses were there for a similar reason, he might be joining the man in prison, if there was anything left of him after Holden got done with him. Carson used his right thumb to rub back and forth over the tattoos. They're a reminder to never do anything so stupid again. And also sort of a memorial for the 2 lives lost. His nostrils flared as he inhaled slowly. Because of me. The scowl was still on his face when he looked back up at Holden. Look, I know you came here to give me a piece of your mind, to blast me for what happened. Let's cut the small talk and get to it. He leaned further back in his seat. Go ahead, give it your best shot. Now or never. I forgive you. Carson sucked in a breath, let it out slowly, and leaned forward. In an instant, the mask of indifference fell away and once again the boy from the courtroom shone through. The one who wore regret like a cloak. The one Holden had denied any portion of empathy. Do you mean it? Did he? He thought of all the reasons he had been given, obedience to God, to rid himself of the crippling bitterness, because Carson was just a kid who made a mistake. It was the right thing to do. And looking at the hope in the eyes of the man in front of him, Holden felt it. Yeah, right now he meant it. Yes, Carson, I forgive you. Mr. Armstrong, he cleared his throat. This is what I hoped for when I put your name on my list. I can't tell you how much I regret what happened. Carson looked around the room as if he'd forgotten for a moment where he was. And not just because I ended up in here. Lord knows I deserve worse than this for the lives of your wife and daughter. Holden looked around the room in the same way Carson had. He thought about his own mistakes, about the pull of alcohol, and how easy it would be for someone to end up in a place like this because of it. He rubbed a hand over his mouth and looked back at the man in front of him. When do you come up for parole? 8 more months. What do you plan to do when you get out? Carson grabbed the back of his neck. I'm not sure. My dad wants me to come back to work for him. He has a lawn care business. But I've been taking college courses since I've been here. I'm close to getting a bachelor's degree. I might do something with that. Oh yeah, in what? A smile lit his face for the first time since the visit started. Business. It's funny, I never considered going to college before. I've actually done better at it than I did in high school. I guess less distractions help, huh? His lips pressed together, the smile gone. Sorry, that's more than you asked for. No, that's great. I'm glad you're making good during your time here, doing something useful with yourself. His thoughts ran the gamut until he found the right ones. Getting an education. If you decide to pursue something in business, look me up when you get out. When you're ready. I might be able to help put you in contact with the right people. Considering their connection, talking to this kid was like walking through a landmine field, but Holden's desire to help was genuine. He'd help in any way he could, starting with checking to see if he could speak to the parole board on Carson's behalf.
Why me? That wasn't exactly the question Izzy wanted to ask. Mrs. Erickson's expression didn't change as she studied Izzy in the same way she had for the first 10 minutes of their session. Like she had for the session before this one. Would you have picked a different 12-year-old girl for this to have happened to? Izzy gritted her teeth, her lips barely moving with her reply. I'm not a monster. I wouldn't wish this on anyone else, but I didn't ask for this to happen to me either. God is the one that made that choice. Why would he allow it to happen to anyone? Izzy squeezed her eyes closed. That was the one. That was the question that had thrust its way up through her chest from her heart and had pushed against her lips, begging to be answered. She had just opened herself up to being preached at during future meetings. In their very first session last week, Izzy had made it clear that she didn't want to talk about God. She didn't want religion shoved down her throat. Mrs. Erickson had promised that she wouldn't mention God unless Izzy did. She had avoided saying his name since then, but there was no other way to say it. This was God's fault. He could have stopped the rape from happening, but he hadn't. Bad things happen to innocent people every day, and he does nothing to stop it. Why? Mrs. Erickson leaned forward and seemed to wait for Izzy to make eye contact before speaking. I promise you, seeing you in that situation broke God's heart, but he gave each of us the freedom of choice in our actions. That included Reverend Burkett. Izzy's whole body jerked at the mention of his name. Freedom of choice should not include the right to rape a kid. It shouldn't include the right to cause harm to another. What good can come out of that kind of freedom? The ability to reach out to someone else who has gone through the same type of thing is one example of something good coming from a bad situation. Like Sheba was there for you. Izzy shook her head at the thought. She honestly didn't want to think about good coming from her being raped. She wasn't ready to give up her anger. She deserved to be angry, didn't she? No one else seemed to be mad about it. The image of her dad beating his fist against the steering wheel of his car popped into her head. Sheba had said God was the ultimate father, but her real father would have pummeled the man for even thinking about touching his daughter if he'd known. God had known and had done nothing. Girl, if you keep having this kind of thoughts about God, she thought, he's going to strike you down right where you sit. Have you thought about talking to him about it? Izzy looked up at the other woman. Had she missed something? Who? God. You mean like prayer? Mrs. Erickson nodded. It doesn't have to be anything formal. Just talk to him like you would your best friend. Tell him everything that's on your mind. It might help you sort through your feelings about what happened. Izzy came just short of rolling her eyes, only because she didn't want to be rude. I'll take that into consideration. She had lapsed into something like a prayer once on the night Vivian had told her about the man being dead, but she wasn't ready to pour her heart out to someone who didn't care.
Holden looked out at the snow-covered hills surrounding his parents' home, amazed at the difference a few hours' drive could make in the landscape. Here he was in the Tennessee mountains, and a few hours in the opposite direction from Bethel Ridge you'd be at the beach. Right where Izzy was now spending time with her family. He prayed it went well. Her haggard appearance lately had not gone unnoticed. She needed a break. Jake came bounding from the side of the house, leaving tracks in the snow. The dog loved the frozen stuff as much as he did the water in the lake. Holden had used the excuse of letting the dog out to escape some of the tension in the house. Tension he had caused. Dahlia's parents had spent every Christmas with Holden's family since losing their only daughter and granddaughter, including this one. Everything had been going great until the meal finished. Holden had given in to the tugging need to share about his trip to the prison to see Carson and about how he'd finally been able to forgive. His parents had nodded their heads, concern for him shining in their eyes. He couldn't read what Dahlia's father thought about what he'd done, but her mother hadn't even tried to hide her derision. After giving the opinion that the murderer didn't deserve forgiveness, let alone Holden offering to help Carson once he got out, she abruptly left the room. Had he been right in sharing it? The door behind him opened and his father-in-law joined him at the porch rail. Great. He'd probably come out here to ream Holden out for upsetting his wife. At least he's doing it out here in private. Newland leaned against the railing next to him. He nodded his head toward the dog. Jake seems to be enjoying the snow. Don't suppose you get too much of it down your way. No, sir. It's one of the things I miss about home. Ever think of moving back? Not really. I like it all right where I'm at. He had considered it right after the accident. Seeing the flowers and stuffed animals at the intersection where it happened just outside their subdivision nearly drove him crazy. It had been one of the catalysts for his drinking. But moving away from Bethel Ridge may have taken some of the happier memories, or at least cause him to think about them less frequently. He had in fact moved but only to another part of the lake. One that would let him avoid seeing the place of their death. Ever think of finding someone else, maybe get married again? Holden whipped around to look at him. Where is he going with this off-the-wall question? Especially after what just happened in the dining room. It's been 4 years, son. I think Dahlia would want you to find someone else. She'd say you deserve happiness. Surely you've dated, right? Had he somehow stepped over into an alternate dimension when he came outside? Everything looked the same, but something had to be off, because he surely wouldn't be having this conversation with his former father-in-law. No. There hasn't been anyone. And I'm content with the life I have now. I don't need another person to make me happy. But I'm betting not as content as you were as a married man. Holden turned back toward the porch railing. The man was right, but he didn't want to talk about it, especially not with him. Something tells me Wendy wouldn't agree with you about my remarrying. You'll have to excuse her earlier reaction. She's human. Can't seem to let go of that bitterness. She misses her daughter and granddaughter, and the holidays are particularly rough. But she loves you. We've talked about it, and we agree that we want to see you happily married again. You're all we have now. Marriage was the last thing on his mind. Facing Newland again, Holden leaned one elbow on the porch rail. What I want to talk about is what happened in there earlier. I know how my parents feel about me going to see Carson and offering my forgiveness. They've been after me to do it for a while. And Wendy made it clear how she felt. But what do you think about it? Newland's lips pressed together as he seemed to study the landscape in front of the house. What happened? Well, I think it hit all of us harder than anything we've ever gone through before. I watched as you hit rock bottom, fought alcohol addiction because of it. He knew about that. Holden's whole body heated, drying out his throat and making it hard to swallow the lump that had formed there. He'd thought he'd kept his family in the dark. He had confessed to his parents after getting clean, but Newland talked as if he'd known while it was happening. We were all worried about you, but in some twisted kind of way, Newland took in a deep breath through his nose and blew it out. No one can say you didn't love my daughter. But I also realized you were no different than that boy. None of us are. Everyone has their flaws and weak moments. He paused for a minute. It took time and several dozen talks with your daddy, but I eventually came to the point where I felt like I could forgive. Though, hearing how you went to the prison to talk to him and offered to help after he's released, I wonder now if my job is complete because I don't believe I could have done it. He grabbed Holden's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. I want you to know that I'm proud of you for being the kind of man God meant for you to be. Holden could only nod his head since no words would make it past the lump in his throat. He didn't deserve such praise, not after being reminded of just how far he had fallen. His mama stepped out on the porch and rubbed her arms. "Brr. It's cold out here. Y'all about ready for dessert? Just pulled a blackberry cobbler out of the oven, and I've got vanilla ice cream to go with it." Newland chuckled as he headed for the door. "That's what I've been waitin' on all day." Holden's mama looked at him in that way that only a mama can. Like someone who was very much aware of his every flaw but loved him anyway. She opened her arms for a hug. "I'm proud of my boy. You know that, don't you?" He kissed her cheek. "Love you, Mama. Love you too, sugar. Let's get inside before all the cobbler's gone. I know it's your favorite." As she reached for the doorknob, Holden let out a piercing whistle for Jake. She turned around and slapped him on the arm. "Did you have to scare the living daylights out of me?" All the tension of the past hour drained away with his laughter. As he and Jake followed his mama inside, he made a mental note to add Wendy to his prayer list. Hopefully God could use his earlier words at the dinner table to help her.
Izzy held onto the toilet seat as her stomach heaved, hopefully for the last time. She picked the towel up from the floor and wiped her mouth and then used it as a pillow for her pounding head. The combination of her illness and the cold seeping up from the hard, ceramic tiles beneath her had her whole body quaking. "Lord, I need help." The spontaneous prayer came from her lips like it was the most natural thing to do. It had been happening a lot lately. She'd tried to stop at first, but decided it couldn't hurt anything. God wasn't listening anyway. Besides, Izzy couldn't blame this one on God. She'd done this to herself. She had a drinking problem. This wasn't news, she had been denying it to herself for a while now. In the name of doing better, Izzy had tried cutting back on her own. Her plan, drinking less and less until it was no longer a problem. It had been 3 weeks since coming to this realization, and she was drinking more now than ever. Her weekly sessions with Mrs. Erickson hadn't helped. They were brutal. She didn't feel like herself during those meetings. Talking louder than usual, her hands in constant motion as she relit something that happened too many years ago for it to still be bothering her. She'd tried to let it go, to leave it in the past, but it wasn't working. Trying and failing, just like her attempt to slow down drinking. Izzy eased slowly to an upright position. If she could get a few saltine crackers down before the sickness returned, that would help. Maybe then she could get a couple of Tylenol to stay down and help the headache. And water would get her back to normal faster, but it all hinged on settling her stomach first. Experience had taught her these lessons, but it had been years since she'd let herself get in this bad of shape. You know better than to go this far. What were you thinking? Memories from the day before came flooding back. Christmas Day, the worst she'd ever experienced. Her family had gathered at the beach this year. Vivi and Beau hosted for the first time as a couple. Everyone was there, including her niece and her husband, who had flown in from New York. This would probably be Amy's last trip before the baby came, and Izzy had missed seeing her. There hadn't even been much of a protest when she'd told them she wasn't coming. Her mom had put up a fuss at first until her dad put a stop to it. She told herself that she was relieved that he had taken the pressure off because he understood. She couldn't handle being around them right now. Couldn't fake being happy for the sake of Christmas. Couldn't handle going back to that place where it all happened. But once the call ended, Izzy got to imagining them all together, each secretly thankful that she wasn't there ruining this holiday like she had Thanksgiving. Self-pity had sent her to the bottle, but the more she drank, the more she felt it. She did the only thing she could at the time, drank until she could no longer think about it. After getting a few crackers in her system, Izzy picked up her phone. She squinted at the lit screen. Pain shot through her already pounding head, and her stomach rolled. She quickly brought up Holden's number and then closed her eyes as she waited for him to pick up. "Hello. Are you coming back to Bethel Ridge today?" Way to start off a conversation. You could have at least asked how Christmas with his family went. I'm on my way back now. Why? What did you need? For a time, her first thought and answer to that question would have been that she needed him. That she wanted him. But ever since her meltdown where she confessed to being raped in front of the one person she'd never wanted to find out, her thoughts toward him had cooled. She had known all along that Holden Armstrong deserved to be with someone better than her, now it seemed her heart had caught up with her head. Or at least those feelings had been buried deeper. Elizabeth? He hadn't called her Izzy since her breakdown. Proof he has cooled toward you too. Are you going to your meeting tonight? Silence filled the line for a moment before he answered. Yeah. By the sound of his voice, he was unsure where this conversation was going. She hadn't given it too much thought before calling, or she would have talked herself out of it. Can I go with you? You're in town. I thought you were going to be in Walden Beach until Wednesday. He hadn't answered her question. She knew he wouldn't have a problem with her going to the meeting. He probably didn't want her showing up there with him. Can't have people thinking you're a couple. She'd roll her eyes if it didn't hurt so much. I decided not to go to the beach. Listen, Holden, just forget I asked. No. I'll be glad to take you. Izzy grabbed her head and pulled the phone back from her ear. He had started hollering his protest before she even finished speaking. I didn't mean to hesitate. You just took me by surprise, that's all. Can you be ready by 6:30? Is it later than it seems? What time is it now? 11:48. She almost laughed. How long did he think it took for her to get ready? Yeah, I can be ready by 6:30. Good, I'll see you then. The phone went dead. He'd hung up on her without saying goodbye, probably to keep her from sticking with her, just forget I asked.
Izzy's appearance came as no surprise. Dark sunglasses, hair ungroomed, arms folded across her chest with layers of oversized clothing as a barrier between her personal shame and the outside world. Holden had seen the look before. Hopefully she'd hear enough tonight to make her realize she wasn't alone. The parking lot was full when they got there, not unusual around the holidays. After finding a spot, he cut the engine and the world went quiet. He looked over at Izzy. She stared through the windshield, her arms still folded across her chest. She hadn't said more than a few guttural noises in response to his attempts at conversation on the way over. Are you ready to go in? There'll be hot coffee, and we can find a seat before everyone else settles in. Izzy turned her head toward him, but he couldn't see her eyes for the dark glasses. Holden, I just want to make it clear. I know my drinking is out of hand, and that's why I'm here. I can guess what you think about it, what you think about me, but I have no intention of quitting for good or getting rid of the bar, so don't get your hopes up. He touched her arm. Elizabeth, I'm not here to judge you. He pointed toward the building they were about to enter. We all have a different story, but all of us, including me, are here because our drinking got out of hand. I'm praying that you find the help you need. With alcoholism, it was usually either all or nothing. He'd never heard of anyone with a drinking problem being able to go back to the status of a casual drinker, but he was no expert in the matter, and like he'd said, every story was different. He was just grateful Izzy came tonight. He'd leave future days to God and prayed today's conviction to let go of alcohol's grasp led to another and another. When they entered the building, there were still groups of people standing around talking and drinking coffee, but most had already taken their seats. Holden looked toward the rows of seats, searching for a couple that weren't occupied or saved. He saw someone approaching from his periphery and turned to see Sheba making a beeline toward them with Elijah a few steps behind. She pulled Izzy into a hug. I'm so glad to see you here. Izzy didn't smile as she pulled back to look at her. I didn't know you came to these meetings. She doesn't. Holden had been coming for years and had never seen her here. She had come because she'd known Izzy would be here. He had called Elijah so he and Sheba could pray. They had all been praying for Izzy but not specifically about the drinking. Just like everyone else, her problem went deeper than alcohol, but coming to the meeting was a step in the right direction. But calling Elijah had obviously been a mistake. "Oh, I come every once in a while, to show my support." Izzy's lips pressed into a thin line as she looked his way. For once, Holden was glad her eyes were hidden behind the sunglasses. He placed his hand on her back as he looked toward Elijah and Sheba. "We need to find a seat before the meeting starts." Elijah smiled at him. "There are a couple of empty seats up front with us." Even through the layers of her thick coat, he could feel Izzy tensing up tighter than before. As they followed behind the others, her feet moved like they were trudging through mud. She ended up sitting between him and Elijah in the seats that had obviously been saved for them. He would have to talk with the man later. Elijah should have known better, having Sheba show up, saving them a seat, having Izzy sit up front on her first visit. It would be a miracle if she came to another meeting after this. Holden looked at Izzy from the corner of his eyes. She sat ramrod straight, her fists squeezed so tight her knuckles were white. He wrapped his hand around the one closest to him and rubbed his thumb across the back of it. "Lord, she needs you right now. This is a big step for her, and you are the only one that can help her through." He inhaled. All this time, he'd been taking Izzy's cause on himself instead of trusting God with the outcome. He had no control over anything said or done by others. No control over Izzy's thoughts and feelings. The only thing he could do was continue to put it in the hands of the one in charge of everything.
Izzy scowled after taking another sip of cherry Coke. It didn't taste the same without the bourbon, but she needed the sugar and caffeine to help her stay alert tonight. She decided to go cold turkey, to quit drinking altogether, at least for a while. When she got to the point where drinking wasn't an aching need, maybe then it could go back to being an occasional indulgence. At least, that had been her plan when she'd made this decision Tuesday morning after the AA meeting with Holden. She had been ready to beg him to take her out of that place. Then he had taken her hand. Peace had washed over her. Peace and the courage to take the next step. Her first trepidation had come when Sheba told her that she'd need to check herself into the hospital for detox. She'd felt sure that it wasn't necessary. Then her hands began shaking so badly that she couldn't hold a glass of water without bathing in it. And the intense craving for the taste of bourbon, just a taste. That's all she wanted. All she begged for. But Sheba knew better. She drove her straight to the ER to be admitted. The experience had been worse than any hangover ever made her feel. She never wanted to go through it again. But the memory had faded fast in the face of tonight's event. New Year's Eve was a big moneymaker for the bar. She had started out the night by offering a package deal that included a plate of barbecue with fixings, a drink of the patron's choice, and a flute of champagne for the toast at midnight. The turnout had been great, and everyone seemed to be in a good mood. Only, their good mood had the opposite effect on hers. She'd never given it much thought before, but New Year's Eve seemed to be a night for couples. Izzy hadn't dated anyone since Pierce. Her life had been so messed up since then that dating hadn't even entered her mind, but looking at the couples in the bar tonight, loneliness set in like an unwanted visitor. She took another sip of her Coke, but it only made the bourbon's absence more obvious. "Here, try this." Izzy looked at the bubbly drink with its generous supply of cherries along with a wedge of lemon, suspicious of what else lurked in the bartender's offer. Without giving out too many details about her personal business, she'd informed Ansley that she wasn't drinking tonight. Surely Ansley wasn't going against that request. "What is it?" "Cherry lemon sundrop." "Ever had it before?" Izzy shook her head and stared at the drink, her mind going back to the last time she'd had sundrop. Her grandma had been a sundrop fanatic, had to have it every day. Izzy used to drink it right along with her when she visited every summer but hadn't touched the stuff since that summer everything changed. "Put it out of your mind now, or you won't be able to resist the bourbon. You don't have to drink it if you don't want to. I just thought it might help to try something different than what you usually mix with the booze." Izzy pulled the drink closer and took a sip. The cherry flavor melded better with the citrusy drink than she would have thought. This didn't taste anything like her grandma's soda, and it didn't make it so obvious that the alcohol she craved was missing. She took a longer draw from the straw, grateful to know Ansley was looking out for her. I like it. Thanks. Ansley leaned closer toward her. I don't believe what I am seeing. Look who just walked in. Izzy looked toward the door, and the air in her lungs made a quick exit. Holden. He walked over and sat down at the end of the bar, catty-corner from where she sat. Looks like you have a good crowd here tonight. How's everything going? Was he checking to see if she was drinking? Izzy had gone to one meeting and had told him of her plan to stop for a while. Did that make him her sponsor? She hadn't asked him to be, but she admittedly had no idea how these things worked. Maybe they just took it upon themselves to look after fellow drunks. Calm down, girl. Holden has been nothing but good to you. He's been a friend when you've needed one most. If he wants to check up on you, let him. She made a point of looking around the room. It's going great. Everyone's in a good mood, and we should make up some of our losses from Halloween, so that's good. Can I get you anything? Holden looked up at Ansley and then tapped Izzy's glass with his fingernail. I'll have one of these. Sure thing. Izzy leaned closer to him. Do you really trust me that much? What if this has alcohol in it? One thing about you, Elizabeth, I can always count on your honesty. You know I don't drink. If there had been alcohol in it, you would have warned me. It wasn't until her nose began to sting, warning her of possible tears to follow, that she was able to pull her gaze away from his intense blue eyes. She couldn't remember the last time someone actually believed in her. She was sure her family thought of her as a failure up until now. He bent the straw away and took a sip of his drink from the rim of the glass. Cherry lemon sundrop. My favorite. I thought you had a party to go to tonight. He swiveled on the bar stool to look at the crowd behind him. I went, but decided to skip out before midnight. You know, it's just not the same without someone to share it with. The man had no idea what his words did to her. Holden probably missed his wife on nights like this. That had to be who he referred to, but just for a moment, she imagined it had been her presence at the party he'd missed, that she was the reason he'd come here tonight. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing right before you came in. Holden looked at her, and one side of his lips turned up, hinting at a smile. Her skin tingled as she got caught up in the look he gave her. Like he really saw her, and maybe even liked what he saw. What was he thinking? She didn't know how innocent people flirted. The men she had known made no bones about what they were after. It had become tiring. Maybe he wasn't attracted to her at all, but she enjoyed the way he made her feel. Like she might be worthy of more than a fling. Izzy looked down at the bar, breaking eye contact. A good, Christian man sat across from her. Even if a weak moment made him think he wanted something more, she wouldn't go there with him. To taint that wholesome part of Holden would make her no different than the one who forever stole innocence away from her. He was too good to feel that kind of regret. You're overthinking this. He only came here tonight to check up on you. Holden might care about you as a friend, but that's it.
As he counted down with the bar patrons and watched the midnight kiss happen all around him, Holden tried to remember the last time he'd done this with Dahlia. He couldn't. Honestly, it had been at least 10 years since he and his wife stayed up to ring in the new year. It had never been their thing to begin with, but after having Kristen, the extra sleep had seemed more exciting. His gaze connected with Izzy's, and all the kisses they'd shared paraded through his mind in an instant. She had always been drunk, probably didn't remember a one of them, but he remembered. She wasn't drinking tonight, and the urge had to be beating her down. He had to hand it to her. Izzy Tanner was one strong woman. But she's not for you. Fireworks sounded from outside, muted by the walls around them. The din of noise inside the bar increased as people grabbed their coats and headed outside, leaving behind only a few stragglers. Well, that's it. Izzy stood and began straightening chairs around the closest table. Any other night and at least half would hang around till closing, but tonight they'll want to spend it behind closed doors. Her cheeks colored at the implication. Holden began helping her straighten the bar. When he'd first come to work at the restaurant, he'd vowed never to help out here, but knowing Izzy was fighting against her addiction, it felt different. She stepped closer and placed her hand over his as he straightened a chair. I appreciate the help, Holden, but you don't have to. We'll call cabs for the ones who need it. By the time they are all gone, me and Ansley will have everything cleaned up. Her thumb rubbed across his knuckle as she spoke, and his pulse doubled in speed. What would it be like to kiss her sober? He shook his head and cleared his throat. I don't mind staying. You girls shouldn't be here by yourselves. The sound of her soft laughter brought a smile to his face. Holden, are you volunteering to be my new bouncer? You know, we've been without one since Halloween, and we've been fine. No, they hadn't been fine. The police had been called here at least twice since then. Izzy needed someone to take care of her, to protect her. And are you volunteering for that job too? With the thoughts running through his head tonight, he began to wonder if there wasn't something else in that sundrop besides cherries and a lemon wedge. Lord, I need to drop this line of thought before I do something stupid. I'm not ready for a relationship, and Izzy isn't right, not right with you and not right for me. He grabbed a tray to collect glasses and trash and continued making his way around the room cleaning as he went. This would be a one-time thing. He wouldn't be back to the bar after tonight, and he would try to keep some distance from Izzy in the future. You can't cut me off. It ain't closin' time yet. The belligerent customer jerked away from Izzy's touch. He swallowed down the last bit of the drink in front of him and then brought the glass down hard on the table. I've still got 2 more hours. Holden took 2 steps closer, ready to intervene if necessary. We're closing early tonight. Let me call you a cab. I don't need no stinkin' cab. I can drive myself. The tension in Holden's shoulders loosened a smidgen at the sound of Izzy's laughter. Come on, Larry. Now how are you going to do that? I made you give your keys to Ansley when you first came in tonight. The old man's brows bunched together, adding to the appearance of wrinkles on his face. Give them back. I'm not drunk yet. Just because you're not passed out, doesn't mean you're not too drunk to drive. I made a deal with your wife. Remember? Now I'm calling you a cab, so stop protesting. Holden took the final steps to the table when the guy stood and took a couple of wobbly steps toward the door. Hey, how about I give you a ride home? Do I know you? Izzy walked over and placed a hand on Larry's shoulder. Holden's a good guy. He'll take you home. You know I wouldn't send you off with someone I didn't trust. Okay. Holden took one more look at Izzy as he followed the man out the door. She smiled and mouthed the words thank you. He had been praying about the temptation she presented, and God had given him an out. God is so good.
All right, where is it? At the raising of Sheba's voice, Izzy looked up from the bar receipts she'd been going over. She watched as the woman went around the kitchen, rummaging through one drawer after another, mumbling under her breath the whole time. Judging by the looks on the faces of the kitchen workers, no one had a clue what she searched for. I know one of you hid it, thinking to be funny. Well, I ain't laughing. Holden came out from the office, his expression as puzzled as everyone else's. What's going on? Sheba's fist went to her hip and her head bobbed as she answered. One of your people stole my spoon, that's what. Her gaze moved from person to person. Whoever got it had better hand it over. Holden stepped over to the drawer closest to him, shifting its contents around. What makes you think it was someone from first shift? Because my people know better. Izzy made her way to the opposite side of the kitchen from Holden to aid in the search. Every drawer and bin were combed through, and they still hadn't turned up the wooden spoon. Sheba huffed, picked up her purse, and slung the strap over her shoulder. I'm leaving. How could one misplaced spoon upset her this badly? Izzy placed her hand on Sheba's arm. Calm down. I'll go to Walmart right now and get you another one. I'll even buy extras to keep in the office in case this ever happens again. That's not the point. Then what is? She clamped her mouth shut, holding the question back. No use upsetting Sheba any further. Blaze, grab your pocketbook. You're going with me. Where are we going? Shopping. Shopping? Okay, so Sheba wanted to pick out her own spoon. Anything to calm her down. Izzy looked at Holden, about to ask if he'd stay in case they weren't back in time before his shift ended, but he beat her to it. Elizabeth, go ahead and y'all take your time. I'll still be here when you get back. Thanks. Sheba already had her Lincoln Town car running when Izzy got there. Neither one of them spoke as she buckled herself into the brown leather passenger seat. Maybe a moment of quiet would help. The radio played on low. Izzy concentrated on the words coming from the speakers, expecting to hear words about God, but heard old-school jazz instead. I bet you think I'm crazy, going on so about an old wooden spoon. How do I answer that? Lie? I wouldn't go right to crazy, but I can't say I understand it. When I was only a girl, someone took something precious from me. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, she knew. The person she referred to had been her father, and what he had taken was way more precious than a wooden spoon. Unfortunately, Izzy knew firsthand that the mind didn't always differentiate where trauma was concerned. Now, I go a little crazy when something is taken. Does no good to tell myself it's just a spoon. I guess no matter how much healing you do, a little bit of that hurt remains. The thought of carrying just a little of the hurt she felt lately for the rest of her life sounded exhausting. Can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Izzy mentally braced herself. Why has Holden all of a sudden gone back to calling you Elizabeth? Her chest hurt thinking about it, but she answered anyway. The man that raped me kept saying my name over and over while it was happening. Besides Holden, the only ones who call me Izzy are my family. The day I broke down in the bar, he called me that, and I think I may have yelled at him about it or something. I don't remember everything exactly. I was upset, you know? Sheba reached across the console and patted Izzy's arm. Who do you think gave me my name? My daddy, that's who. But every time I hear Elijah calling me Queen Sheba, I feel proud. I pray one day you'll find that someone God has for you. I promise when you do, you'll love hearing your name on his lips. You wait and see. It was a nice thought, but she was almost 40 years old. The chances of her finding a relationship with that kind of depth were slim to none. Figuring Sheba needed the extra time to drive and talk, Izzy kept quiet when they passed Walmart. They pulled up in front of the glitzy South Boutique instead, and she began to question the woman's sanity. This didn't look like a place to buy a spoon. What are we doing here? Shopping. You need a dress for the jazz club. Izzy stared at her. What are you talking about? Holden didn't ask you yet? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say no. He's never mentioned anything to me about a jazz club. Oh, well, he's going to. Sheba got out of the car as if everything was settled. Izzy followed her into the store. I don't understand. Where is this jazz club? I've never heard of it. We're having it in Malik Cordell's barn. You probably met him in AA. A bunch of them got together and come up with this idea to have an old-school get-together, and they're calling it Jazz Club. Oh. When Sheba had first mentioned Holden asking her out, even though she knew it couldn't possibly mean anything romantic, her heart had automatically gone there. But him asking her to a glorified AA meeting meant nothing. It wasn't until they stepped inside that she realized glitzy South Boutique was a consignment shop, an upscale one from the looks of things. And conservative. It suddenly became clear why Sheba had brought her shopping for a dress. Nothing in her closet would be appropriate for her to be seen with Holden. She'd go along with whatever Sheba picked out. This may be just about him trying to help with the alcohol, but if he asked her to go with him, she'd never want to embarrass him.
At the sound of car doors shutting, Holden peeked out the kitchen window. Izzy carried a plastic bag to her Mustang and stored it inside. Sheba was the first to come through the door when he opened it for them, and he held out her spoon. I knew you would find it. Thanks. Sheba took it from his hand and kept walking. He watched as she went right to work, like nothing had ever happened. He looked back at Izzy and she just smiled and shook her head. Izzy grabbed him by the arm and led him into the office. Where did you find it? I promised amnesty to the one who had it. Her lips tightened in the corners, as if she were holding back laughter. I won't tell. He touched her on the end of her nose. I won't either, but I will say it was one of her second shift people who hid it. Her eyes lit up and her hand came up to cover her mouth. Where did y'all go? I thought you were going after another spoon. Sheba took me dress shopping. Dress shopping? Sheba must have told her about the party. When it had been suggested that he invite Izzy, he hadn't been too sure it was a good idea. He had since talked himself into it. It would do her good to have a little fun without the alcohol. And he'd planned to make it clear they were only going as friends. The opportunity to ask had not presented itself, and now it looked as if Sheba had jumped the gun. Maybe it was for the best. Now he didn't have to worry about Izzy reading too much into the invitation. Yeah, I think she must have thought I needed something more conservative than what I usually wear. She even made me buy a church dress. Izzy used finger quotes with the last two words. Are you planning to go to church? Please say yes. No. She stared at him with her brows raised as if expecting him to say something. His mind scrambled. He'd prayed her healing process would lead her back to church and to God, but he didn't want to pressure her. He cleared his throat and rubbed the back of his neck. I know Sheba told you about the party coming up in a couple of weeks. Do you want to go? Izzy pursed her lips to one side, but it didn't hide her smile. Do you want me to go? That was the problem. He did want her to go, more than he was willing to admit. I think it will be fun. Breaking eye contact, she ran her finger along the edge of the office desk. Well, I did buy a dress for that too. We can go together. She looked back up at him, all mirth gone from her face. You mean like a date? He hadn't felt this awkward around a female since junior high. A date between friends. Her lips formed a disappointed line and she nodded her head. Gotcha. Sounds good. She smiled then, but the sparkle was gone from her eyes. For the first time since his wife died, he kind of wished this was going to be a real date, but friendship would have to suffice for now.
Surreal. That was the only word Izzy could think of when she and Holden stepped into Mr. Cordell's barn. The outside still looked like a weathered old, barn. But the inside, it was like the swankiest old-school nightclub she'd ever seen. Thick black paper, like the kind used for roofing, covered the interior walls. Candles placed in the center of tables lining the edge of the room and strings of lights across the ceiling added a romantic appeal to the atmosphere. The plywood covering the floor wobbled slightly as Holden led them to one of the tables where Sheba and Elijah already sat. As she followed, Izzy took in more of the barn's interior. A collection of instruments, including an upright piano, sat on a platform at the back of the room waiting to be played. At the moment, a lone man stood on the stage, playing a saxophone. A few couples swayed around on the dance floor to the soulful tune. Elijah stood as they came near. His 40s style suit and matching black fedora had her holding back a smile. Well, don't you look spiffy? He tilted his head and smiled back at her. You're lookin' mighty sharp yourself. The both of you. He looked up toward the top of Holden's head. Like the hat. The sight of Holden in his gray newsboy hat, along with his dress pants, shirt, and sweater vest, still made her go weak in the knees like it had when he'd first picked her up. She pulled her gaze away for another look around the room. Her hand trembled slightly as she touched the red flower she'd bobby-pinned just above her right ear. She'd worn red pumps to add a spark of her own style to the gray and black dress Sheba had picked out. But now she wondered if the red stuck out to everyone who saw her, like a neon sign labeling her for what she was, someone unworthy to be hanging on the arm of a man like Holden Armstrong. Sheba reached for her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. You look nice. It's going to be a fun night, just wait and see. Fear of not having a good time wasn't the problem. Holden had complimented her on her clothes several times. He had touched her hair, saying how much he loved the darker color. And she'd caught him checking her out as they walked toward his SUV and again as they entered the barn. That was the problem. This wasn't a date, and she didn't want to do anything to make him think otherwise. That was a lie. She'd love to be out on a real date with Holden. Had daydreamed about it for years. But dating him would taint something good and pure. Izzy refused to be the cause of his ruination. Everyone looked up at the stage when the music ended. The saxophone player left the platform to the sound of applause with a big grin on his face. Another man stepped up to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed the food is ready. We're going to take a break from the music to give everyone a chance to enjoy each other's company while you partake of your meal. At this time, I'm going to ask Reverend Parnell Adams to bless the food." Izzy's stomach tightened as soon as the word Reverend was spoken. She squeezed her eyes closed for the prayer but didn't hear a word of it for the monologue running through her head. "Calm down. This isn't church, and it isn't that reverend. People pray at events all the time." A hand enveloped hers, and she opened her eyes enough to see it was Holden. She braved a glance at his bowed head. His eyes were closed, and his lips moved silently. Was he praying for her? She let her shoulders drop. He gave her hand a squeeze and then let go just before the prayer ended. They joined the line that snaked past the food table set up potluck style. She spent more time checking out the people and the room around her than the food. "Here, try some of these collards and tell me what you think." Sheba spooned a mound of greens onto Izzy's plate. They didn't look like the ones served at the restaurant. "You made these?" "Uh-huh. Just like my mama used to make them, not like those canned ones you serve." Sheba had been after her to change some of the menu items, but Izzy hadn't complied. She'd kept the menu the same as the previous owners, mainly because she didn't know enough about cooking to make those kinds of decisions. She took a pinch of the greens to taste while she waited for the line to move forward. Her eyes rounded as she looked back at Sheba. These are seriously the best greens I've ever tasted." "Told ya. Talk to me tomorrow about some of the things you wanted to change on the menu and we'll see if they're affordable." Everything else in her life had been turned on end for the good. Might as well switch that up too. The music started again as people began to finish their meals, this time with an entire band. One person after another stood at the mic crooning out songs from the past. Only a few were faintly familiar to Izzy, but she enjoyed them. Occasionally, the ones playing the instruments would be replaced. Sheba explained that a schedule had been made up so that everyone who wanted to perform would have a turn. Everything from the food to the location and even the decor had been donated. Elijah was the first to ask her to dance. She couldn't help but laugh as he swung her around the dance floor. The man had moves for someone his age, and unlike every other dance partner she'd ever had, he did it without the aid of alcohol. He somehow made her look like she knew what she was doing. A few slower notes rang out as the next song started up. Holden intercepted their trip back to the table. He offered his hand. "Elizabeth, are you available for this dance?" She couldn't hold back on the grin splitting her face if she tried. The way he'd said it sounded like a line straight out of one of her sister's romance novels. Izzy followed him out on the floor to When I Fall in Love, one of the few songs she recognized. Dancing with Holden was like nothing she had ever experienced. He moved her around the dance floor like a professional ballroom dancer. He even sang part of the words and her heart melted. For those few moments, she could close her eyes and pretend it was all real. That she belonged to him. That they shared that forever kind of love. A nice dream, but when the song ended, so did the fantasy. She wouldn't allow the what-ifs to ruin this night. Holden placed his hand on the small of her back as he led her back to their table. "Are you having fun?" She laughed, surprised to find that she actually was having a good time, and without a drink or the enticement of a possible one-night stand. "I am." "Are y'all planning to do this on a regular basis?" He shook his head. "Mr. Cordell is ready to have the use of his barn back. Plus, it was a lot more work getting this together than you'd think." "I imagine so." They had just gained their seats when the MC spoke into the mic. "Y'all give Mrs. Sheba Burris a hearty welcome. I try not to show partiality, but I've been waiting all night to hear this lady sing." He made a motion with his hand. "Come on up here, Queenie, and regale us with a little Lady Day." Izzy's jaw dropped when Sheba got up and made her way to the stage. She leaned toward Holden. Did you know she could sing? I visited her church and heard her sing there. In a split second, the reminder that Izzy didn't belong with this crowd cropped up and she pushed it back down. She returned her attention to the stage as Sheba spoke into the mic. This first one is called All of Me. I hope you enjoy it. Sheba pointed toward the band, indicating that she was ready to begin. The piano player started, and then the horn section joined in. Sheba stepped closer to the mic, opened her mouth, and began singing. Astonished, Izzy turned to get the reaction of her tablemates when her gaze caught on Elijah. So much love shone in his eyes as he stared at his wife up on that stage. And Sheba looked back at him, offering everything she had in the words of a song, or so it seemed. It took Izzy's breath away. That's what I want, Lord. I want someone to love me like that. What was she thinking? She had never wanted anything like that before. Never. She tried to convince herself that she hadn't meant it. Maybe it was something else the couple possessed that made her feel like something was missing from her life. Contentment, maybe. Sheba had gone through some rough times in her life, but she hadn't let it keep her down. How? She would probably claim it was her relationship with God. Would she be right?
Holden missed being married, having someone to spend time with. He missed romance. He and Dahlia would have a date night every couple of weeks and he missed that. Or is it only your wife you're missing? He missed her every day of his life, but this went beyond that. For the first time since her death, Holden looked toward the future and realized he didn't want to spend it alone. Newland had been the one to put those thoughts in his head. Was his father-in-law right? Was it time to look toward marrying again? Enough. He just wanted to enjoy the night, not plan out his future. Izzy laughed as he spun them around. She claimed she wasn't a good dancer, but they moved together like one. Against his will, he had taken dance lessons with Dahlia in preparation for their wedding. He had taken to it like a baby to milk. The music flowed through him, taking control of his body with the first beat, and he'd loved it ever since. Dahlia had learned the moves in that same efficient way she tackled everything in life, but she'd never took to it like. He put a stop to that train of thought. There was no comparing Izzy to his wife. They were nothing alike. And he would not tarnish Dahlia's memory by measuring her against other women. Izzy probably wouldn't welcome such thoughts either. They both clapped their hands as the song ended. Judging by the big grin Izzy had worn most of the night, she was having a good time. Good. With the rough time she'd had lately, it was nice to hear her laughter. As soon as they sat back down at the table, Izzy gasped and pointed at Sheba. It has been bugging me all night because I knew I'd heard that song, All of Me, before but couldn't remember who sang it. It was Willie Nelson, right? Holden couldn't hold back his chuckle at the indignant look on Sheba's face. She propped a hand on her waist, tilted her head, and her brows nearly joined in the middle of her forehead as she stared open-mouthed at Izzy. You think I sounded like Willie Nelson? No, you sang it different than him, but Izzy looked at him as if hoping he'd help her out. He did sing that song, right? Sheba's head bobbed as she spoke. Well, he might have, but Lady Day sang it first, and better, if you ask me. Who? Sheba's mouth was wide open in shock now. You've never heard of Lady Billie Holiday, the best jazz singer of all time? Elijah chuckled. Who said she was the best? She pointed to her chest. I did. He laughed louder. Well, I guess that makes it so, then. Elijah pulled his wife closer and kissed the side of her head. While Izzy apologized for her obvious offense, Holden checked the time. They had agreed to leave at 10 o'clock since he had to get up early in the morning to start the work week. And leaving early made it seem less like a date. A few slow notes sounded from the instruments. Perfect. He leaned toward Izzy just before the man at the mic began singing. We have time for one more dance if you want. She smiled, her gaze moved over his face as if setting his features to memory, and then she placed her hand in his. Holden's chest tightened. Little moments like this had been playing out all night. He had to remind himself every time that this night was nothing more than two friends having a fun night out. He didn't make eye contact as they danced. Instead, he pulled her close with his chin pressed to the side of her head. Despite his resolve, at times he closed his eyes, losing himself in the moment. Luckily, there would be no more occasions for the two of them to get this close again. It was a one-time deal. They said their goodbyes and made the short ride to Izzy's. He should have stayed in the car, but years of training from his parents had him walking her to the door. Her porch light illuminated half of her features as she looked up at him. The corners of her full lips turned up in a smile. He wanted to press his lips to hers, to see how she tasted without the bourbon and cherry coke flavoring her mouth. No doubt, she'd let you. She placed her hand on his chest. Holden, I had a wonderful time tonight. Thanks for taking me. He wrapped his hand around hers. Izzy, Sorry, Elizabeth. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. I was upset when I asked you not to call me Izzy, but it's okay if you do. Actually, I'd prefer it coming from you. His chest tightened. Nothing had been said or done to suggest the feeling of intimacy this moment held, but he was having a hard time holding back on his urge to kiss her senseless. With one arm wrapped around her shoulders, he pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. He stepped off her porch and headed for his car. When he took one more look, the smile still graced her face. He let out a sigh, relieved to realize she hadn't expected more from him. He was glad he hadn't given in to the urge to kiss her lips. As often as he'd had to remind himself that it hadn't been a date, Izzy didn't seem to have the same problem.
Izzy clasped her hands together to keep from fidgeting. She glanced up at Mrs. Erickson's expectant face. They'd had their few minutes of small talk to get the counseling session started. This was her cue to get to it, but even after 6 weeks of coming to these meetings, beginning was always the hardest part. She took in a deep breath and then let her words out in a rush. I wrote the letters like you suggested. Did they help? Had they? Since there was no way to talk to Reverend Burkett or her grandma, Mrs. Erickson had suggested she pour her feelings out in letters to help get to the point of being able to forgive them. Her words flowing out onto paper had been a release of sorts, but it hadn't fixed everything. I'm finding it easier to forgive the man who raped me than my grandma. That doesn't make sense to me. I loved Grandma Addie. I didn't even know him before that week, and I never saw him again after. Think about what you just said. He was a stranger. We have no way of knowing what to expect from someone we just met. But you already loved your grandma and expected her to believe you, to protect you, and she didn't. No, she didn't. Izzy twisted the ring on her finger around for several turns, slid it up to her knuckle and then pushed it back down in its place. She repeated the process as she pondered the woman's words. How different things would have been if Grandma had stood up for her. Izzy had refused to spend another summer there after that. She'd only visited with her parents at holidays and even less than that after she became an adult. And then after Grandma's death, Izzy had inherited her house. At the time, her anger and bitterness were such that she couldn't even cross the threshold. She'd allowed her family to go in and take whatever they wanted, sold the rest of its contents to a salvage company, and then sold the house. The money gained had been used to buy the restaurant. It had offered her a small amount of vindication, knowing how her Christian grandma would have felt to know she had funded the opening of a bar. But now, she realized how petty and childish her thinking had been. You told me that you had called out to God in moments when you felt weak. Have you considered asking him to help you with this? She'd actually used the word desperate, not weak. Was she desperate enough to talk to him beyond the usual "help me God"? Would he listen or care? Just think about it. Even if you don't believe he hears you, just saying it out loud may help you sort through things. Izzy nodded. She couldn't imagine holding a one-sided conversation with God about how her grandma had crushed her spirit. Are you still abstaining from alcohol? How is that going? Thursday will mark 1 month without a drink. She couldn't help smiling at the thought. I'm finding that I like being sober better than I expected. I might even make it permanent. Her original intention was to quit until she was in control of her urge to drink and then go back to being a casual drinker. But detox had been harsh, something she never wanted to repeat again, and being around drunks, while sober, made her see just how tiresome and unglamorous it could be. If she could afford it, she'd hire someone else to manage the bar. Last week I went to how to describe it? A party? Shindig? Well, it was a gathering of mostly people from AA. They called it a jazz club, but it was a one-time deal. Anyway, it was a lot of fun, like going to a real club, but without the alcohol. It made me realize that I don't need to be drunk to have a good time. The picture of Holden leaning toward her and placing that kiss on her forehead flashed through her mind like it had for what seemed like 100 times a day for the past week. It was the first time she ever remembered enjoying the company of a man so much without it ending with something more carnal than an innocent kiss, one that hadn't even landed on her lips. He had made her feel cherished, and clean was the only word that came to mind. Oh, she knew it was nothing to him. If Holden cherished her, it was only as a friend. But that night out with him seemed to be exactly what she needed at this time in her life, and she would hold on to the memory for as long as possible. Izzy stared at the house across the street. After what happened at the restaurant that morning, she'd gone home long enough to throw a few things into a bag, then headed straight for the beach. Instead of going to her sister's, she'd stopped at the first hotel she saw and crashed, sleeping the rest of the day away. Now here she sat in the middle of the night, staring up at her grandma's old house, through the driver's side window of her Mustang. A place she'd avoided looking at since her last visit almost 10 years ago. The house belonged to someone else now. The new owners had transformed it. Vivian had tried to tell her about the improvements, but she hadn't wanted to hear anything about it. The light gray paint had been changed to deep blue, as evidenced by the porch light. The porch itself was also new. When Grandma Addie had lived here, there had only been a small stoop in the front. The house somehow looked more inviting now. Izzy moved the seat all the way back and turned sideways, bringing her knees up to get more comfortable. Like ocean waves, memories washed over her in quick succession. Sleeping late and waking up to a big breakfast every morning, walking to the beach, blanket forts in the living room on rainy days, Grandma reading to her until she fell asleep. In truth, summers spent here were some of the best memories of her life. Being raped was the only bad one she could think of. One day, one incident, and it had fractured every hour of every day since. She never spent another summer here after that. How many good memories did she miss out on by allowing that one bad thing to take over? At the sound of someone tapping on her window, she gasped and her body jerked upright. Light streamed in, burning her eyes. She blinked up at the dark-headed man peering in at her. Great. She had fallen asleep in the car. The guy wore a pair of jogging pants and a t-shirt. At least no one had called the cops, yet. The man took a step back when Izzy hit the unlock button. She opened the door, stretched her cramped legs out until her sneakers touched the pavement, and then eased into a standing position. Daytime temperatures had hovered around 80 for the last couple of weeks, but the morning chill reminded everyone that it was still January. She crossed her arms over her chest. Most days she felt younger than she was. Today was not one of those days. Sorry, I just wanted to check to make sure you were all right. The smile on the man's face didn't hide the inquisitive look in his eyes. Looking like a hobo with hair that hadn't seen a brush in days and her glorified pajamas consisting of a flowery pair of leggings and a long t-shirt, he had to be wondering why she'd picked this neighborhood to camp out in. She gestured to the house across the street. My grandma used to live there. I stopped by last night for a little reminiscing and must have fallen asleep. Sorry to have worried you. That's where I live. Her memory wasn't that great, but she didn't believe this was the same guy who'd bought the house from her. He held his hand out and she shook it. Steve Page. Nice to meet you. Elizabeth Tanner. When did your grandma live here? Almost 10 years ago. She didn't owe him any more explanation than that. Now that he knew she wasn't any kind of threat to the neighborhood, it was time to leave. My wife, Zuri, and I bought it 3 years ago. It had sat empty for a while, so we got it at a good deal. We've been fixing it up, but the bones of it are still there. Want to come inside and take a look? Izzy studied the man's face a little closer. He looked innocent enough, but what did he have in mind by inviting her into his house? His smile said he'd read her thoughts. I promise I'm not a serial killer or anything like that. My wife is right inside. There's this song about a woman going back to the house she grew up in. Zuri loves that song. She would love knowing you came here to relive memories of your grandma. He motioned with his hand. Come on. She looked up at the house again. Did she really want to relive those memories? It would seem rude not to take him up on his offer. Like you've ever worried about being rude before. They followed the pathway around to the side of the house that led to the kitchen. Through the glass door, she could see a woman sitting at a kitchen island with black hair down to her waist. Her top was stretched tight over a belly the size and shape of a basketball. A little of the tension eased from Izzy's shoulders and she followed Steve inside. Zuri, this is Elizabeth Tanner. Her grandma used to live here, and she stopped by to see the place. The woman's brown eyes lit up as she smiled at Izzy. Like that song, The House That Built Me by Miranda Lambert. She placed a hand on her protruding belly. I love that song. I think about my childhood home every time I hear it. The house I grew up in burned. I'd give anything to go through it one more time. Yeah, like going into a stranger's house, because you need to relive some old memories happens all the time. She knew the song they referred to. She'd thought the idea far-fetched, but here it was actually happening to her. Zuri took her by the hand. We've changed some stuff, though. I hope we haven't messed things up too bad for you. I'm sure you can still imagine it the way it was before. Things certainly had changed since the last time she was here. Izzy looked around the kitchen, hardly believing it was the same place. Instead of avocado green, everything was done up in shades of gray, and they'd torn down the wall between the kitchen and dining room. Even though she told herself not to, Izzy looked toward the door leading to her grandma's guest suite at the back of the kitchen. Except it was no longer a door but an open archway. A shaky breath eased its way through her tightened throat. Zuri tugged her in that direction. We turned the back room into our office. Steve and I both work from home and this was a perfect spot, close to the coffee maker. She laughed and patted her round belly. Except it's decoff for me until this one gets here. A normal person would ask questions about their work and about the baby, but Izzy didn't have the mind for small talk as she took involuntary steps toward the archway and looked into the room where it happened. This used to be the guest room. The walls were painted an eggshell white. Bright light streamed in through bare windows. Two desks anchored opposite walls, one of them had two computer monitors, while the other held a laptop. A bassinet and rocking chair sat in one corner. She'd never wanted to see this room again, yet here she was. The contrast of her memory of this place clashed with how it currently looked. The old version was the home of her nightmares. She'd half expected to see the Reverend's ghost floating around when she first looked inside. But it was just a room. Just an office. I don't suppose you spent too much time in here then. Izzy shook her head. She followed the woman back through the kitchen and dining room toward the front of the house, barely taking in her commentary about all the changes they'd made. Steve wanted to open up the wall between the formal living room and den, but I talked him out of it. Izzy looked around at the furniture that reflected the same modern style the rest of the house now sported. It was definitely nothing like it had been, but she had a feeling Grandma Addie would have liked it. Then she glanced up the stairway and her thoughts slowed to a halt. The stairway used to be closed in on both sides, but the wall on the living room side had been removed. A wooden handrail flared out slightly on its spiraled end. The wooden steps were refinished, but the bottom two had been removed. The replacements were made of gray stone and wider than the others. Zuri ran her hand down the end of the rail. I think this is my favorite improvement to the interior. What do you think? It's nice. I like it. Izzy looked back up at the top of the stairs, her mind going back to that morning. She had stayed up late the night before watching scary movies by herself. Vivi had spent the weekend at her friend's house. It was almost lunchtime by the time Izzy had awakened. She'd honestly forgotten about the Reverend staying here when she'd come downstairs in nothing but her short, thin gown. The gleam in his eyes when he'd told her that her grandma had gone to restock the kitchen and wouldn't be back for a while was forever stored in her memory in a spot that couldn't be erased. Me going on about all the improvements probably isn't helping you to reminisce. It actually did help. It helped her not remember things quite so vividly, but she wasn't about to say that to this woman. No, I like what you've done to the place. It looks much better than before. I think my grandma would have approved. It was still early morning when the tour of Grandma's house ended. Izzy sat slouched in the plastic chair on the 8th-floor balcony of her hotel room and stared out at the distant shoreline as she tried to process everything. She hadn't planned that trip down memory lane, but still, it hadn't gone as expected. Was her lack of anger a sign of healing? Then why do I feel so empty? God, I thought, what? That letting go of what happened was going to magically make everything right. That you'd get to start over as if nothing ever happened? Her silenced phone buzzed loudly against the glass tabletop next to her. She glanced at the screen with no intention of answering until she saw her sister's name. Izzy had planned to call Vivian and let her know to expect a visit, might as well do it now. Hey, Vivi. Hey, how are you doing? She hated the hesitancy of Vivian's voice. Her entire family had been like this ever since she announced that she'd been raped. They meant well, but it was just another reminder of her brokenness. Izzy didn't hesitate before giving her pat answer. I'm fine. Dread seeped in at the long pause that followed. Ever since Vivian had called to tell her about the Reverend's death, she hadn't mentioned what happened, but Izzy had a feeling it was about to come up again. Whatever it is, you can handle it. They were bound to talk about it anyway once Izzy showed up there. I want to send you a picture, but I wanted to explain first. Okay. Tension thrummed through her veins. A nervous laugh left her lips. That empty feeling is looking pretty good about now. I've been trying to come to grips with what Grandma did. Yeah, you and me both. I know she loved you, and I can't understand, her exasperated breath could be heard over the line. I know she was human and God is forgiving, but I just knew guilt would eat me up if I let my grandchild go through that and I didn't do something about it. Her voice had gained in strength and speed. Izzy let her talk. I have Grandma's Bible. I've been going through it looking at her notes and the things she had underlined, just trying to make sense of it. How could a Christian woman who loved her granddaughter turn her back like that? How did it not eat away at her conscience? Okay, Vivian, get on with it. Izzy had no idea how looking through Grandma's Bible would answer any questions, but all the hemming and hawing was getting on her nerves. A part of her regretted telling her family about the rape. It had made everything awkward between them. Lord, why can't things go back to the way they were? Anyway, I think it did bother her. I think she regretted raking it under the rug like she did. Her sigh sounded through the phone. The picture I'm going to send you is from her Bible. Let me know what you think. Just then a seagull flapped into view a couple of feet in front of Izzy, squawking loud enough to drown out the last couple of words Vivi had said. The seabirds had become somewhat of a nuisance thanks to people feeding them from their balconies. Shoo, go on. Izzy waved a hand, hoping he would move on, but the bird moved in closer to her hand. With a huff, she went back inside and slid the door closed to shut off the noise. Izzy, where are you? Oh. Her eyes squinted, closed as she answered. Vivian had been a lifeline to her. The last thing she wanted was for her sister to be mad at her. At a hotel at the beach. Walden Beach? Her words came out in a rush. I needed to be by myself for a few days. I plan to call you and come by in the morning. I swear. I just. It's okay, Izzy. I think I understand. You're welcome here anytime you're ready, and you can stay for as long as you'd like. Her shoulders relaxed. Actually, I think I'm ready to head there today. She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror over the table next to the bed. Maybe in a couple of hours. I have a lot to tell you. But I need to make myself look less like the Walking Dead first. We're on our way to church, but you know where the spare key is, so come on when you're ready. We can talk about the picture I'm going to send you then too. She'd already forgotten about the picture. Maybe a long, hot shower would clear her head. Her phone beeped almost immediately after the call ended. Izzy studied the grainy picture, her focus frozen on her own name written in her grandma's hand. Was she ready or even willing to figure out why it was written there? The Bible verse next to her name was the only one that could be seen in its entirety. The ones above and below had been cut so that only parts of them could be read. The book and chapter didn't show, but the verse in view had a number 3 next to it. Izzy read through it once and then started over, analyzing each word to figure out the significance in relation to her. 3. When I kept my silence, my bones waxed old through my roaring all the day long. Izzy rubbed the chill bumps from her arms. She suspected this verse was more about her grandma than about her. When I kept my silence was heavily underlined. Was Vivian right? Did Grandma regret not saying or doing anything about what happened? Not only had she kept the incident to herself, but her actions had silenced Izzy's voice too. It had kept her from telling her parents who would have possibly taken action. Had Grandma realized what effect her choice had done to her granddaughter for years after it happened? The urge to see the entire passage consumed her. Vivian would show it to her when she got there, but Izzy needed to see it now. Her fingers tapped out a text message. Where can I find this in the Bible? She stared at the blank screen, praying for it to light up. Hopefully Vivi would see it before church started. Izzy was about to give up and head for the shower when her phone buzzed with the reply. Psalms, chapter 32. There's probably a Bible in your nightstand. If not, look it up online. Love you. It had been years since she'd even held a Bible in her hands. The pages of the Gideon Bible were stiff from lack of use. Had it been recently placed there, or was it because she wasn't the only one lax in her relationship with God? The first verse had her stopping and rereading what she'd just read. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Tears were streaming down her face by the time she got to the last phrase, shout for joy, all ye that are upright in heart. In her conversations with God, she'd asked for joy. No one would ever describe her heart as upright. Were the two connected? Maybe she'd ask Vivian about it when she saw her. Izzy unzipped her suitcase and tugged the church dress Sheba had made her buy out from the jumbled mess of clothing. She'd packed it on impulse, thinking Vivian would get a kick out of seeing her in it. Too bad she hadn't taken more effort when packing. Maybe hanging it in the bathroom while she showered would knock out some of the wrinkles. There was probably an iron and ironing board somewhere in the room, but that would be a last resort. She didn't do ironing. Besides, the urge to see Vivian burned within her now. And her sister would be so shocked at seeing her in this dress, she probably wouldn't notice a few wrinkles anyway.
Holden rubbed Jake between his ears with one hand and steered his boat with the other. He'd overslept and missed church this morning. But God had met with him anyway, first during his prolonged Bible study and now through thoughts as he took in the natural beauty of the lake around him. God, I'm in too deep. I can't stop thinking about her. It had started out as innocent concern for Izzy's well-being. That part was still there, but it was intermingled now with other thoughts. How she felt in his arms. The smile that had become less frequent lately. The future what-ifs that could never be. Unless God intervened, there could be no future for them. Guilt always accompanied this thought. If Izzy was to have a relationship with God, it should be for her sake and not because it would make Holden happy. He started to wonder if his attraction to a non-Christian was already pulling him in the wrong direction. He'd missed church this morning because he'd been at the bar until after it closed last night. In all his years of working for Izzy, he'd never had anything to do with that part of the business. She had asked, and he had always refused. But after the confrontation Saturday morning, Holden had been afraid the guy would show up at the bar that night looking for trouble. And he had. Thankfully, other than making a few crude remarks aimed at Izzy, neither Eddie or the crew he'd brought with him had caused the kind of trouble that would involve the law. But what if Izzy had been there? What if Holden hadn't been? He would have a talk with her about hiring a bouncer once she got back from the beach. When will that be? Other than one text letting him know she had arrived safely, he hadn't heard from her. Holden hadn't realized where the boat was headed until he looked up at the backside of the house he'd shared with Dahlia. His father-in-law's words came back to him. Dahlia would want him to find someone else, but what would she think about someone like Izzy? Dahlia had loved being a wife and mother. She had been sweet-natured and wholesome. Pure. Izzy was none of those things. Did that make Dahlia a better person? No. It was only by God's grace that Dahlia had lived for Christ. Holden cut the boat's engine and closed his eyes. God, please grant Izzy that same grace. She's under conviction, I can see that. I pray she finds the healing and the salvation that only you can give. And Lord, let it be for her sake, not mine.
Izzy parked her Mustang behind Beau's truck, leaving the empty space available for Vivian's car. Church must have gone long because it was a little after 1, and they weren't home yet. The house key was hidden under the mermaid statue, which sat on the back patio. Even though she'd been given permission to enter, she still didn't feel right about it. The house still felt like it belonged to Beau alone. Deciding to enjoy the ocean view while she waited, Izzy took the beach access path between Beau's and the next house over. The ocean sparkled with light, drawing her closer. She stopped just past the fence enclosing Beau's backyard. Strangely enough, this was as close as she'd come to the ocean in the past 10 years. The last couple of days had caused her to realize how many good things she denied herself in that time. No more. It's time to take back your life. Time to embrace the good as it comes. Izzy slipped her shoes off and left them near the fence. Warm sand sifted beneath her feet until she reached the part where it had been packed down by the pounding of the ocean waves. She breathed deeply of the salty air as she looked out at the horizon. Memories flooded her mind. Then, just like plucking an apple from a tree, she pulled one in for a closer examination. The day of her baptism. She'd wanted to be a Christian, just like Grandma Addie. Her grandma had sat down beside her with a Bible in her lap and explained why Jesus died on the cross. Izzy had heard the story before, but this time it was personal. He had done it for her. Then Grandma turned to the 51st chapter of Psalms, the sinner's prayer, that's what Grandma had called it. Izzy had spent the rest of that summer memorizing every word. What had it said? Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. She shook her head. No, that wasn't part of it. That verse was one she'd read this morning. Unable to recall any of those once memorized verses, she pushed on to the second part of that far-off memory. A few weeks after saying the sinner's prayer, she'd been baptized right in the briny ocean water. Except that water had been a lot calmer than today's view. Combing her mind to find the difference, she remembered that it wasn't the ocean in front of her, but one of the inlets, flooded during high tide where she had been submerged. The sun had been scorching that day. The warm water had tasted extra salty, leaving a sticky residue on her skin. Yet, she had come out of that water feeling cleaner, happier, than she had ever felt, before or since. Lord, I want to feel that way again. The roar of the ocean drowned out her voice. She doubted even God heard it. After the things she'd done, he probably had her on permanent mute. What was it Sheba had said? Something about telling God what she had done and walking away clean? Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Oh, God. Chills pebbled her skin. She'd thought herself forgotten by God, but suddenly she was acutely aware of his presence. Please forgive me. You didn't turn away from me, I walked away from you. She gasped, then exhaled a sob. The men, the alcohol. You know it all. Please forgive me. Take this burden away. Make me clean again. Please. Izzy took a couple of steps and the frigid water splashed over her feet, causing her to suck air through her clenched teeth. The warm air was deceiving, but the ocean spoke truth. Winter was still here. She took a few more steps. Her back arched as a wave splashed up, soaking the front of her dress. Maybe this is close enough. She took a few quick shallow breaths before diving headfirst into the ocean. The ice-cold water rolled over her, numbing her senses. 10 years of not stepping foot into the ocean, and she'd forgotten how strong the undercurrent could be. Izzy kicked her feet in search of the ocean floor and only met more water. Was she even going in the right direction? Lord, help! As if God himself had reached down to answer her prayer, she felt a strong vice wrap around her upper arm and her body lifted from the water. Except once her eyes cleared, it was Beau's face she saw. As she choked, coughing salt water up through her mouth and nose, he cradled her in his arms and began trudging toward the shore. Vivian waited for them on the water's edge, the frantic look on her face speaking volumes. Izzy was thankful for Beau's rescue, but scaring the devil out of herself and her sister was not what she'd had in mind when she stepped into that water. As soon as Beau set her down, Vivi wrapped both arms around her. What were you doing? What were you thinking? You could have been. She pulled back to look her in the eyes. Izzy, I know you've had it rough lately, but this is not the answer. I wasn't trying to kill myself. She could barely get the words out with her teeth popping together. A shiver ran through her as the wind whipped through the gap Vivian had left between them. What were you doing, then? You scared the life right out of me. She sounded more angry than concerned now. Baptizing myself? That had been her goal at the beginning, but now she wasn't so sure herself. Baptizing yourself? She wrapped one arm around Izzy and marched her toward the back of the house. We'll talk about this after we get you cleaned up and dried off. Sorry. Izzy felt like a kid again being scolded by her big sister. She was sorry to have caused this scene, but she couldn't be sorry for the experience. I'm so glad Beau saw you. I never would have recognized you in that dress, and your hair. Vivian reached out and rubbed the still damp strands of Izzy's hair between her fingers. I can't remember the last time it was this long or this dark. I like it. I knew you'd be surprised to see me dressed conservatively. It sounded lame now. Nothing about this day had turned out the way she'd imagined. Like that. And the peroxide was damaging my hair. Izzy took another sip of coffee to warm her insides. A hot shower and change of clothing had helped, but the memory of that ice-cold water still had her feeling chilled. I'm glad Beau saw me too, and I'm sorry to have scared you. Vivi squeezed Izzy's hand. Do you want to tell me what you were doing out there? I'd just made things right with God. I asked him to forgive me for everything I've done. She ran her fingers through the fringe of the afghan wrapped around her. I know it sounds stupid, but I wanted to feel clean again, like when I'd first been saved and baptized. Vivian cradled Izzy's face with her hands. That's wonderful. It's what I prayed for years, but what if Beau hadn't shown up in time? She laid a hand over one of Vivi's. Then God would have found another way to save me. Vivian pulled her in for a hug. Did the picture I sent you from Grandma's Bible bring you to this? It's been a long time coming and a combination of things helped me along, but it was actually one of the verses before the one she had marked that brought it to a head. I read the whole chapter this morning and the first verse kept going through my mind. Izzy studied her sister's face, anticipating her reaction to what she would say next. Vivi, it was as if God himself spoke those words to me. As if he stood right next to me out there on that beach. He probably was, not in the human form, of course, but in spirit. I've experienced it before myself. So, I'm not crazy. Vivian picked up the Bible sitting on the coffee table in front of them. It opened to where an oversized, laminated bookmark sat between the pages. Say it was the first verse? Both pages were marked up with underlining and Grandma's handwriting. Izzy's own name seemed to pop out at her, making it easier to find the verse in question. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. The word Amen had been written in beside it. Do you think you'll ever be able to forgive Grandma? Izzy looked over at Vivian, who still looked down at the Bible. I think I already have. Tears were pooled at the bottom of Vivi's eyes when her gaze finally met Izzy's, but she didn't say anything. Has she forgiven her? Are you girls ready for lunch? They both looked up at Beau and nodded. Izzy pressed her hand against her stomach. More than ready. She had only eaten enough to get by for the past few days, and all the missed meals had caught up at the mention of food.
Holden couldn't put his finger on it, but there was something different about Izzy. Something had changed during her beach trip. The instant he saw her this morning, his very spirit leapt to attention. She looked more rested than she had in months. A smile lit her face with the least bit of prompting. He was glad the trip had taken away her melancholy, but something more than general happiness lurked behind that smile. Something that made her seem all the more attractive. But still, he couldn't place it. Whatever it was, she had shared it with Sheba. The two had been sitting at the small work table in the kitchen, talking in hushed tones ever since Sheba arrived. At one point they stood and hugged each other, Sheba laughing as tears wet her face. Whatever they were discussing had caused them both joy. And he felt left out. Maybe even a little jealous. "You're being ridiculous," he thought. "They've sat in that same spot with their private conversations many times before and you've been only barely curious. What makes you think you should be included this time?" Holden entered the office and shut the door behind him. He still had a few things to take care of before leaving for the day and didn't need the distraction. Besides, Sheba was on kitchen duty now, so he had no reason to be out there anyway. No sooner had his rear hit the seat of his office chair when Izzy and Sheba entered, shutting the door behind them. They sat down on the couch behind him, and he swiveled to face them. "What's up?" Izzy rested her elbows on her knees and folded her hands between them. Instead of looking at him, her gaze was focused on the floor in front of her. "I've been praying about a business decision for the past several days, and I wanted to talk to the both of you about it." His heart rate jumped at the word praying. He'd never heard her say anything like that before. It took a few seconds for his brain to catch up to the rest of what she'd said. Had they really been talking about the business all this time? He glanced at Sheba, trying to gauge her reaction. The woman's dark brows were bunched as she studied Izzy's face. Whatever the decision was, she didn't seem to be privy to it. "I've decided to close the bar." Sheba grabbed Izzy's hand and gave it a squeeze. "I've already put a note on the back door and I've talked to Ansley. She said she had received other job offers, so she was totally okay with me closing even if she didn't understand the reason behind it." "What is the reason behind it?" Even though he hadn't moved, every nerve ending stood at alert, his muscles bunched and ready to pull her into a hug, the same way Sheba had earlier in the kitchen. Izzy looked up at him. "Holden, I promised Ansley a week's pay since I closed without warning. I know I didn't have to, but it felt like the right thing to do. I haven't talked to the waitresses who work in the bar yet, but I'd like to offer them a job in the restaurant if possible. Though, knowing those two, I doubt they'll take it. I expect they'll look for jobs in another bar, but I'd still like to offer." He only nodded, his mind too focused on the reason behind all this. Frustration built at not having the freedom to just ask her what he wanted to know most. If he could get the answer to that one question, maybe then he could concentrate on the business side of it. Sheba tapped Izzy on the arm before speaking. "What do you plan on doing with the bar now?" "Good question." It wasn't like they needed the extra space for restaurant customers. Though, Holden had always felt like business would pick up if the bar ever closed. There were plenty of restaurants doing great business with an in-house bar, but Izzy's had somehow drawn in a seedier crowd that didn't match their usual daytime customers. Izzy took in a deep breath. Biting her lip, she looked from Sheba to him and then back to Sheba. "Well, the decor would need to be changed, but I thought." She glanced at Holden again, and he nodded his head in encouragement. "Maybe it can be rented out for private parties. You know, baby showers, birthdays, maybe even for wedding receptions. And I thought maybe once a month or so, we could have something like the jazz club. Maybe have a cover charge, one price for 2 meals and the entertainment. And we could change the themes, like one month it could be country and western or 80s themed." Excitement underlined the nervousness in her voice. She looked back and forth between him and Sheba. "What do you guys think?" "I think that's a wonderful idea." Sheba held one of Izzy's hands and she placed the other on the side of Izzy's face as she leaned closer. "I'm so proud of you. God's gonna bless this, just wait and see." Just then someone tapped on the door. Yujay, the second shift cook, opened the door and stuck his head through. Miss Sheba, there is a situation out here that requires your attention." Sheba stood and headed for the door, mumbling to herself and shaking her head as she went. "Let me get out there and see what's going on with these children. Don't know how to do for themselves." Holden called out to her just as she reached the office door. "Let me know if you need help." She turned, placing a fist on her hip. "Now, you know I can take care of my own people." He threw his hands up and stifled a chuckle. "I know you can. Just thought I'd offer." After she left, he shared a look with Izzy and they both laughed. After the laughter died, their gazes were still caught. She pulled her joined hands up to her lips to hide her shy smile. He rolled his chair closer and held out his hand, and she placed one of hers in it. "Tell me what happened at the beach. What brought you to this decision?" "I was able to forgive my grandma, which led me to making things right with God." Hallelujah. That was it. That was the thing about her that was different. The thing that had made his heart sing when he'd first laid eyes on her this morning. It was the best news he'd heard in a while. "I don't know what your grandma did, but I'm happy you were able to forgive her and beyond grateful that it brought you to Christ." Her shoulders dropped and her face sobered. "I had told her." She took a deep breath and then started again. "I had told her about the rape, and she brushed it off. At the time I thought she didn't believe me, and if she didn't, no one else would. But now, I think she just didn't know how to deal with it." She went on to tell him about her sister finding Izzy's name in her grandma's Bible and how it led her to forgiveness and then redemption. A gamut of emotions rushed over Holden as she talked, but he didn't voice any of his thoughts. When she was done, Holden stood and pulled Izzy up with him. "Is it okay if I give you a hug?" She nodded and wrapped her arms around his waist. He pulled her closer, probably closer than he should. He cradled her head against his neck, brushing his hand over her wavy hair, and inhaled her floral scent. Awareness stirred within him, making it hard to remember how or why he'd gotten in this position to begin with. With his arms still around her, Holden pulled his head back to look at her. "I'm proud of you too. You've gone through a rough spot and come out on the better end. It's an answer to my prayers concerning you." Her brown eyes searched his. "You've been praying for me?" He rubbed her chin with his thumb. "Of course, I have. I care about you." "You do?" Izzy's gaze roved over his face before landing on his lips. She pulled away and sat back down on the couch. Taking his cue from her, Holden returned to his seat as well. "How could I not care after hearing what you'd been through?" She let out a breath and nodded. "Thanks. Well, I need to get back to work. I've got a man coming to look at some of the stuff in the bar. I need to get back there and see what stays and what goes." He almost offered to help, but distance would probably be a good thing. Because he'd wanted to kiss her just now and he had a feeling she'd wanted to kiss him too. And what is wrong with that? You're both single, both Christians. Yeah, time and space were a good thing. If something did start up between them, he wanted it to be done right, and starting off with a kiss was not the answer. He would start by praying about it.
He didn't mean anything by it. It was just a Christian, brotherly hug, no different than the one Sheba gave you. Izzy pulled another of the metal plaques advertising beer from the wall and used it to fan her face. "Lord, save me from these impure thoughts. You know it's been a while. And it would be a while longer." She was pretty sure God expected her to give up those types of fast-to-physical relationships she'd had before. It hadn't been a big deal after what happened with that dog, Pierce, and his vicious wife. Though, she couldn't really fault the woman. But the thought of no sex for the rest of her life was a bit sobering. Do they have something like AA for people trying to abstain from sex? She thought and then said aloud. Duh, it's called church. Yet another problem to overcome. Just thinking of stepping foot inside a church caused her palms to dampen and her throat to dry out. She suspected it had something to do with the fact that it was a preacher who raped her. Something else to bring up at her next counseling session. She added the last advertising plaque to the pile to be sold and then scanned the rest of the room. What else should go? She'd love to replace the mismatched tables and chairs, but they'd have to stay for now. The bar? Ideas for ways it could still be used popped into her head. It could stay. The booze along the wall behind the bar was the next thing to catch her eye. Should she keep it? Holden and Sheba had both told her that the alcohol wasn't the problem, it was the abuse of it. Looking at it now, she wasn't even tempted. But that doesn't mean you never will be. It could go. She'd only be able to sell it at a fraction of what she paid, but maybe it would be a start for the improvements she wanted to make. She inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. The last of her doubts seeped away and excitement bubbled up in its place. With nothing left to do but wait on her buyer to arrive, she pulled a notepad and pen from beneath the bar and started listing off ideas for her new party room.
Holden rapped his knuckles on the door separating the restaurant from what used to be the bar and then opened it. With Izzy being its only occupant, barging in without knocking didn't seem right. He stopped short just inside the door and looked around at the mostly bare room. The bar was still there, but the shelves behind it were empty and the bar stools were gone. The walls had been completely stripped. A small stack of framed posters leaned against one wall. She had only kept 4 tables and the chairs that matched. They were lined up near the back making for one long table. It would take a lot to get this place up and running. Izzy peered up at him from the floor where she sat with her laptop and a notepad. A look of uncertainty tightened her chestnut-colored eyes. No doubt, she wondered if she was making a mistake. Taking on this endeavor had to be scary. I see you got rid of all the booths. She looked to where he pointed and then back up at him with her bottom lip caught between her teeth. I thought tables would be better for what I have planned. Do you think I should have kept them? Holden sat down on the floor beside her. No, I think you're right about tables working better. And I think this is a good idea you have. Really? Blonde waves framed her face and he had the urge to touch one of them. He reached for her notepad instead. Yeah, I do. There are lots of possibilities of uses for this place. He flipped through a few pages. Looks like you've thought of a bunch of them already. She leaned closer, bringing her exotic floral scent with her. This was not going to work. He'd come in here to ask her to church, only because Sheba had asked him to. He'd have thought Sheba would be the one doing the inviting, but she had the notion that Izzy would be more comfortable going to his church for the first time because it was smaller. Even though he decided to put time and space between him and this woman he found to be increasingly more alluring, inviting her to church was the Christian thing to do. The part I'm having the most trouble with is the decor. I don't want to have to change it every time someone books an event. I need something interesting that will work no matter what goes on in here. You know what I mean? He laughed a little and set the notepad back down on the floor. You're talking to the wrong guy. When it comes to decorating, I'm clueless. Figures. Holden tried to bolster his nerves by rearranging the words he wanted to say in his head. Why did it feel like he was asking her out on a date instead of just extending an invitation to church? I came in here to invite you to church tomorrow. There, that wasn't so hard. I mean, you may already have one in mind that you want to visit. I've been to Elijah and Sheba's church before. It's more energetic than mine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with their church, it's just different than the one I attend. Shut up, already. He told himself. He'd started out good, but then. Holden finally turned to look at Izzy to try and catch what she made of the jumbled mess that had just spewed from his mouth. Her face had paled and her features slacked. She probably thought he had passed some judgment against the other church, or maybe she thought he was trying to turn her against his invitation, like he'd only asked out of duty. Which was kind of true, but he really did want her to go with him. What's wrong? I want to go to church, but I don't know if I'm ready. I've been praying about it because every time I've stepped foot in a church since I was a little girl, I've felt like I was on the verge of a heart attack or something. I guess you'd call it a panic attack, but it feels like death is right around the corner. He wrapped his hand around hers. Her assessment seemed a little dramatic, but he could tell it was serious to her. Why do you think that is? The last time I willingly went to church, he was the one preaching. Now, every time I look toward the pulpit, I see the man who raped me. She stared at the wall across the room like she was seeing him now. Holden squeezed her hand. Why hadn't that occurred to him? He'd known the man had been a preacher. He still couldn't fathom how someone calling himself a man of God could do something like that. Because he's human, he thought, capable of every sin known to man, just like everyone else. Trying to figure out the man's reasoning behind what he'd done wasn't going to fix this. If it isn't too painful, tell me about your grandma's church. I mean the building, what was it like? There was a fire, so it's gone now. But back then, it was a huge building with tall, stained glass windows and row upon row of pews, 3 sections of them. The carpet and cushions were blue. Stop right there. He was beginning to understand why Sheba thought it better for Izzy to visit a church like his first. Let me tell you about the one I go to. It's a small church out in the country. The furniture is second-hand and outdated. And on a good day, 50 people might show up for services. She turned to look at him. Really? That isn't the kind of church I pictured you in. I used to go to one probably a lot like the one you just described and there was nothing wrong with it. But after, well, let's just say that I understand how a memory can haunt you. This time Izzy was the one to squeeze his hand. I only have that one dress Sheba made me buy that's appropriate for church. You don't have to dress up to go to my church. Some people wear jeans and a t-shirt. A small laugh escaped Izzy's mouth as red blazed up the sides of her neck and face. She gestured to the room around them. I'm going to have to clean my closets out like I did this place. I thought I could do it over time, but maybe it's best to go ahead and get it done so I won't be tempted to keep dressing the way I have. It just might be a while before I can replace it all, though. Holden looked down to see what she had worn today. Over the last few years, he'd trained himself not to look too closely, though sometimes it was hard not to notice. Jeans and a t-shirt seemed conservative enough, except Izzy's looked like they'd been molded to her body. He looked away, letting his breath seep slowly out, hoping she hadn't noticed his perusal or his reaction. So that's a yes for church? She pushed her laptop closed and stacked her notepad on top before looking at him. Yes, but don't judge me if I can't go through with it this time. No judgment. You've come a long way already, and I'm proud of you. Thanks, Holden. That means a lot coming from you.
Dearest Lord, I'm going to need your help today. You are the only one who truly knows how I feel about stepping foot inside that church. Yet, I know this is something I need to do because you expect it of me. I thank you for bringing me this far. Izzy looked up at the steeple atop the small white church and swallowed the dry lump in her throat. Though she'd known Holden was coming around to her side, her body jerked at the sound of the car door opening. He held his hand out, and she took it and stepped out. A brisk gust of wind lifted her hair from the back of her neck and caused her to shiver. Temperatures had swung from near 80 down to the low 50s in a week's time. The cold had them approaching the front door of the church quicker than she would have liked. Then again, it gave her less time to fear what waited on the other side. One of the double doors swung open. A dark-headed man in a suit stepped out and Holden squeezed her hand at the same time. The man held his hand out with words of welcome that did not fully register in Izzy's brain for the sound of her heart beating in her ears. As if from afar, she heard Holden making introductions between her and the preacher. Had she given the appropriate response? She must have, for he ushered her inside with a hand to her back. Her feet stalled just inside the door. Holden wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned in to whisper in her ear. It's okay, Izzy. You're doing great. It'll be starting in a minute, so let's find a seat. Several people turned to look at them. Holden went to church with these people every week. He maybe even spent time with them outside of this building. She would not embarrass him. With one last deep breath in, she straightened her shoulders and followed him into the last pew. The preacher spoke of upcoming events and asked for prayer requests. The sound of his voice was gentle and she sank deeper into her seat. The thing she remembered most about Reverend Burkett was his booming speaking voice and his boisterous preaching style. After what happened, she realized that, in his case at least, it had all been for show. It meant nothing when she had known he didn't live the words he preached. They stood and sung a couple of old-time hymns that were oddly comforting. Just like when she visited Grandma's old house, Izzy remembered the good parts of her childhood visits that had been overshadowed for so long by one horrible event. this wasn't so bad. She could see coming here again, or to one like it, and maybe even being able to enjoy it next time. Thank you, Lord, for the sweet memories, for making this easy, and for sending a friend like Holden to help me through.
As they pulled away from the church, Holden reached for Izzy's hand resting on the console between them. He'd held her hand practically the entire time they were in church in the hopes that it would help bolster her spirit, but now, it was as if that's where it belonged. Izzy had been unusually quiet since this whole endeavor began. It had been easy to read the reason behind her silence before and during church, but he needed to hear from her now. Needed to hear from her own lips that she was okay and had been blessed by today's service and not harmed. What did you think? Her smile allowed the muscles across his shoulders to finally relax. I liked it. I mean, it tore my nerves to shreds at first, but after the preaching began, I forgot all about my anxiety and was able to enjoy the message. I never realized God commanded us to be hospitable. The smile slipped from her face as she seemed to study the dashboard in front of her. I think it will be easy to apply it at the restaurant, but I'll have to think about how that would work at the house. Interesting. He'd heard the message, but he'd somehow left it right there in the church building. The challenge of how to apply it to his life had eluded him. Had he become complacent in his service to God? What are your plans for the rest of the day? Holden threw the question out there as soon as it entered his head. If he'd given it too much thought, he'd have talked himself out of asking. I don't have any. Normally, I'd still be in the bed sleeping about now. Guess that would have changed anyway after closing the bar. I'll probably do some online shopping for the party room and maybe watch TV. What about you? I had planned to go fishing, but the weather isn't cooperating. How does soup and sandwiches at my place sound? And maybe we could watch a movie afterwards? He didn't need to look her way, he could feel Izzy's stare. He could hear the hesitancy in her answer. Okay. Could we go by my place first so I can change out of this dress right quick? Sure, no problem. The housing development where she lived was in an older neighborhood. One cookie-cutter house after another with faded vinyl siding made it hard to tell one from another. He pulled into her drive and cut the engine. Izzy was halfway out the door when she turned back to look at him. You can come in while I change. I don't know that I'll be able to add to the meal, but I know I have snacks for the movie. You can look for yourself and pick out whatever you like. Good idea. He could cover lunch with no problems, but he purposely refrained from having junk food in the house. No use in providing the temptation. Holden followed Izzy and stopped just inside her door. He had brought her home when she'd had too much to drink but had made a point not to come inside. This is unexpected. Nice. The blues and tans of her living room had a beachy feel to it. He'd expected her style to be more. What? Did you expect it to look like the inside of a bar? Thanks. It's mostly made up of Vivi's cast-offs from years ago, but since no one ever comes here, it's held up well. No one ever comes here? She looked over her shoulder at him. I know what you think, but I hardly ever invited men here. He only nodded and tried not to smile. Why did that knowledge make him so happy? As she turned to walk away, Izzy pointed toward the next room. The kitchen's through there. Look around. Anything you find is fair game. You'll find plastic bags in the cabinet next to the fridge. The first place he looked was the refrigerator. Besides the condiments lining the door, only one shelf held food and most of that was takeout containers. He'd known she couldn't cook, still. He closed the door and took another glance around the room, struck with the emptiness. Sure, all the things you'd expect to see in a kitchen were present, but just like the living room, it lacked personal effects. He glanced up at the ceiling. Did the rest of the house look like this? Don't go there. Keep your wonderings down here where it's safe. He continued his search in the pantry. The small grouping of canned soup didn't even take up one corner of a shelf and the one below that spilled over with a couch potato's dream. An assortment of chocolate, nuts, chips, cookies, a variety of flavored popcorn, all junk food categories were pretty much covered. Find anything? Holden looked around the pantry door at Izzy. How are you still alive with nothing but takeout and junk to eat? Her laughter rang out. I think I told you before that I can't cook. Never had a reason to learn. She tilted her chin down and held her arms out. Does this look all right? I picked up a couple of sweaters at the consignment shop yesterday, but all the jeans they had in my size looked like the ones my mom wears. I refuse to wear mom jeans. He looked down at her skinny jeans and oversized sweater. The sweater fit like a sack, taking away any semblance of a figure, but he'd never tell her that. At least she was trying. Nice. Thanks. You need some help? Stepping around him, Izzy opened the narrow door next to the fridge and pulled out a plastic grocery bag. She squeezed in next to him and started throwing everything she could get her hands on into the bag until it was full. If I hang out much with you, I'm going to be making extra trips to the gym. And the thought of being around her more didn't bother him one bit.
Izzy lifted a small framed picture from the mantel and brought it in for a closer look. A slightly younger Holden, along with his wife and daughter, looked back at her. It was easy to imagine their life together. He'd said his wife had been an elementary school teacher and she looked the part. Holden had probably come home from his big-time executive career every night to a meal made by the hands of a woman who'd never done anything to cause either of them a moment of shame. And look at him now. Working in a nothing job, standing in the kitchen making a meal for a woman who couldn't even fry a decent egg. One with a past like a rotting corpse dragging behind her, tainting everything it touched. But you aren't married, and this isn't even a date. The thought both saddened and relieved her. She replaced the photo, making sure to place it just as she had found it. Food's ready. Izzy turned just in time to catch Holden glancing at the pictures lining the mantel behind her before he looked at her and smiled. Some unnameable emotion had crossed his features in that split second. She couldn't imagine the kind of grief that would accompany the loss of a spouse and a child. The closest she had come was losing her grandma, and she'd been so wrapped up in bitterness at the time, she was only just now realizing what it had taken from her, mainly the chance of a reconciliation. But it was nothing in comparison to Holden's loss. She walked toward him and then followed him into the kitchen. That was fast. He looked over his shoulder. I only had to make the sandwiches and heat up the soup. And here you had me thinking your soup was homemade. It is. I make it in big batches and then freeze it. All I had to do was thaw and heat. She shoved his shoulder. Show off. It isn't hard. I could show you. Or you could make it for me. I do have a freezer, you know. She left, trying to keep things light when it felt anything but. Steam wafted up from the two large bowls of soup waiting on the counter along with a plate of sandwiches and frosty glasses of sweet tea. After they sat, Holden took her by the hand and said a prayer. Her own prayer started up at the same time. Dearest Lord, please take away the sins of my past. Make me clean and worthy of you, even if I'll never be worthy of someone like Holden. The first time she'd prayed something like this out by the ocean, it had been a freeing experience. But every time since had brought her lower and lower. Shouldn't the length of her repentance equal the time she spent with her back turned to God? She ignored the weight pressing against her chest and took up a spoonful of the beefy soup from her bowl. The thick warmth of the broth brought temporary relief and comfort. MMM. I swear this is the best soup I've ever tasted. Izzy covered her lips with her fingertips and smiled at Holden. Oops, did I say that out loud? Your ego is going to explode if I give out too many compliments. I know it grew 10 times its size when you saw all those cans of soup in my pantry, knowing all the while what waited for me here. He did look pretty pleased with himself. And all too tempting. Try it like this. He took a diagonally cut half of one of the sandwiches from the plate between them and dipped it into her bowl of soup. He held it up to her mouth, staring at her lips as she took a bite. Holden, you're killing me. She thought. She looked away as she chewed the bite. Holden wasn't the problem, she was. The man probably didn't have a romantic thought in his head concerning her. Maybe she should ask God to send her a boyfriend, someone tainted but redeemed, just like her. What's in that sandwich? I've never tasted anything like it before. She took the rest of it from him before he offered another bite and ended up with more than he bargained for in return. She pulled the edges apart to unglue the melted cheese and saw thin slices of tomato and something green. It's just tomatoes, Jared pesto, and mozzarella cheese. Do you like it? It's good, I just never would have thought to put it all together in a sandwich. What are you, some kind of gourmet cook like my brother-in-law? No, nothing like that. I saw it online and it was simple enough for me to make. He nodded to her bowl. Same thing with the soup. So you just Googled how to make fancy soup and sandwiches or something? No, I saw it on Pinterest. He looked away, but the sides of his face colored pink. Her body shook with silent laughter, but she wouldn't tease him about perusing a website mostly directed toward women. She knew Vivi used the home decorating ideas found there to help her write descriptions in the novel she wrote. Hey, maybe you can look on there to help me find ideas about how to decorate the party room. Is that what you plan to call it, the party room? I haven't thought about a name yet. Blaze's party room, maybe? No, that sounds like something bad. If you think of anything better, let me know. They had already talked about taking the word bar off all the signs at the restaurant. Maybe she should change the name altogether. A fresh name might take away some of the negativity surrounding her business. His voice soft, Holden broke into her thoughts. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you end up with the name Blaze? He'd refused to call her that, and she could tell he was almost afraid of the answer, but curiosity must have won out. Thankfully, the answer wasn't a shameful one. Well, it sorta was, but not the way he probably imagined. Her cheeks bunched together as she tried to hold back her smile. I came up with the name back when I was a teenager. Don't judge, but I used to play online games. My friends from school who also played started calling me that in real life, and I guess it stuck. She held her smile through his laughter even though it confirmed what she'd suspected. He'd probably thought Blaze had been her hooker name. But she'd never sold her body. She'd only given it away, with little pieces of her soul attached. Sorry, Lord.
The forgotten movie played quietly in the background. Holden rubbed his thumb across the back of Izzy's hand as they sat talking in the darkened room. He had shared about the day Dahlia and Kristen died. She spoke a little about her childhood and then described what led up to that day out on Walden Beach when she'd turned her life around. Every misgiving he'd had about his attraction to her had disappeared. Yes, she was broken, but he understood what that was like and knew of God's power to heal. He'd prayed as they talked and felt at peace about how to proceed. Do you want to do something Tuesday after work? One side of her mouth turned up in a smirk. You mean like that Valentine's party AA is throwing for all the lonely singles? No thanks. I'm not going to go off the deep end because I don't have a boyfriend. I promise you won't have to babysit me that day. Second thoughts pounded against his resolve. Considering that her first thought was that he wanted to babysit her, maybe the attraction he felt was one-sided. The worst she could probably do was laugh in his face. He took a deep breath and plunged ahead. No, this is nothing like that. I'm asking you out on a date, just you and me. Her face sobered and she sat up a little straighter. Is this a pity date? Or is it just that you don't want to be alone on Valentine's? If it's the first, you don't need to worry about me. And if it's just you not wanting to be alone, then we can do something, but only as friends. Do you have a specific reason for not wanting to date me? She crossed her arms and huffed. Haven't you been paying attention? There's nothing wrong with you, it's me. Yeah, I'm on the side of Jesus now, but you know what I was like before. And I know what you've been like too. Your wife was probably the only woman you've ever loved. You were faithful to her, and I would bet there's been no one since. That's not true. I mean the first part is, but after Dahlia's death, there have been other women. Are you seriously trying to compare a few grief-stricken flings with a lifetime of debauchery? Light flickering from the TV reflected off the tears gathering in her eyes. He cupped the side of her face and caught the first one to fall with his thumb. No, Izzy, this isn't about who's sinned the worst. You're either living it or you're not. Sin is sin. And both of us are living for Christ now, right? Yes, but God keeps reminding me of everything I've done. I don't think He's ready to forgive me yet. I think that needs to happen before I start another relationship. Oh, Izzy. Holden pulled her into his arms and kissed the side of her head. Baby, that's not God reminding you of your past. You only have to ask once for God to give complete forgiveness. The devil is putting those thoughts in your head. He'll use any means possible to dispute that truth. She let out a deep sigh and her body relaxed in his arms. Thanks, Holden. He held her for a moment longer as he rubbed circles on her back. The woman had been through a lot, but he'd seen the evidence of her strength. She'd get through this, and God would use her experiences, probably in ways neither of them could fathom. Holden pulled away to look at her. So will you? Her brows bunched. Will I what? Go out on a date with me? She laughed and looked away. I guess I will. It wasn't the enthusiasm he'd hoped for, but he understood. He made a vow with himself to never give her a reason to compare him with any man from her past. He would show her what a real dating relationship should look like. Holden took a sip of coffee as he looked out over the lake. The noonday sun reflected over the water, leaving ripples of light dancing across the gentle waves. The wind and chill had disappeared overnight, letting the temperature rise into the 70s, and it was supposed to be even better tomorrow. Valentine's date night. Jake, what was I thinking? He rubbed between the yellow lab's ears. Why didn't you talk some sense into me before I asked her, huh boy? He didn't regret asking Izzy out. He didn't really regret that their first date was going to be on Valentine's Day, though it did put a little more pressure on him to make it special. The part he hadn't thought through was how difficult it would be to make reservations for anywhere decent on such short notice. He'd spent all morning exhausting every idea he had at figuring out a way to get them into somewhere nice. An old, rusty pontoon boat went by, leaving gently rolling waves in its wake. Holden's boat rocked against the dock. It was just a small speedboat that he used for fishing and tooling around the lake. He'd had a pontoon back when he had a family, a nice one, but he'd sold it along with everything else after their deaths. Downsizing had lined his pockets, not that he'd needed the extra cash flow. Insurance money gained from the death of his wife and child sat untouched, gaining interest every day. He kept thinking he'd use it for something worthy, but so far nothing had come to mind. Holden pushed those thoughts back where they belonged. A more current worry needed his attention for the moment. Where was this date going to happen? He could bring her here for a meal and then maybe they could take his boat out. The same pontoon made its way back across in front of him. Its captain waved, and Holden waved back. That might work. He picked up his phone from the side table and scrolled through his contacts until he got to the name of Tom Farrell, then hit the call button. Hey, Tom. Holden Armstrong here. I wondered if I could trouble you for a small favor.
Izzy lifted up on her toes and looked over her shoulder for a view of her rear in the mirror over her dresser. Her new jeans looked stylish and fit good, not too tight and not sagging off of her like the ones she almost ended up with. She had spent hours in the dressing room yesterday, trying on one outfit after another and sending pictures to Vivi for her opinion. It resulted in a phone call from her exasperated sister. You're overthinking what it means to be a Christian. Yes, your wardrobe needed to be replaced, but you don't have to hide your God-given, well, mostly God-given, figure beneath overly baggy clothing. Have you ever seen me wearing something like that? She had been overthinking a lot of things about this new way of living. Like earlier today at the restaurant when Holden had asked if it would be okay if she met him at his place for their date. Sure, she'd spent time alone with him there on Sunday, but that hadn't been a date. Usually, when a guy asked her over to his place, it was expected that they'd end up in bed together. She could still see Sheba standing there with one fist on her hip and the other pointing that wooden spoon in Izzy's direction. Now you know Holden Armstrong ain't up to nothing like that. Not unless he wants to deal with me before I give him over to God. Trapping the end of the sleeve of her red sweater to keep it from riding up, Izzy slipped her arm into her coat. Once on, she flipped her hair out from the collar and checked to make sure her earrings were still looped through her ears, silver hearts in honor of Valentine's Day, so not her usual style. She smiled and shook her head. Did being a Christian make you feel more nostalgic, romantic, cheesy? There you go, overthinking again. She fitted her gray knit slouch hat over her head and arranged a few curls to lay just right. Izzy took a step back for one last inspection and blew out a breath. It's just Holden. He's seen you fancy, and he's seen you at your worst. You look fine. Now go, or you're going to be late. With a rolling of her eyes and a self-depreciating laugh, she headed to the door. The man had her so addled she was talking to herself. 15 minutes later, Izzy pulled into his paved drive. Beyond trees that were just beginning to bud out, a long stretch of sunlight slithered out across the lake behind his house. It would be dark in an hour or so. Holden came out from around the back of the house. A navy button-up shirt peeked out from between a cream-colored sweater and his jeans. He also wore a slouch hat over his blonde curls, dark blue, to match his coat. So hot. Izzy swallowed. She'd been crushing on the man since the first day they met, but he had been off limits, too pure for the likes of her. It still felt true today, but those feelings were false. She had been washed clean, given a new life, all her sins left in the past, and she wanted to keep it that way. Lord, please don't let me mess this up. He opened her door and offered his hand. Hi. She took it and her nerve endings hummed like the last note played on an electric guitar. Hey. As soon as she stepped out of the Mustang, Holden's golden-haired dog pressed against her in greeting. Hey Jake. She hadn't been around enough dogs to understand all their antics, but she would have sworn the dog was smiling as she patted his head. Jake, get your own date. This one's mine. Mine? As Holden led her back the way he'd come, she pressed her free hand against her heart, trying to slow down its thundering beat. He only meant you were his for this date, not his forever. Funny, she'd never thought about forever before. Never. Her legs tensed up when she realized they had passed the house, almost causing her to stumble. She focused on her surroundings and noticed the boat docked at the pier behind Holden's house. A small motor-powered boat had sat here on Sunday. This one was a pontoon, and a nice one from the looks of it. Holden stepped onto the boat and then helped her aboard. Cushioned bench seats lined the back of the vessel with a table in the midst, covered with a red tablecloth and fancy dishes. Not what you'd expect to see on a boat. He led her to the captain's seat on the passenger side and then took the one behind the wheel. Is this yours? No, I borrowed it from a friend. I hope this is all right. Everywhere was booked on such short notice, so I had to get creative. It's been a long time since I've gone on a date, so it's okay to tell me if I'm doing it wrong. She looked over at him, but his attention was focused on maneuvering the boat out on the water. Or he's avoiding eye contact. Could he possibly be as nervous as I am? Creative's good. I'm sure it'll be great, whatever you have planned, that is. Lord, help me, I sound like a dork. I don't know how to do this Christian thing and still be me. They weren't going that fast, but the air over the lake was cooler than on land, making her glad for the extra layers of clothing. They soon came to a secluded alcove. Holden cut the engine and allowed the boat to drift closer to shore. He stood and pulled her up to stand in front of him. His hands wrapped around her upper arms as he looked down at her with those smoldering blue eyes of his. The scent of spices and amber rising from his chest made her want to draw closer. She thought about all the times when she'd been brave enough to kiss him with the aid of alcohol. How would he taste without the bourbon clouding her judgment? Lord, help. As if hearing her prayer, he let go and stepped to the back of the boat. He gestured to the bench seat on one side of the table while he flipped one of the cushions on the opposite side. He lifted an insulated bag from the storage compartment beneath the seat. Just give me a minute to set up and then we can eat. I hope you brought your appetite. Did you cook? He glanced over his shoulder at her with a grin. No. Porter's was running a takeout special for those wanting to spend Valentine's at home. I picked our dinner up just before you got to the house, so it should still be hot. Porter's was a steakhouse on the lake. You could get there by boat or car. It was a glorified bar really, so she had been there before. They had great food, but she was glad Holden hadn't taken her there to eat. She had been avoiding places where people knew the old Blaze. Holden opened a foil pack of the Parmesan garlic knots Porter's was famous for and set them out on the plate near the middle of the table. He handed her a container of garlic mashed potatoes with a spoon. Here, help yourself. I can't believe we're using real dishes on a boat. The couple who owns it are classy people. Maybe you'll meet them someday. They're older than us, but I think you'd like them. Future plans involving Holden? She liked the sound of that. While she dished potatoes onto their plates, he added a steak and some grilled shrimp to each place setting. He took up their glasses, got ice from a built-in cooler, and added tea. Lastly, he struck a match and lit the low pillar candle in the middle of the table. He held his hands out across the table and it took a moment for her to understand what he expected. As soon as she took them, he began to pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of friendship, for this meal we are about to share, and for whatever you have in store for us in the future. Please bless this relationship and may we always endeavor to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen. Yes to what he said, Lord. I want the same thing, to always be in your will. She almost asked for God to forgive her for all the times when she wasn't in his will but held herself back. After what Holden said to her before, she had conferred with both Sheba and Vivi and they had agreed she was already forgiven for her past sins. The meal was tasty and very garlicky. If this night ended in a kiss, they'd probably knock each other out with one breath. Are Christians allowed to kiss on the first date? Vivian and Beau had, but they had been hanging out for a while before that. Then again, she had known Holden for longer. And this wouldn't be their first kiss, not really. Did the ones before even count? Stop. Overthinking.
The date was going well, as far as Holden could tell anyway. The food had been better than expected. Conversation flowed between them with ease. A smile lit Izzy's face throughout most of the evening. All signs that he was on the right track. He had prayed long and hard over this date. If a relationship with Izzy wasn't in his future, he asked that God would reveal it to them both. The last thing he wanted was to leave her hurting. After stacking the dirty dishes into a basket to be cleaned later, he blew the candle out, plunging them into darkness. It took a few moments for his eyes to adjust. He could barely make out Izzy's form across from him with her shoulders hunched and her arms folded across her chest. Are you cold? Not too bad. Hold on a minute and I'll get a fire going. He removed the tablecloth and tossed it aside. Fire? On a boat? A chuckle escaped his lips. He'd thought the same thing when Tom had first shown him what hid within the table. He felt around for the latch that would allow the top to fold back. Once that was out of the way, he turned the knob and punched the button to ignite the gas-fed fire pit. He heard a gasp from across the boat and almost laughed again. After grabbing their dessert and 2 forks, he carefully made his way to sit beside Izzy. What's that? It's supposed to be chocolate lava cake. Hold on a minute. Holden dug around in his pocket and pulled out a pen light to shine on the dessert. The small, dark chocolate cake was in the shape of a heart. It had 2 chocolate-covered strawberries on top with white chocolate drizzled over all of it. Good choice. You know how much I love chocolate. He pocketed the light and then took one of the strawberries and held it up for Izzy to take a bite. Dahlia had been allergic to strawberries. Chocolate-covered strawberries were supposed to somehow be romantic and he'd never understood why. Until now. Now, all he could think of was how much he wanted to kiss the woman next to him. Izzy broke the surface of the cake and chocolate oozed from the center. She held her hand beneath the fork as she offered the bite to him. Her gaze locked with his and her features sobered. What is she thinking? Breaking eye contact, she leaned slightly away and took a bite of cake for herself. This is very good. The whole meal was excellent. I'm glad you enjoyed it. She looked at him again and smiled. I am. Thanks for asking me out. He relaxed and took up his fork to help her finish the cake. Once the plate was empty, he set it aside. He wrapped both arms around Izzy and pulled her closer. I sure am glad you have a good report to send back to Sheba. I'd hate to get on her bad side. I have a feeling she'd take that wooden spoon of hers to my head if I messed this up. Her whole body shook with laughter. I don't think you have anything to worry about. If anyone messes this up, it'll be me. Why do you say that? Her voice was quiet, all traces of laughter gone. I'm not sure I know how to do this. Every date I've ever had has led to a place that wasn't pleasing to God. That kind of romance is cheap and empty, but it's all I've ever known. I don't want it to go that way between us, but I'm afraid I'll get lost along the way and end up there anyway. With a touch to her chin, he got her to look up at him. I won't let that happen. I promise. I don't date casually. A lot of prayer was said before I even asked you out. I've prayed about it too. And will continue to pray about it. He caressed the side of her face and studied the pattern of light thrown by the fire as it danced across her skin. His thumb skated across her bottom lip and she shivered. Are you cold? No. Would it be all right if I kissed you? She nodded and inched closer, her eyes closing just before their lips touched. Her mouth was sweetened by the chocolate dessert they'd just shared, no bourbon and no cherry coke. And no guilt of kissing an intoxicated woman. The same passion and fire he'd only felt for one other woman burned within him as he held Izzy. Holden had never dreamed he could feel this way again. The unexpected power of his longing had him pulling away sooner than he wanted to. He had said he wouldn't let things get out of hand between them, and he wouldn't, but if their first kiss felt like this, dating Izzy may prove to be more difficult than anticipated.
The phone rang 3 times before a groggy hello came over the line. Izzy had known Vivi would probably be asleep at this hour, but this couldn't wait until morning. Sorry for waking you, but... Hold on a minute. She heard a shuffling sound followed by a whispered, sorry, sweetie, go back to sleep. Izzy squeezed her eyes closed, hating the phone call had awakened Beau. So, how was the date? Something akin to a squeal emitted from her throat as she kicked her heels against the mattress. He kissed me. Laughter, barely held in check, sounded over the phone. How was it? She let out a sigh, like nothing I've ever experienced before. More of Vivian's breathy laughter came through. I'm serious, Vivi. Before, when a guy kissed me, I'd be thinking about what would happen in the next few hours. This time I was thinking about forever? Yes. Does that scare you? She had to think about that one for a few moments. Maybe a little. I mean, I still have doubts that I'm good enough for him, but the thought of spending forever with Holden doesn't scare me at all. What makes you think you're not good enough? Are you afraid you'll cheat on him? Her spirit sank with the realization of what her sister thought of her. She shook it off. Based on what Vivi knew of her past, her assumption made sense. Not at all. Granted, none of my relationships in the past have lasted very long, but I've always believed in being faithful. She could hear Vivian's deep breath. You're still hung up on your past. I guess that's understandable. Just keep reminding yourself that you've been redeemed. And the best way to stay in the present is to work on your relationship with Christ. You do that and your relationship with Holden will go the way it's meant to. What if it isn't meant to last? The long pause on the other end of the line had her worried. Did Vivian think she and Holden weren't meant to be together? Then it only means that God has something better in mind for you. She couldn't imagine anything better. But I'm open to whatever you have in mind for me, Lord. Are you ready to tell Mom and Dad that you're dating now? It might ease some of their worry. Izzy was ahead of her parents in dealing with what happened to her as a child. Vivi had reminded her more than once that even though she had been living with the knowledge for years, to the rest of the family the news was brand new. I'll call them in the morning. Have you told Amy yet? No, and it's killing me. She'll be so excited. Her daughter had estranged herself from Vivian for about a year after the death of Amy's father. The girl had only made amends when she found out she was pregnant with her first child. Even though Amy lived in New York now, the two seemed closer than ever. How much longer does she have? 2 weeks. Unless she goes into labor early, I'll be flying out on Tuesday so I can be in the delivery room with her, and Beau is going to wait and fly up after the baby is born. Has she found out what they're having yet? Vivi gave a loud huff. I think they know, but aren't saying. It's so frustrating. Knowing sure would help with the shopping. I keep seeing all these cute outfits that I miss out on. Your money will spend just as fast after the baby's born. Vivi yawned on the other end of the line and it induced one of her own. It's late. I'll let you get back to bed. Yeah, you get some sleep too. Good night. Good night, Vivi. Love you. Love you, too. Izzy placed her phone on the end table and relaxed into the mattress. She'd been having trouble sleeping lately, but had a feeling tonight would be a good one. Even if sleep evaded her, she wouldn't mind staying up all night daydreaming about Holden and that smoldering kiss.
Holden's heart jumped into his throat at the sight of Izzy standing on the tips of her toes from the seat of one of the chairs in her new party room. She held a large sheet of corrugated metal with an American flag painted on it and was trying to attach it to the wall. Fast steps brought him over to her. He lifted the decoration piece from the bottom to take the weight of it so she could find the hooks in the back. He held her hand to help her down from the chair and then pulled her into his arms for a kiss. They had only been dating for a couple of weeks, but he already found it hard to imagine life without her. He hadn't realized how parched his life had been for the past 4 years. Since the death of his wife and child, there had been no affection, no love, no one to hold or who held him in return. And the kisses. Every time they kissed, he had to cut it shorter than he wanted to keep things from going too far. Izzy had never pushed for more, and he had to wonder if the attraction was as strong for her. He ended the kiss and leaned his forehead against hers. Her warm breath feathered against his skin as she thanked him for helping and he wanted to kiss her again. Next time, call me. There's a stepladder in the storage closet, much safer than a chair. I'm always happy to help. Izzy pulled back and smiled up at him. No need, I'm done. What do you think? Holden reluctantly dropped his hands from her waist so he could take in the newly decorated room. Izzy had painted electric blue over the front wall and distressed the edges to allow the former dark gray to show through. The accent wall along with the strings of lights crisscrossing just below the ceiling, and the reflective corrugated metal sheet added to the bar did a good job of livening up the place. Decorative items, like the flag they just hung, along with the posters Izzy had kept from before dotted the back wall. One square of wall at the end of the bar had been covered in chalkboard paint. The words "Welcome to the Celebration Hub, where memories are made" had been chalked in fancy scroll letters. It looks great, better than I ever imagined. He pointed to the chalkboard sign. I see you decided on a name. I like it. Izzy grabbed his arm and looked around the room, a smile lighting her face. You know, I struggled to keep this place looking presentable the whole time the bar was open, but this all seemed to come together almost effortlessly. And with less money than I ever would have expected. He kissed her cheek. I've always found that tends to happen when God gets in the middle of your plans. Her smile turned toward him, and warmth spread through his core. Did I tell you, I've already booked my first party? One of the Fosters is throwing a baby shower for a friend. I couldn't have picked a better start for this business. The Fosters, can you believe it? If this goes well, it could bring in a lot more business. The Foster name was known throughout the county for anything related to weddings. People came from all over to the neighboring town of Shiloh just to get married. Izzy was right, this was a great start for the party room, which in turn would hopefully bring more people into the restaurant. I'm sure it'll be great. He squeezed her waist and pulled her closer, placing a kiss on her temple. I'm so proud of everything you've accomplished here. Izzy wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his lips. Without effort, he deepened the kiss. They were both breathless when he pulled away and whispered her name. She backed up, a frown marring her features. I'm so sorry, Holden. I didn't mean to get carried away. It isn't that. You didn't do anything wrong. He ran a hand through his hair. Lord, it's too soon to be feeling this way. Every time they were together, the urge to declare his undying devotion almost overwhelmed him. He was ready to plan a future with a woman he'd only been dating for a couple of weeks. That couldn't be a good thing, could it? Lord, is this real? For now, those questions would have to be put on hold. He'd have to spend some time thinking and praying about it before making any declarations to Izzy. Do you want to grab a bite to eat before tonight's meeting? Did you forget that I'll be with Sheba tonight? I'll be eating supper there. In fact, I need to leave soon so I can get ready. He had forgotten. The mega church downtown was having a big meeting tonight for the Christian women in the community. Invitations had been sent out to all the churches in the area including his, and apparently Sheba's. He had wasted his day cutting the grass and cleaning up around the house when he could have spent it with Izzy. Maybe it was for the best. They had spent every evening together since their first date. Are you nervous? Izzy had seemed more relaxed with each church service, but she still hadn't fully embraced the people. Not really. I may feel different walking into the building, but Sheba will be with me and I think it helps that there won't be any men. I won't keep you then. He pulled her back into his arms. I'm going to miss you. Call me when you get home. I'll miss you too. She sighed, and her body relaxed against his. One more kiss couldn't hurt.
She was wearing a skirt, a long one that somehow made her feel more feminine than the barely there ones Izzy would have worn in the past. She smoothed the blue paisley material over her knee and inhaled slowly. Nerves she hadn't anticipated had rattled her so badly when she first stepped into the room, it had her wanting to run in the opposite direction. But then Sheba had taken her elbow, led her to a table, and introduced her to her friends. Peace finally settled over Izzy. Smiling faces beamed from every direction. The room was decorated in yellow and black with a tie-in to bees. The small chalkboard reading Beatitudes leaning against a straw beehive with yellow and white flowers springing up from behind sat in the middle of the table. Izzy lifted a black place card from the setting in front of her that read, "Be cheerful," Proverbs 15 verse 13. At the sound of a loud "hello" coming from the speakers, Izzy jerked, and the card slipped from her fingers. She bent to pick it up from the floor and set it next to her empty plate, then turned her attention to the lady on the stage at the back of the room. Welcome. I hope you've been enjoying fellowshipping with the lovely ladies in attendance tonight. The redhead oozed with, well, cheerfulness. Izzy looked back down at the "Be Cheerful" place card and could easily imagine the woman writing those words. The food is ready, so after I say a prayer, we can line up and fill those plates. She laughed. And no shoving to get to the food, y'all, 'cause there's plenty to go around, I promise. Izzy smiled as she bowed her head for the prayer. She could have seen a time when she would have made fun of a woman like that, but tonight the lady's cheerfulness caused a mirroring effect to her own attitude. Everyone at her table took up their empty plate and filed into the line that snaked around the perimeter of the room, and Izzy followed suit. Sheba turned and grabbed Izzy's wrist. You haven't said much since we got here. How are you doing? Everything okay? I'm fine. This is just different, you know? Sheba patted her arm. Eventually, this will feel normal. Who knows, one day you could be puttin' on something like this, standing up there speaking to a bunch of women about God. Izzy let out a breathy laugh. She couldn't even begin to imagine doing anything like that. As the line inched forward, she looked around the room. Nothing but smiling faces greeted her. Wow, no condemnation? No judgmental looks asking why the man-loving bar owner is in their midst? Then her gaze settled on a familiar set of blue eyes stretched wide, above a mouth gaped in shock. Rebecca Parker had been her best friend in school, but with the differences in their lifestyles, her friendship had switched over to Vivian. The three of them used to hang out once a month, but Izzy hadn't seen her in almost a year, and that had only been in passing. Izzy waved and then braced herself as Becca headed her way. What would her reaction be? Would she be glad to see the change, or would she still look down her nose, holding Izzy's past against her? You've been redeemed. Her shoulders lifted with the reminder. It didn't matter what anyone else thought. God knew her heart, and that's what mattered most. She tried not to stiffen when Becca hugged her unexpectedly. They hadn't been huggers before her conversion. Was this for show? Maybe Becca had taken all the be cheerful stuff to heart. Becca beamed a smile. Well, I never expected to see you here. I bet not. She continued in that high-pitched voice of hers, drawing looks from those around them. I haven't seen you in so long. How have you been? Izzy pushed all her sarcastic thoughts aside. She hadn't moved. Her number hadn't changed. If Becca wanted to keep in touch, she could have. And you could have too. I'm doing pretty good. Better than ever, actually. How about you? The kids, Randy, she'd never liked Becca's husband, but she was trying to be nice here. How are they doing? The smile slid from Becca's face. I guess Vivi told you about Lacey. Izzy's stomach tightened. If something bad had happened to Becca's daughter, why hadn't Vivian said anything? No, she didn't. What happened? Her lips pushed together in a thin line. She's pregnant. Here we were getting her ready for college and this happens. She placed her hand on Izzy's arm. It was upsetting at first, but I'm over it now, or at least I'm trying to be. I know this happens all the time, but I never thought it would happen to one of mine, not after the way she was raised. Self-righteous. That's what I am. She huffed out a breath. I'm telling you, God never quits working on you. No, he doesn't. The line had moved up to the point that Izzy needed to add food to her plate. She smiled at Becca. Maybe we can meet for lunch one day this week and I can tell you how God has been working on me. Becca squeezed her arm. I'd love that. I'll call you tomorrow and we'll set it up. As Izzy began filling her plate, Sheba lightly bumped her shoulder. Look at you, offering to share what the good Lord has done for you. She had a proud mama look on her face as she smiled up at Izzy, without an ounce of shame for her eavesdropping. She pointed toward the stage. Just wait, one of these days you'll be sharing your story in front of a crowd. Izzy threw her head back and laughed. Lord, what am I going to do with this woman? Next thing you know, she'll have me standing in front of the church giving a sermon. No, I don't see that, but I do see you reaching out to other women just like you and helping them through the healing process. Had that speculation come from God or was it only a product of Sheba's imagination? The hair stood up on the back of Izzy's neck, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Lord, help.
Flushed complexion, bloodshot eyes, hands that won't be still. Holden recognized that look. It was the look of someone coming off a bender. This one had desperation and shame written all over him as he held on to the podium. Holden took some of the man's shame for himself. He hadn't seen Mac Ferguson in months. He'd known the man was struggling. He should have reached out to him. His own bitterness had kept him from doing what he should at first, but that part was over. Right? I know some of you still hold my past sins against me. I get that. A little girl could have been killed because of me. But I need help. He wiped his hands over his face. I bought into the lie that my drinking wasn't the problem. That if I just stayed from behind the wheel while I did it, there'd be no harm in it. Friday night I went out to the club and woke up the next day behind the wheel of my car. It was sitting in front of my house, but I don't remember driving there. What if? Help him, Lord. If it's part of your plan, use me to help him. Please forgive me for not offering from the beginning. Holden leaned forward in his seat, his eyes still on the man at the front of the room even as he prayed. Mac wiped his eyes. It's been 2 days since my last drink, and somehow I hope to make this my last time of starting over. He stepped away from the podium and kept walking until he was out the door. Holden got up and followed. He was pretty sure he heard Elijah chuckle and say thank you, Jesus under his breath. The man had been pushing him to step up in these meetings for a while now. He caught up with Mac halfway across the parking lot. Mac, hold up. Holden waited for the man to look at him before finishing. Can we talk? Maybe go somewhere and have a cup of coffee? Mac's hand shook as he ran it over his hair. I don't think I'm in any shape to be seen in public tonight. How about a rain check? Come on. I know somewhere private. Holden felt around on the bedside table for his phone. Light from its screen illuminated the white sheets and comforter on his bed. 2:14 a.m. He couldn't sleep. It had been after midnight by the time his talk with Mac ended, too late to call Izzy then and definitely too late now. He missed her. Lord, how can that be? He pulled up the last text she'd sent him. Amy's in labor. You can call me when you get home, if you want. No sleep for me tonight until I hear back from Vivi. Please pray. Even though he'd wanted to, Holden hadn't called for the hope that she had dozed off while waiting. They both needed the sleep for work tomorrow. Of course, she was the boss and could take the day off if she wanted, but he would need to be there in only a few hours regardless. Hang it all. His thumbs tapped out a message. If you're still awake, call me. The phone rang before he could even set it back on the table. Hello, gorgeous. Her sigh sounded through the phone. He could almost see the smile on her face. Hey, babe, what are you doing up at this hour? Couldn't sleep. I missed talking to my girl. Any news from your sister? No, and it's driving me crazy. How did your meeting go? He had sent her a text letting her know that he was using the restaurant for a meeting with someone from AA and another letting her know that he would be too late getting home to call her. Better than I thought, actually. I was able to lead him to the Lord. AA meetings help, but they can't replace the kind of help God can give. I feel blessed to have been a part of it, you know? I can only imagine. I'm glad it went well. He turned over on his side and slid his free hand beneath his pillow. How was the ladies' meeting? Scary at first, but it turned out to be a good experience. Sheba invited me to start coming to the ladies' meetings at her church. They meet quarterly. Do the women at our church have them? Our church. He loved hearing her say those words. I don't think so. Maybe you could get one going. She laughed. That's the second time tonight someone has mentioned me doing something like that. I wouldn't know the first thing about it. She gasped. Hold on a minute, Holden. That's Vivian calling now. His eyes shuddered open when Izzy's excited voice sounded next to his head. He must have dozed while he waited. He grabbed the phone and tried to shake the disorientation. It's a boy. A big whopper of a boy. 9 pounds and 4 ounces, can you believe it? Wow, that is a big one. A band of pressure settled across his chest as memories of Kristen's birth unexpectedly flooded his mind. She had weighed a little under 6 pounds with a head full of dark hair just like her mama's. He'd never felt prouder than he had that day. Zayden Lucas Waldrop, that's what they named him. I can't wait to see him. I guess this is as close as I'll ever get to having a grandchild of my own. Her voice had turned wistful on that last part. You're not too old to have a child of your own, that is, if you wanted to. Why'd you say that? He thought. There was a long, awkward pause before she spoke. I've never pictured myself as a mother, a wife either, for that matter. Of course, my lifestyle didn't really lend itself to those positions before. God has changed my thinking about maybe getting married someday. I suppose the same thing could happen concerning children. What about you? Do you see a wife and children in your future? Holden blew out a breath through pursed lips. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about it before. I loved being married. I'm not opposed to a second chance at it. As for kids, it was hard to express his true feelings. Right now, he had this irrational fear that another child would take away from his memories of Kristen. Deep down, he didn't actually believe that was possible, but it was a process. A year ago, he would have said he didn't believe he'd ever remarry, and that had changed. But when it came to children in his future, he just wasn't there yet. Only God knows what the future holds, Izzy.
Izzy hung up the phone and looked around the room, still amazed at how the celebration hub had come together so quickly. Reservations were pouring in. She'd just booked another for a family reunion to be held on St. Patrick's Day. She wanted all celebrations held here to be special, memorable, but especially this first one. The lady on the phone had talked about some of the Irish traditions her family would be celebrating and had specifically requested that one end of the room be cleared for dancing. An easy enough fix, but what else could be done to make it special? The room needed some green. She wasn't about to redecorate for one party. Something she had seen on Pinterest sparked her memory. A bolt of green tulle was cheap enough. It could be draped across the ceiling just below the lights. The glow through the sheer fabric would turn the whole room green. And the fabric could go back on the bolt to be stored for later use. Yeah, that could work. She slipped her ringing phone from her pocket, looked at Vivian's name across the screen, and answered. After saying their hellos, she asked about the baby. He's just perfect. The pride and joy were easy to detect in Vivi's voice. And how's Amy? Vivian huffed. Doing great, but as stubborn as ever. Izzy couldn't help but laugh. Why? What is she not agreeing with you about now? Me and Beau are flying back today, and Amy, Lucas, and the baby are coming with us. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled to get to spend more time with them. I just think it's too soon. Wow. It hasn't even been a full week yet. Having never given birth before, she had nothing to compare it with, but it did seem rather soon. Well, her doctor did say it's okay for them to fly and it's more convenient for everyone to come to the beach to meet Zayden. That's what I'm calling about. Mom and Dad are flying in too. They'll be staying at the beach house. There'll be plenty of room since the kids will be staying with me and Beau, so I thought maybe you'd like to come too. You can bring Holden if you want. Holden? She laughed. Only if you want to. He can have his own room, and Mom and Dad will be there to chaperone. That's one thing she didn't have to worry about. She trusted Holden to keep them on the right path. It was so freeing, Anne. The only word she could think of to describe the peace she felt at being with a man who wasn't pushing for more than he should was restful. But what would he think of her asking him to spend the weekend together? Only one way to find out. I will definitely be there. I can't wait to get my hands on that baby. I'll have to let you know about Holden. We'll plan on him coming, but if he decides not to, that will be okay too. After hanging up, she made her way through the restaurant toward the office. Holden's shift would be ending soon, so he was probably in the middle of paperwork about now. Sheba stood next to the stove, giving out instructions to a new employee. The teenager's gaze made a circle from Sheba's face, to the stove, down to the wooden spoon in Sheba's hand, and then back around. Izzy brought her fist up to her mouth to keep from smirking. A lot of speculation about Sheba's scepter, as Elijah called it, circulated through the employees. Even Holden had made jokes about her using it upside his head if he stepped out of line. Holden was on the phone with his back to her when Izzy stepped through the open door of the office. The filing cabinet was opened like he had been looking for a file, but he stared at the back wall as if he had lost his train of thought. Izzy is different. I don't want anyone to be disappointed because she's nothing like Dahlia. What? Her insides lurched at the implications of his words. Did he think she wasn't good enough? It was her biggest fear, but hearing it. She backed out of the office as fast as she could and went out the back door, hoping she hadn't caught the attention of Sheba. She needed to be alone in her thoughts right now. Izzy leaned against the outside wall of the building with her hand over her mouth, willing the tears forming in her eyes not to fall. Nothing like Dahlia. No, she was nothing like Holden's deceased wife. From all accounts, the woman had been a saint. While Izzy had been doling herself out to one useless man after another like party favors, Dahlia had built a life with one good man. She had lived the Christian life, had given Holden a child. She had lived and died with honor. No doubt, Holden had never had to warn anyone against Dahlia. Lord, what am I supposed to do with this? Izzy gently ran her fingers over the baby's feather-soft hair. Zayden lifted his brows, but his eyes remained closed. The smooth motion of the glider rocker had her own lids feeling heavy. She yawned and looked around the room. Apparently taking that as a sign it was her turn with the baby, Vivi reached for him. Izzy stood and eased Zayden into her sister's waiting arms. I think I'll walk out to the beach. Maybe the fresh air will wake me up. Didn't sleep good last night? She shook her head. Vivi squeezed her arm. Let me know if you need to talk. I just need to think it through right now, but thanks. She kissed Vivi on the cheek and then slipped out the back door. The soothing sound of the ocean beckoned. It reminded her of her last trip here, the day God turned her life around. The same peace flooded her soul as she slipped off her sandals and stepped onto the warm sand. She walked out to right before the earth turned wet and sat down. Izzy is different. I don't want anyone to be disappointed because she's nothing like Dahlia. There they were again. Holden's words had run through her mind almost constantly since she heard them. She'd analyzed them, defended against them, and accepted them as the bitter truth. She was different. It was easy to see how someone who cared about Holden would be disappointed that he was with someone like her. And even though she'd never met Dahlia, no one had to tell her that they were nothing alike. She'd figured that part out on her own. None of these thoughts kept her from wanting to be with him, though. She loved Holden, or at least Izzy thought she did. Loving another person meant you wanted what was best for them, right? And she knew Holden deserved someone better than her. God, I know I've been redeemed. I'm a new person in you. But that doesn't erase the memory of who I was. Holden shouldn't have to apologize for that. He shouldn't have to pay for my sins. She pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. She propped her fist between her knees and chin and stared out at the horizon. My dearest Lord, I don't even know what to pray next. Should I just accept the fact that I will be judged for my shady past and try to work it out? Or should I say that I love him too much to see him dragged through the mud and walk away? Do you trust me? Izzy sat up and rubbed the chill bumps from her arms. She believed God had died on the cross to save her. When she left this earth, she'd be heaven-bound. But what about the rest of her time here? Did she trust God enough to manage her mundane life? It seemed ridiculous to even ask herself that question. Sorry, Lord. Mind if I join you? Her whole body jerked. She looked up to find Beau's son, Gabe, already in motion as he sat down next to her. The roar of the ocean along with her inattention to what was going on around her had allowed him to come up on her unaware. But she didn't mind the interruption. Her problems would still be there when this conversation was over, and she still had 3 days to work it out before seeing Holden again. Were you able to get Timmons down for a nap? Gabe's 3-year-old son had been fighting it hard when she'd stepped outside. She imagined it had been next to impossible with all the excitement going on in the overcrowded house. Yeah, finally. I can't imagine what it'll be like with 2. He and his girlfriend, Nicole, were expecting their second child next month, a girl this time. Still no plans for marriage, huh? Izzy had told him once that she thought it was great that they didn't feel the need to rush to the altar just because a baby was in the works. But that was before. Back when she wasn't giving much thought to what God had to say about it. Her change of heart didn't change the way she thought about Gabe or Nicole, but she was curious how he justified it. She isn't saved. I wasn't living for God when we met. I did ask her, but she sees no reason to get married. I love her, so I've compromised. I guess you can say my covenant of marriage is between me and God until the day her heart changes. Even though we're not legally married, I'm committed to her. He raked his hand through his hair and laughed half-heartedly. That probably only makes sense to me. She put her hand on his arm. No, I get what you're saying. And I hope you don't think I was judging you or Nicole. Just curious, that's all. He patted her hand. I know. And I know you're a new Christian, too. I wouldn't want to be a stumbling block for you. That's why I explained. And I don't mean to pry, but I can tell something is bothering you. Anything you want to talk about? She blew out a breath through slightly parted lips. We're both adults here. You know how I was before, going through men like some kind of self-deprived marathon. His body shook with laughter, and the sides of his face colored. I understand what you mean, but I hear you've settled down to one lately, though. Yeah, and he's a good Christian man who doesn't deserve my reputation. If he's the good Christian man you say he is, your past shouldn't matter. Well, maybe it matters to me. I don't want people to think badly of him because of me. It registered that he was looking up past her shoulder just before she felt that someone had sat down on the other side of her. Who this time? She looked next to her and gasped. Holden, what are you doing here?
Holden pressed his teeth together to the point that his jaw began to ache as he stared past Izzy to the tattooed man beside her. Care to introduce me to your friend? This is Bo's son, Gabe. She turned her head to look at the other guy. Gabe, this is my boyfriend, Holden. His chest tightened when she hesitated before calling him her boyfriend. Was she hesitant to label him as her boyfriend because she was interested in the other guy, or was it because she was thinking of giving up on their relationship? He tried to quell his tumbling thoughts. He shook Gabe's extended hand while reminding himself that he didn't need to crush it to get the message across that Izzy belonged to him. But for how long? Nice to meet you, Holden. Gabe pointed his thumb back behind them. I'll head on back to the house now so you two can talk. Respect for the man inched its way up even as the tension across Holden's temples tightened. Izzy had felt at ease talking to this guy when she had been silent with him. Izzy stared out at the ocean. She wouldn't even look at him when she spoke. He's just a kid. That's funny, 'cause he looked like a grown man to me. She looked at him then, her lips in a tight line, sorrow etched in her beautiful brown eyes. His own eyes burned with emotion. Lord, I'm all for your will being done, but I don't want to lose her. You think I won't be faithful to you because of my past? Not that it matters, but I've never dated more than one man at a time, and that was before God changed me. I'm no cheater. His shoulders slumped, and he shook his head. Izzy, I haven't even considered your past. You left without a word, you haven't answered your phone, and then I come here and find you on the beach next to him. How would you feel if the shoe was on the other foot? How did you even find out I was here? I guessed. I tore the office apart early this morning, looking for your sister's number, and called as soon as I found it. She confirmed that you were here but wouldn't tell me what was wrong. I don't understand what's going on. What did I do that was so bad you couldn't talk to me? You haven't even answered my texts. My phone is dead. I packed in a hurry and left my charger. I plan to get another one today and call you. I promise. She shook her head. I'm not that petty, Holden. Yes, I didn't tell you I was leaving because I was too hurt at the time to say anything, and I needed time to think and pray. He turned his body toward her and placed his hand on her back. What happened? She looked back out over the water, and his heart sank. I went into the office yesterday to invite you to come here with me. You were on the phone. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I heard you telling someone that you didn't want anyone to be disappointed, but that I was nothing like Dahlia. I left after that. She finally looked at him with tears in her eyes. I know there is no one to blame but myself, but I hate knowing that my past has brought you shame. You deserve better than that. You deserve someone like your wife. He let out a sigh, relieved to know what was wrong. But at the same time, he hated how hearing those words must have hurt her. I was talking to Dahlia's father. I wanted him to hear that I was dating again from me, but I didn't want him to think of you as a replacement for their daughter. If you'd hung around for the rest of that conversation, you'd have heard me telling him how beautiful you are inside and out, how you've brought excitement and life back into my life. You would have heard how much I love you and see a future with you in it. You love me? Her tears came down in earnest now. He cupped her face and gently wiped the tears away. Yes, Izzy. In fact, I'm in love with you. I'm not sure I even know what that means. Holden brought her face closer until their lips were almost touching. Then let me show you.
Izzy dropped her napkin onto her plate and pushed it away. She'd learned not to eat too much at these events. A man came and took up her plate, then poured more tea into her glass. She found it interesting that this ladies' meeting at the First Baptist Church was being catered by the men of the church. Holden had volunteered to help in the kitchen. She liked knowing he was nearby, but was honestly glad he wasn't waiting tables. Most had finished their meals, and the roar from everyone talking at once made it hard to concentrate on the one sitting at her own table. Sheba reached over and squeezed Izzy's hand. She didn't say anything, but the proud mama look on her face reassured her. Izzy had come a long way since that day 5 years ago when she'd broken down and confessed to Sheba about being raped. She had no regrets, though. As hard as that day had been, it was the beginning of her being able to heal from what had happened. The buzz of conversation died down and everyone in the room turned to look at the red-headed woman on stage. I hope you all enjoyed that fine meal the men provided. Ladies, put your hands together and let's thank them for their service tonight. As applause broke out, the men came out from the kitchen, bowing and waving. The women stood and clapped harder. Izzy blew a kiss at Holden, and he winked back at her. On the way here tonight, he had told her not to get used to him waiting on her hand and foot. She'd told him it was too late for him to stop now. She was quite used to him spoiling her. As soon as the noise died down, the woman spoke again. Y'all are in for a real treat tonight. I've heard this lady speak before. Have a hanky handy and expect to be blessed. Y'all, help me welcome Elizabeth Armstrong. Izzy stood on legs that felt like they were made of cardboard and made her way to the podium. It didn't matter how many times she'd given this talk, nervousness hounded her all the way until she started speaking. After that, an unexplainable calm would come over her. She felt sure this time would be no different. God hadn't let her down yet. Thanks for having me. Like she said, I'm Elizabeth Armstrong. My husband and I own Blaze's Barbecue in Bethel Ridge and the Celebration Hub, which has recently relocated to a new location just outside of town. God has truly blessed us. He truly had. They'd had more customers than the restaurant could handle and needed the space taken up by the party room. The move had also given them more space at the hub so they could now accommodate both small gatherings and larger events. Without effort, a verse from one of the Psalms flowed through her mind like a cooling breeze, easing her tension. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. Thanks for the reminder, Lord. Please give me your words and prepare their hearts to accept it. Amen. I want to speak to you tonight about emotional healing. It all starts with a tragic event. It usually shows up unexpected, uninvited, leaving behind devastation and scars that can't be seen. She looked down at the table she'd just vacated to the three young ladies sitting next to Sheba and remembered the prayer she and Holden had said on their behalves earlier. The decision not to try and have children of their own had been mutual. Adoption had been ruled out too. Instead, they had opened their home as a temporary foster home. Children would come to them when an immediate place was unavailable or when they needed somewhere safe to stay, while arrangements were made for them to be able to stay with family members. Most of these children suffered abuse that would bring some grown men to their knees. She and Holden never pried, never asked questions. Their objective was to keep them safe, hopefully giving a small measure of joy to their hardship while leaving behind a memory, a hopeful thought of the kind of family they could have when the time came for them to start their own. There had been trepidation about allowing the girls to attend the meeting tonight. Izzy worried that they weren't ready to hear what she would say. But Holden had reminded her that it was God's job to heal them, not Izzy's. The same could be said of every woman here tonight. I was 12 years old when it happened to me. My life had been great up until that point. I came from a good, Christian family that loved me. It was just me and one older sister that I got along with, well, most of the time. She laughed, and the crowd laughed with her. I used to spend every summer at the beach with my grandma. She went on to tell them about being raped. Izzy never gave the preacher's name, even in private conversations. He was dead now, and there was no use in bringing shame to his family. Besides, it wasn't about him anyway. She gave a vague description of her life up until that moment in the bar when she'd revealed her hurt, first to Holden and then Sheba, not to gloss over her sin, but when these women walked away tonight, she only wanted them to take the message of healing with them. At the time, sitting there on the floor, broken and revealing that secret that had been festering inside of me for years, it felt like the worst day of my life. But it was necessary. It was the beginning of me letting God in, of me allowing him to heal me. Izzy took them through every step of the healing process. When she got to the part about forgiveness, Abrielle, one of the girls in her care, stood and made her way toward the kitchen, tears streaming down her face. Sheba got up and followed. Of the two left, Tabina looked at the screen on her phone, boredom written on her features. The other, Yolinda, had her arms crossed and wore bitterness like a cloak. That had been the case since she came to be with them 3 days ago, but now she glared unblinkingly up at Izzy. Dearest Lord, help her. Even if she doesn't get it tonight, plant it in her heart now and send it up when she needs it most.
As soon as the girls headed to bed, Holden stood and offered his hand to Izzy. Without question, without hesitation, she stood from her place at the end of the couch and followed him to the screened-in porch. Reflected light from the homes across the lake rippled across the water's dark surface. Like almost every night since they were married, he sat on one end of the porch swing with Izzy curled up by his side, her head resting against his shoulder as they swayed to the quiet noises of the night. He kissed the top of her head. "You did good tonight, babe. We know at least one person was saved because of what you said." After the kitchen was set to order, he had sat with the door propped open so he could catch the last part of Izzy's speech. When Abrielle busted through with Sheba on her heels, he had prayed while Sheba led the girl to the Lord. It was the ultimate return on the investment they made with these kids. That was all God. I don't even know what I said that could have brought her to that decision. She tilted her head back. "I'm worried about Yolinda. We talked about this. I know, and I am praying about it. I just don't want to be the source of more hurt for these kids." He kissed her forehead. "These 3 should be gone soon and then we're taking a break, remember?" She nodded. They sponsored a camp for local foster kids at the end of every summer. They had decided from the beginning to take a couple of weeks for themselves just before the event. The restaurant business had grown to the point that they were able to hire a morning manager with Sheba being the main one in charge. This left them free for the kids in their care and allowed them to travel whenever possible. Holden loved the ministry God had given them, but he was looking forward to spending alone time with his wife, this time in Mexico. "Did I tell you? I put the order in for your flowers. You can pick them up on the way to the cemetery tomorrow." Izzy's words gave him a jolt. Tomorrow marked the 9th anniversary of Dahlia and Kristen's death. How could I forget? He hadn't really forgotten. He'd thought about it earlier in the week, but the date had snuck up on him after that. He still missed them and regretted their deaths, but time had taken away most of the sting. And Izzy had helped. He squeezed her closer to him. "Thanks for ordering the flowers." "No problem. It's too bad Wendy and Newland couldn't make it down here this summer like they'd planned. When I talked to your mama this morning, she said Wendy was doing better. It's been a month since her last chemo treatment. Hopefully, they'll all be able to make it here for Christmas." He would have to call and talk to Dahlia's parents tomorrow. He didn't dread it as much as he used to. They had taken to his new wife quicker than he'd ever thought possible. In fact, for some odd reason that he still didn't understand, Izzy had helped Wendy let go of her bitterness. With his fingertips, Holden lifted Izzy's face up to his. "Mrs. Armstrong, have I told you today how much I love you? Maybe I need a reminder." Her breath whispered over his skin, igniting his passion. "You've had a busy day. You must be tired." "Not at all. Mr. Armstrong."
To hear about future audiobooks by Andrea Boyd, please subscribe below. For more information about Andrea Boyd and her books, visit AndreaBoyd11.com.